Hello all, thanks for being here. This is we're going to be doing the rubber roundtable in just a moment, so stick around for that. Okay, let's see who is here. People, maybe we have everybody. It is Monday and not Thursday. We'll arrive on time. Amazing. Well, that works, right? In which way? Yeah. Let's get to it. Scrolling. Plan. And hey y'all.
Hey, what's up?
Thanks for being here.
Thank you for having us.
Yep. So conversation while we wait. That's important.
Yeah, the real conversation is, this upcoming weekend, you gonna go see Barbie or Oppenheimer first or second?
I will. I'm actually kind of interested in the Barbie movie. Actually, I'm a little interested in.
I mean, it looks like visually interesting, at least.
Yeah, like I'm curious what they did with it. Like I'm just kind of curious.
And the director's pretty good, generally speaking.
Yeah. It sounds like they were trying to be a little bit subversive to it, but like with the full backing of Mattel. So, and I think Mattel is like used to like people analyzing, deconstructing Barbie. They've been doing it for decades now. And so like I imagine it's like rather than fight it, just kind of go with it. So I'm up for that. I mean, I'm not. I'm not gonna actually go to the theaters. I'm not gonna watch it. I'll wait for that shit to come on streaming.
Is it like you're against going to the theater, like on principle, or for some other reason, or crowds?
I just don't like. I don't the money, and I don't make a lot of money. There's that.
Totally fair. Theaters are expensive these days, for sure.
And I mean, I just don't make much money, really. But the problem is also the distance. And the experience. Like I've talked about this many times before. I just don't like the experience. You're paying a significant amount of money for experience that you can't control, that you're not in charge of, and that ends up being pretty awful.
Drugs.
Yeah. No, I'm totally with. I'm totally with you there.
What? Yeah.
I get your that dare education really paying off. Just drugs on the mind.
Yeah, drugs on the mind.
The experience has gone down. What drugs?
Drugs must be.
It's all I think about every day. I forgot.
Hey, can you?
Hello.
But
no. Keep yourself muted on StreamYard, and then you talk on Discord. No problem.
But yeah, I totally agree with you. At least for me, in my experience, obviously, I'm up in Canada here with Lactoid. But the movie going experience has over the decades has I think gone down, especially with cell phones and just overall etiquette and all that stuff. At least for me, personally.
But it's not. I think movie theaters have always been more or less the same. I think cell phones provide distraction, fair enough. But I think looking at that comparison of just watching it at home, setting up your own home theater. I don't have one set up here, but still and being able to eat what you want at prices that are not astronomical, for a fucking hot dog, or, a popcorn. You could just and pause when you want, in case you gotta pause for whatever reason, you can do that. It's all in your control. So comparing that to the theater experience, it doesn't compete. And the only reason why I ever go is for big spectacle movies, right? So I go for the Marvel movies, but yeah. I don't go for anything else. And you know what? Now that we're on this, I think it's always interesting that you hear from movie people in the movie business that Marvel ruined movies because it changed how audiences interact with theaters, right? Like, no, no theaters kind of like ruined it by not keeping up with the times, not changing enough, not providing a good enough experience, and like technology has moved past it, right? Like, streaming has changed the game, and but Marvel becomes an easy scapegoat for like their own inabilities. So,
I
Yeah.
actually disagree with you. I think that the movie experience. I mean, I think
Are you
movie going
cutting in and out for any?
experience,
Uh,
right?
yeah, you're cutting in. Sorry, friend, you're cutting in and out. Uh, we couldn't hear you, and then your
How do
camera
I
also cut
stop
out. Try it again.
I'm not sure how to, excuse me, I'm not sure how to stop that. How
Right,
should I
right now
stop
you're
that?
good. So keep going.
Okay. I think the movie going experience, like I'm gonna go see Barbieheimer next weekend. I'm quite excited to see that. I think that there is like a, some not just some value, but there's such like a quintessential coming of age thing with being a 14 or 15-year-old in the US. I don't know what it's like in Canada, but that like the quintessential experience is doing like a soft roll out of your parents' car so you have to pretend like even though you were dropped there by them that you're not actually dropped off by your parents or some other nonsense and like you're all coagulating at the movie theater. I don't know. I think that there's just yeah, I think that there's absolutely going to be a resurgence. There's something really fun about being in an audience for a movie premiere.
I
I
think
mean, go ahead.
yeah, I was gonna like so like for me, I'm pretty much on the same page as you. Is like I will generally, at least these days, really only go for like big spectacles. Like overall, like I grew up with movies. I love the movie going experience. Seeing Jurassic Park in theaters, like a unique experience, etc., etc. But like yeah, now it's just like it's a much harder choice. Just like with the costs, with just I don't know etiquette and all that stuff, and also competing with like home theaters. It really takes like the barrier to get me into a theater is like much higher these days, where like it really has to be worth it. And like one of the more recent experiences, like just like huge regret, where like during the height of the pandemic when theaters were closed and like pretty much like no movies were in theaters, but Christopher Nolan, on the topic of Oppenheimer, his movie Tenet, he like made like a serious push like, hey, this is not going to streaming. You got to go see it in theaters. Like this movie is made for theaters. And I went to go see it in IMAX and just like awful, awful experience.
Wait, is Tenet also a TV show?
No,
No,
as
It's
far as I
only
know.
what am I thinking of?
I mean maybe
Te-
it's been made into one, but it's exclusively a movie as far as I know.
yeah. Hold on. Was the what went wrong? We went to see Tenet.
The like I don't know, maybe it's just like my theater or I don't know my hearing, but just like the audio so bad
Oh,
that like
really?
it's just like yeah, hearing the dialogue like indecipherable. And also just like I just also could just be an idiot, but just like following the plot and like what's going on, couldn't do it.
Oh, okay. No, that last part you were an idiot, but like Tenet, like I heard specifically, yeah, that the audio there was bad. Like the audio mixing just did not work for theaters. So I watched Tenet like a few months ago, and like it was phenomenal. I think just like amazing. I loved pretty much all parts of it. Thought it was absolutely fascinating. I know that was I mean I think that the time mechanic can be a little difficult for people to follow, and of course I'm joking with your friend, but like
Oh no, I
uh
may very well be an idiot. Like I would totally grant like visually, and like in terms of the spectacle, like it was cool. There was pretty much I would have no problem like just watching that movie with like just like no dialogue, just like I'm just like watching the action on screen.
yeah.
Uh,
But yeah, but anyway, I like I get you. Like it's just, do I want to actually go through the process of going to a theater? Hey, Synth, are you there?
Yo, what's up?
Yeah, I need you in StreamYard.
There you go. I'm in there.
Okay. Um. So Lecter, I have something I wanted to ask you, and I guess no, it's fine. I mean, maybe. But also, OB is here, and she is also a lawyer. But so I just saw this commercial, and it. Okay, it was ridiculous. But like, I saw this commercial, and it was about not life insurance, but specifically like planning out like your funeral, and like what that'll be like, you know, and
Yeah.
yeah. So I imagine this is not like in any of your particular wheelhouses, but like they within the commercial they said, we will like listen to every word you say as we're doing the funeral planning, right? And accommodate you, all your like your traditions and culture, no matter what they may be, right? And when they say that, like they had like a Buddhist on screen, it's like, oh, it's not just for Christians, you know, we'll help, you know, anyone. And I was just like wondering, like, is that true? Like, I feel like that's like a challenge. like, 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 I kind of
Okay.
want to
All
accept
right.
it. All right.
Satanists, the biggest challenge, right?
Well, just like it's like, look. I understand. Look, I can't have a virgin sacrifice on my behalf. All right, fair enough. But like I wonder like how far you could push it. Like, what if my request is that like part of my deeply held beliefs is that like at the end of my life I need to be like torn apart by dogs in front of a crowd, right? Like
Wait, what? Like
torn
pre-death? Because
go ahead.
I believe there is a Mongolian ceremony where you are put on the top of a mountain and you are just feasted upon by the birds and put back into the earth. So, but I don't think that that's near death. I think you're definitely dead before they start eating you.
No, I mean dead. Yeah, dead. Yeah, dead. That's what I meant.
Okay.
But, yeah, but like if I wanted to be like feasted upon, like and not by humans, sure, fine, whatever, right? But like dogs, it's like I'm just like figuring out like what barriers the laws would apply, right? Like what can't you do? Because I know you like there's like desecrating a body, but like what does that mean in the context of my own deeply held beliefs? Obviously, right?
You want to be strung up like a piñata and like a...
Yeah, whacked by the local children, maybe, right?
Go for it, Lactoid. I don't know if you have an ease and tease answer, but that's also going to differ state by state or jurisdiction by jurisdiction. People have been able to do weird. Oh, sorry. Go for it, Lactoid. My mistake.
No, I didn't say anything.
Yeah, you didn't say
Oh shit. Okay. People have been able to do some interesting things. I believe Johnny Depp put Hunter S. Thompson's ashes in a cannon and shot them off into space. Other people have turned ashes of their loved ones into diamonds and jewelry. You can, for some of my loved ones, I had them buried, like they were cremated and then they were buried underneath a tree. So you can have like a tree planted. So it really depends. When they talk about ritual, that may be referring to religious rituals that I think are commonly understood or practiced. I believe that there's sitting Shabbat or sitting in watch for Judaism. I know that there's something for Buddhism or something else. So was it a reference to that? And it is also a really, really, really great idea if you do plan on having a funeral or something else to pay that. And this is free legal advice, so it's worth everything you're paying for. Everyone here should have a will of some sort. Just go file a will. Please go have it on the notes. Please go have it in a prothonotari's office. Even you, Corey, in Canada, everyone have a will. I don't care if you don't have anything to will on, go have a will. Have it discuss what they're going to do with your dog if you die suddenly. People should just know what's going on.
It needs to be immediately killed and entombed with me, of course. But
well, number one, how dare you?
what it looks like is that one of the things I'm finding, like state by state, is that they all, under all of their desecration of a corpse statutes, they all have exceptions for licensed authorities, whatever that might be. And so, pretty much as long as you can get the license to have, like, to offer a funeral service that involves having your body torn apart by dogs, that would be legal, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah.
And so.
Yeah.
I've thought about cool ideas like being loaded into fireworks and fired, like by my family over their backyard. That might be kind of cool.
Could you be stuffed?
Catapults.
I think the one thing is whether or not one could be stuffed.
Ooh,
stuff.
I think probably. I think probably as long as it's a licensing authority, right? I mean, you could probably argue like, hey, my religion.
You
states
imagine.
important.
The
Some guy got his
text
cat stuffed and turned it into a drone. So I don't want. What if I could be a drone, right?
Lactoid's head is a drone. Oh my god, that would
Like, would you be able to find a? Like, I haven't looked, but would you be able to find like a taxidermist that would do that to a human body? I'm sure.
I'm sure
I
somewhere.
bet any amount of money they will do anything. Now I need to investigate this.
Ed Gein did it for free.
Okay, if you want to say every taxidermist is
Ew.
Ed Gein, then I don't know if they want to take that slander.
But yeah,
I just googled taxidermist that will stuff grandma.
Only grandma specifically. If you can't prove that they're grandma,
Yeah.
no, it's a no-go.
Yeah, it's just like it sounded like interesting, like, you know, because they're like normal people with like the people who created that commercial are like normal people with like normal values, and they're like not like internet degenerates like me, right? And so like I can just imagine a few really interesting scenarios, and I'd really like to take part in those if I can make it happen, right? Like
wait, I think I know where this is going. Given what I know of your position,
So allegedly, it is illegal to get someone stuffed. Stupid.
Okay.
Tisk, tisk, tisk.
What are you going to say, Corey?
I was going to say, given what I know of your position on sex robots, I think I know what you want to be after you die. You want to be turned into, if you can't have it in this life, you want to.
I thought we had a whole debate on that.
Are you talking about the necro brothels?
Necro brothels? Wait a minute, what?
Because that's legally supported. You heard me.
I have a money-making endeavor that I've talked about.
See, like, come on. So
I'm a capitalist, okay?
Lactoid, this is really coming for you. This is really coming for you. I mean, I know you've talked about, like, I didn't think about, like, an establishment, though. Like, it seemed like it was...
That'd be the safest way to do it, because then, like, they could have it refrigerated and monitored for pathogens.
I was thinking, like, a freelance, like, corpse whores. But, all right, fair enough. But...
corpsewhorecams.com.
You better reserve that domain name right now.
It's being grabbed up. Fuck.
Corpse whore is a wild name, and I honestly think that I should make that like my Dark Knight vigilante name. Corpse whore. That would be pretty great.
It'd be a good band name.
Corpse whore, or a band name at least.
Yeah. All right. So why don't we get started? We have one other person who's going to come through. But we'll get started beforehand. Hey everyone, thanks for being here. This is Reverie Roundtable, which we have on Mondays, 8 p.m. Eastern. We have a great group of individuals here. Excited to have this conversation. So we'll start with that. And if you're just, finding this channel and, like, necrobrothels interest you, we'll be talking about things like that. Like, no joke. So hit that follow button. And keep it going.
Someone's got a squeaky chair, I think.
Oh my god, it's a thing that's happening in my house that I literally cannot.
Sorry.
I can't stop it, but okay. Oh boy, Lactoid, you
Like
know
stuff.
Go ahead, say your stuff.
Okay. Hi everybody. I'm Lactoid. You can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. I am curious on the noise that's happening in Prime's background, so let's see if he explains himself. Let's go.
Corey, go ahead.
Always excited and grateful to be here. Looking forward to getting into these topics, which I think are great. I think there's in my mind, some good overlap on these topics. You can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv, CoreyCampbell84. I'm a biochemist. I cover science and research and news. And on Twitter, Instagram, it's Corey Campbell. Thank you so much.
Okay. Synth, please.
Sure, I'm Synth, youtube.com/SINTHE. Prime sent me a DM and said that you basically gave me an opportunity to rant about Pagovian taxes and like YIMBYism. So I had to say yes. It should be really fun.
B, who's only our second time here.
Yeah, I'm B. I'm on Discord as Bees in the Trap. I thought it was, or Detective Popcorn. If you understand that reference, I really appreciate you. And that's it.
So, and finally, oh, Michael, is that what you're gonna go by?
Yeah, I'll go by my name now.
Okay.
Yeah, artist
I
formerly.
think
You
your
sound low.
audio.
You sound super low.
Oh, I'm sorry. Shit.
Is it because
Okay.
your mic is up here?
No, it's because this is like a new mic because my old mic.
Okay.
Really sad. Do I sound any better now?
No, I don't think you're using the right mic.
Jesus, hang on.
That's what seems to be the problem here.
Yeah,
On Discord,
Yeah, go into Discord and change
Discord.
the settings to your new mic.
Mm-hmm.
Pro Streamer.
No problem. Take your time. I'll introduce our other guest who also happens to be a Michael, unsurprisingly. Aiko, thanks for being here. Yeah, and coming in at the last second. Okay, can you hear me?
Leaving it. What an introduction.
You just got wrecked. It just destroyed you.
Mic test, mic test, mic test. Is that better?
Yeah,
That's
much
much
better.
better.
There you go.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay. It was the wrong mic. Yeah, Michael, for artist formerly known as LSP or A27L or S2, like that's just a bunch of stupid names. Yeah, glad to be back.
Okay. It makes sense that Aiko didn't respond to me because it wasn't in the voice call. So
That'll do it.
I'll do it. But it was really funny. The timing of you getting up was great. It's really good. But friend, who's also Michael here, Aiko, thank you for being here.
Oh yeah, thanks for having me.
All right, why don't we get started then? So, topic one. This past week has seen some of the most extreme heat ever recorded in human history. Furthermore, the heat has been sustained with no end in sight. Climate scientists seem to agree that this will probably become our new normal in either years or decades. Some areas will become inhospitable to human life due to the heat and other climate change-related impacts. One solution is planned relocation, where a government would move impacted residents to either somewhere else in their borders or, in extreme cases, to other countries. Should the U.S. prepare to abandon areas such as certain southeast or southwest municipalities? And should taxpayers pay for it? And should the U.S. and Canada be prepared to take in climate refugees? I want it to be inclusive for Blacktoid and Corey. But yeah, I mean, the biggest story that's happening now is like the ongoing present climate catastrophe that we're having across large swaths of the earth, and understand trying to figure out what our response to this should be. I guess maybe we haven't even really talked about that. Like in the news and the zeitgeist, we're not even really talking about like what the response should be. Just like, holy crap, it's fucking hot. So this idea of relocation, we've talked about this before on this channel, but like, and it's like generally like rejected, but like I think it's different now that you can see how bad the situation is, like see how hot things are getting, and like we have places, because I said the southeast and southwest, like Phoenix, Arizona. I honestly don't know how long that place is going to last. I literally don't know.
Let's build there as much as possible.
Let's as much as possible, please. Right on the Jersey Shore, right where we had like Hurricane, whatever it was, female name, that destroyed those houses on the boardwalk. Yeah, and then they rebuilt there. Like, oh, we're just gonna make their houses higher, and that like solves the problem. No, it doesn't. So I'm curious what you all have to say. So let's start with our friend Lactoid.
Yeah, so climate change is a problem. I don't deny that. Luckily, due to the green energy revolution, U.S. carbon emissions continue to fall, roughly on track with our treaty obligations. Not 100% linearly, but the overall trend appears to be going that way. So we're improving quite a bit in a direction that a lot of other countries are not. So I would argue that the U.S. is actually doing a lot more than a lot of other places on the planet when it regards climate change specifically. However, I think the real discussion here is in the later parts of the prompt, not necessarily about climate change as a whole, but more about the several questions that come afterwards. So I'm going to address them one by one. Should the government, quote, abandon places? No, and I also don't even know what that means, right? Where people live should be up to them. As long as they're willing to pay to weatherize their homes or to pay insurance premiums or to get water shipped in from wherever they live, they should be able to live on a volcano if they decide that's what they want. So I am opposed to any kind of government abandonment or relocation or any kind of forced movement of people. And even if this did happen, taxpayers should obviously not pay for it, because why would you expropriate the resources of people who have nothing to do with it in order to fund the relocation of people who prefer to live there? It's not those innocent people's fault. I would also include the constant bailouts of Florida and other southern Gulf states from FEMA. Why the country bails them out every other year whenever there's a major storm is beyond me. They should be paying those insurance premiums and paying for the cost of living in those areas, just like everybody else has to pay for the weather that happens to be in the areas that they live. Finally, as regards refugees, as long as any individual can survive without extracting resources from innocent people in a country, I'm in favor of letting anybody into the country. But I'm not in favor of giving them a bunch of money.
So much. B.
So when it comes to trying to save people from themselves, I think that is definitely a governmental response that is necessary a lot of the time. I think that the government utilizing eminent domain and buying out properties, especially ones that are going to be deeply affected by rising ocean, or honestly, I would not mind them buying out a majority of Los Angeles and saying, go move to any of the other very unpopulated states. We need to stop shipping water and stealing water from Bakersfield. I think doing that is a necessary thing because unfortunately, humans are wonderful, smart, deeply stubborn creatures. And because so many of us live on the coast, we need to be safe from ourselves in a big way. I do think that also, I love that our climate emissions are falling. I think that that's great, and we should continue that. Unfortunately, a large chunk of the current climate crisis does fall at the US's feet. And I'm not saying that that necessarily is how can I say this? That doesn't mean that we should be castigated, but it does mean that we should take on refugees that we've essentially created by our own actions, I firmly believe. So from Tuvalu or Bahamas or St. Thomas and Croix, any of those places, I think it would only be appropriate to not just take them here, but we have an obligation to humans to help save them from natural disasters, especially ones that were certainly helped along by our own making.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think this is super easy to solve. One, where there's unprecedented heat, they should be provided, obviously, free air conditioners. Government provided. Where it's now inhospitable, I think every family should just be given a private jet so that they can relocate to wherever they want. And then where there's unprecedented flooding, it's pretty clear they should be provided like a super yacht so that pretty much they can also go wherever they want. I think we need more super yachts, more planes, and more air conditioners, just like for everybody as much as possible. It only makes sense. But in all seriousness, there are, at least in my mind, there are no easy answers. To answer some of the prompt, should Canada and the US be prepared to take in some climate refugees? Yes, absolutely. But there's obviously a limit. And how do you deal now with, as you pretty much correctly say, inhospitable or just pretty much, death-inducing heat? What Canada is doing, they are actually providing air conditioners to what they call at-risk populations, like the elderly. A lot of our infrastructure, at least here in Quebec, that wasn't designed to deal with record-setting heat, such as our hospitals. We don't have air conditioning in all of our hospitals because we didn't have 35 degrees Celsius or 40 degrees Celsius weather 20 years ago. I don't know how do you deal with that, but should taxpayers pay for it? I don't think we have much choice, and I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you. Sim, please.
Sure. Yeah, so I think that the blame game stuff is not super important. Like it's very easy to be like, well, the U.S. is like historically been the #1 cause of carbon emissions, not even close. Second place is far behind is a country that no longer exists, the Soviet Union. You have like third place is China, which is like catching up to the Soviet Union. But the blame game stuff is silly. It doesn't matter, right? What we should care about is what we can do in the here and now. And what we can do in the here and now is pretty clear, which is, yeah, we are going to have to take in people who want to move from one country to another. We can't like shut our borders to that. It's unfortunately not an option for us. And in terms of who should be paying for it, clearly not the taxpayers as a whole. They shouldn't be the ones paying for this. They're not the ones profiteering off of it. The people who aren't paying their fair share in taxes should be the ones paying for it. If something you're doing has a massive cost to the rest of society, then you should either be prevented from doing that or charged a fee that'll help to offset that cost, because you can't make your money off of world destruction. The solution is actually extremely simple, but getting it past the mega corporations who make their money off pollution is not so simple. The solution is just to implement a carbon tax on the fossil fuel companies. It's that easy. The average American supports this. The vast majority of economists support this. It's not even close. Right? It's like wildly supported by economists. If you're a socialist like me, you'll support this. If you're a free market fan, you should be able to, just like Milton Friedman did, support this. All an emission tax does is take a cost that gets passed on to society and puts it back on the people profiteering off of causing those harms. The short way to put this is that it internalizes externalities. It's not harmful to the economy. Empirics show it's actually either neutral or a slightly net positive, depending on the specifics of the implementation. And something like a fee and dividend model, where the money that's taxed out is given to the population, helps to prevent any regressive potential downsides of a tax like this. The policy is basically just a home run.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you so much, Michael.
Yeah, I'm actually like kind of stunned. I find myself in a complete agreement with Sin, which is weird because he's like a socialist and I'm like a rabid liberal. So the prompt seems to ask the wrong question to me, about like who should pay or what. Like it's going to be inevitable. Everybody's going to have to pay something. It seems important that. So one thing he says, like, it's not useful to play the blame game. We could play the blame game. We should play the blame game. There are some people, some businesses, some corporations, some entities which are major emitters of carbon pollution that probably should shoulder the burden of the costs. And I think the solution to that is exactly what's said, which is just selling pollution rights, which is a carbon tax. If you want to pollute, pay a tax for it. I think that's pretty reasonable, because the burden of fixing the damage done from that climate crisis goes on to taxpayers. So all of those externalities mentioned, all those negative externalities being mentioned, the inevitable refugee crisis, rising sea levels, extreme heat waves that end up killing hundreds plus every summer, maybe thousands. These all cost the taxpayers, right? We're losing labor, we're losing taxpayer dollars to treat these things, to help these people. Every time we have like a major hurricane or tornado or natural disaster, which is only exacerbated by our climate crisis, it is on the taxpayer to repair it, but it's not the taxpayer that is doing the pollution. This seems to be a problem shared specifically by some unique individuals, or not individuals, entities. So I agree with Synth. The solution here is to just sell pollution rights through carbon taxes.
Okay. Let's go to our friend Aiko.
Yeah, Michael kind of stole some of my reaction there because I
My
also
bad.
think that no, it's okay. But it was I also think that we should be playing the blame game. The problem is if you just want to point the finger and like say ha ha and that's the end of it, yeah, then the blame game doesn't like make any sense. But we do kind of want to look at like who's most responsible, because we need to be able to learn from history and like avoid repeating those mistakes. And at the same time, we do need to go after companies like Exxon who've like it's been proven that they knew decades ago what would happen, and then that they went into this like denialism that sort of like caused us to go decades into the future without like the kind of mitigations that we now have to really start thinking about and doing. But this prompt really asks us about something else. It asks us about relocation, maybe other forms of mitigations. And it kind of reminds me of like back in the 90s, the big response to climate change wasn't like flat out denialism the way it was now. It was really more conservatives would say, well, what we really need to do is adapt. Adaptation is what we need to be able to worry about, not like stopping it from happening. And I think what we're finding now is that the cost of that adaptation is way greater than any of those sort of like flip comments at the time like showed. The fact is, if we have to, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And I don't think, I think even now, even in as late in the game as we are now, prevention is still probably the number one task that we have ahead of us.
Okay, open to the panel.
I just want to say real quick, can we not blame ExxonMobil because I own shares in them? Blame like Chevron or something. Like just penalize somebody who does.
Be one of those investors that is like trying to change the company from within. Like there's a faction of those people, and
I'd just
it all falls on your shoulders, Michael. You better change the entire corporate direction of ExxonMobil.
I'm going to have to buy way more shares, guys, if we want to change this. You guys need to help me. You guys need to help me fundraise for more shares if we want to do this.
I also think.
Go ahead. You go.
Well, I just want to say I also think there's like something really like there's something intrinsically flawed about blaming like ExxonMobil, really any corporation, for at least ones that were operating within the law and providing a service that people knew what they were buying, about blaming them for climate change. Because, and I've heard this before, people will make statements like, well, the top 6 corporations make up this percentage of the world pollution. But the reality is, when you look at those large corporations, it's because they're providing like a service to a whole fuck ton of people. When you look at the Soviet Union, it wasn't that far behind the U.S. It was about 80%. They were generating 80% of the pollution compared to the U.S., despite having about half the economy, right? So they were per GNP unit, they were just fucking polluting everything. They drained a whole fucking lake. They didn't give a fuck about the environment, and they didn't have the kind of private industry that America does. So it just seems weird to me that we would say, well, it's really these 6 corporations' fault, as opposed to, well, no, anybody who turned their car on is responsible because they are burning the product that ExxonMobil sold them.
I mean, we had this conversation too, like with tobacco companies, right? Tobacco companies were selling a product. They had doctor endorsements in their commercials and things like that. And then later on, they wanted to say, oh, people knew what they were doing when they were smoking. So if they get cancer, like that's not our fault. I don't know. I mean, I think that there's, I certainly think that there's blame to go around, but that's why I said, for example, Exxon, not saying that Exxon is like the only entity that has any responsibility.
Yeah, again, Exxon didn't do nothing. Just so we're clear.
The
corporation.
Well, no, they did do nothing.
Fraud.
They did nothing is exactly what they did.
I think right now, you shouldn't be able to. Right now, smokers shouldn't be able. Like, if you're educated on the risks of smoking, I don't see how you can say, well, Marlboro is responsible for my habit. But if but if you were convinced by false evidence that was put forward by tobacco-funded research centers, then I think you may be more of a leg to stand on.
And that's what I mean.
But it would be different, though, if ExxonMobil or any of those other companies had warnings about what happens if you continue to use them, whether or not they are attempting to be carbon neutral, whether or not they are attempting to correct any of the things like the spill or any of the other things that they have going on, how they have invested in, like, whether or not they've done any environmental concerns, right? Because again, smoking companies and tobacco companies have had to go through great lengths to demonstrate and have that warning to make people very, very aware of what their dangers are. And I don't know that ExxonMobil or others have to.
Yeah,
can someone make the obvious point against Lactoid so I don't have to? The very obvious rebuttal to him?
Is the point you're talking about that ExxonMobil in particular did, in fact, trot out fake experts?
They do know, yeah. ExxonMobil knows the damage of climate change. They know the damage of their carbon emissions.
Wait, when did they know?
This has got to have been known. Late 70s.
When did they know? When did they know, and when did they lie about it?
Like half a century now.
Well,
That's
well,
the
first
first
of
one.
all,
Well, I don't know
like,
about lying about it, but
yeah,
I don't think
Yeah.
that's
No,
necessarily relevant.
they did
do
lie
know.
about
Well, they did, right? Their internal private research at Exxon thought that it would cause warming. The company came out and said, no, it actually won't cause any warming, right? So it was just a lie. It was like a blatant lie. They thought that this thing would happen. They said it wouldn't.
Well, then the people who burned gas during that time period, that they were under the misrepresentations of ExxonMobil, I don't morally blame them for that specific part of
to
climate
be
change.
clear,
Right.
people who burn gasoline in their cars do share some of the responsibility, right? Our having a supercar centric culture is a major contributing factor to climate change. ExxonMobil, in the end of the day, again, not just ExxonMobil, but they're providing a service that people are demanding. Yeah, there's claim to go
Consumption
around.
drives climate change, of course.
Yes, absolutely, right. But
well, poor consumption, or rather, like ill-informed consumption, or let's say a lack of long-term thinking consumption.
Yeah, but it's beyond that, right? And B was like going in this direction. I thought she was gonna make the next step though. Like she bought the tobacco companies and their response. And I think and don't quote me on this. I think like Exxon like either studied like the tobacco companies and their response to this situation, or like just like hired the same people, the same law firms to help defend them. But like, don't quote me on that one. But I'm pretty sure that's true. But in any case, it doesn't matter. Like they funded the opposition, right? Like the Exxon Mobil, like funded lobbying groups. They funded political activism. They funded everything on the right to make the Republican Party a party unlike any other in the world, right? Which doesn't acknowledge climate change. They funded the opposition. They came up with the papers. They produced them. Politicians read them. So like they did a lot more than like what the tobacco companies did. They went so much further. And we're still stuck in that. So like it's like we can't even respond. Like people were saying that like, oh well, this is a necessary service. It is, right? It is, it was, and that's fair. I think that's a really interesting point. But like imagine a world, and it's very tough to do so if you're ensconced in American politics, but imagine a world where the Republican Party didn't fight climate change discussions tooth and nail.
you can just stop at imagine a world with there's no Republican Party, and we're like,
yeah, exactly, another Republican Party.
It's the Jetsons. Right? It's like Star Trek. It's amazing.
But like the Jetsons, yeah. But imagine a world where that didn't happen. I'll be back soon. And like we started taking mitigating responses sooner, because they didn't just like lie to people about it. They kept people from taking mitigating responses. We would be literally in a much better place. The world will literally be less hotter now. So you guys
can I ask Lactoid, what is your solution? Like, you don't deny climate change, right? So what should be done?
Yeah, that's it's the toughest part, right? Because it's a situation where it's happening, but there's no, like, again, playing the blame game, or like trying to pin things on certain people, I think is almost impossible.
Sure. So
especially when it comes to consumers. The companies that specifically lied, if you can show that they lied, I'd be in favor of like penalizing them for that, for sure. And companies that broke the law, or especially companies that did things like damage other people's property.
If I can, Lactoid, I mean like about climate change, right?
It's a holistic. Yeah, so the thing is, like, and this is going to be unsatisfactory, I know, for most of you, but there's this idea that like every problem needs to be solved. And what I see right now is carbon emissions in the U.S. falling. I think there's things that can help. I think one of the things could be ending oil and gas subsidies. I think one of the things could be moving foreign policy away from hyper-focusing on fossil fuels. I think another thing could be, again, instead of having liability caps for oil and gas companies and fracking companies, open them up for liability for the damages they cause to other people's property, right? Make it, stop protecting them financially so that they do suffer for the damage they cause. But beyond that, I don't know if I'm comfortable like going after people for using gas ranges like they're doing in some places.
Let's just say like a hurricane happens, and it's an extreme like anomalous hurricane that is pinned on climate change, right? This sort of thing has happened, right? Hurricanes that are so severe it's like attributable to climate change. I guess like what solution do we have to mitigate the damage these hurricanes do that you would be satisfied with? Since brought up carbon taxing, right, as a way of you could possibly lower emissions, you could redistribute the wealth that comes from the biggest polluters to the biggest victims of pollution, right? What's the solution you would support?
The biggest, again, I've already gone over a couple of the solutions that I would like to see, a couple things that would help alleviate the issue. I don't know if that would, how much that would alleviate, like beyond our current trajectory, which is good in the U.S., right? Like we're on more or less on track.
No,
meeting our treaty obligations.
Well, okay, well, first of all, like,
I wanted to say one last thing.
Go
One last thing.
ahead.
For people who are living in like Florida or places that are affected by hurricanes, and especially they're predicting more hurricanes coming, they should have to pay the cost of living in those areas, because especially when you look at Florida, the amount of people that are moving there, and then they're buying these incredibly valuable homes and expecting the federal taxpayer to basically foot the bill every single time their home gets knocked down. That's just ridiculous. They should pay.
So yeah, I want to, I guess, understand your position better. Where Lactoid, where okay, so you brought up earlier as one of your potential solutions is like opening up companies to liability. Is that correct? As one of your potential solutions.
Yep. When you can show they like destroyed other people's property. Yeah.
Sure. Which I can see how that might have some effect, but it's just sort of Aikau's point, where it's like an ounce of prevention is like worth a pound of whatever treatment or medicine. It's like that is generally only good like after the fact. They're like, well, if you can show damage, I mean, do you really want damage and then just like basically climate reparations? Would you prefer that people not to be flooded or like their houses not burned down or not having their lungs filled with like smoke from wildfires? Or it's like, well, if you can show that you're in poor ill health and that your house is destroyed or you need to be relocated, well, then you can be financially compensated. I think that's like a really optimal solution.
I would prefer there be no negative externalities to anything, but there are going to be negative externalities by putting a carbon tax on, and there's going to be negative externalities by making.
What's the negative externality associated with the carbon tax?
Yeah, you raise the price of gasoline, you raise the price of energy. What are the two things that are like important for an economy? It's going to be energy. It's going to be transportation.
Is there a single country that's ever instituted a carbon tax this has had like any kind of like economic harms done to it?
Well, can we just
there would have to be.
Yeah, let's assume that the price of gasoline goes up, though. Why is that necessarily a bad thing? That incentivizes people who would be consuming, the biggest consumers of gasoline, to find alternative and more efficient modes of transportation. Right? You could get a healthier population because people are walking and biking to their places more. It doesn't seem like a bad thing.
I have no problem when it comes to gasoline matching the market value of what gasoline is and what consumers demand it to be. But I get uncomfortable when you start pushing that beyond the natural threshold, because what you start running into is this concept of, oh, gas is high, so people are just going to bike more. Well, that's not what happens. What happens is the trucks that are trucking in food have to burn more money to get there. And that means all the food prices go up. That means all consumer prices go up. This is what we saw when the gas prices increased. Everything went up. We thought like that was partially the reason for inflation.
I want to back up Lactoid just in this one sense. In this one, you can go right after. Like, I would love that idea of like incentivizing people to find other options, but in terms of the U.S., there aren't many other options, especially depending on where you live. Like in the South, like in the Southeast, like public transportation is just not there. Infrastructure isn't there. Infrastructure isn't there for a lot of interesting reasons, but it's not there. And so, like, if there aren't trains that run from your house or anywhere near your house to your place of business, then what are you going to do, right? You're just going to like pay more for that. So it becomes a regressive tax. But Synth, go ahead.
Well, yeah. Well, so one of the reasons why it's not a regressive tax is you can use a fee and dividend model and give that same money back to the people who are hurt the most by by economic inequality. So that's a fine solution for that issue. But in regards to Lactoid's idea that it's like that you'll have this inflation from it, there's not increases to money supply. So it doesn't make any sense that like unless you can show somewhere else you think it's going to cause inflation. It doesn't make any sense why an increase in just the price of gasoline alone would cause inflation if that increase in price is due to taxation and thus a removal in removal in overall money supply should just balance balance right
No,
out.
so MMT is complete bullshit. When so you're just talking about removing the money supply. No, when you make a product more difficult to acquire economically, it's going to be more difficult to acquire. So either it's going to cost more resources to get, or there's going to be shortages. There's one of the two.
Hold on. Firstly, nothing I said had anything to do with MMT. What I said is that like increases in money supply cause inflation. This isn't MMT. This is something that everyone agrees on, right? Increases in money supply are one of the causes of inflation. There are many different causes. That's one of those, right?
That's one of them, but also a decline of goods.
Is a cause of inflation.
Yeah. So it's not just an
increase in money supply. Increase in money supply is part of supply and demand.
No, it's not just an increase in money supply. Inflation is driven by basically, I think Friedman put it as you have too many dollars chasing too few goods. So, even if you keep the money supply completely the same, if you have a massive drop in production of, let's say, gasoline, that's going to cause inflation.
No, it wouldn't cause inflation to have a drop in gasoline if that money is spent on other things instead.
It would cause inflation or shortages.
It would not cause a gasoline. Look, no country's ever implemented a carbon tax at a gasoline shortage because of it. They haven't had shortages. Like, this is pseudo economics. It's like Austrian economics. It's like total nonsense. Every single country that implements a carbon, every single economy that implements a carbon tax sees either no impact on GDP or a positive impact on GDP. It's either beneficial or does not.
This is a silly debate. Can I just put it? Yeah, I just want to put it to rest. The reason we saw this resurgence of inflation after COVID was because the price of oil went up because we didn't produce any oil during COVID. So the supply of oil went down and the demand for oil went up, which when oil goes up, everything else becomes more expensive. It becomes more expensive to transport food, goods, supplies, what have you, right? Which had a knock-on effect, made everything else more expensive. So you don't need to change the money supply to have inflation. We had inflation because we didn't produce any oil and the demand for oil went up.
Neither side says that you have to do this, right? It's one of the, like I said every single time, it's one of the causes of inflation, right? Yeah. There is no change in the money supply, and all the changes you're going to see in terms of things like demand are artificial changes in demand due to the fact there's more cost to it, which would otherwise be put towards other goods, right? That same amount of money is going to be in the economy overall. So you don't have an overall increase or overall decrease in supply and demand. You just have differences in where the supply and demand exist. You don't see like an overall increase in overall demand for goods overall. Like you're not seeing that. You're just seeing like one good has decreases in demand because there's a higher associated cost. That money then is put towards other things that have to do the exact same job.
Can we? I feel like the debate on inflation kind of misses like some of the mark. There's a broader conversation I want to have about incentives that I think like higher oil. So I'm not necessarily against Sense position. But so Prime brought up this idea that, well, this is going to most negatively penalize, like we can't just go on trains everywhere. This is going to most negatively penalize people. But a thing like YIMBYs have been pushing for forever is more walkable cities for forever. If gasoline and oil became so expensive because of this climate crisis, like it would spur like municipalities, states to start concentrating their investment efforts on building cities that aren't just catering to our car culture, right? We have insanely wide highways. We have poor transportation infrastructure, no trains, anything like that. We could catch up with Europe quite easily, right? If we would just modify the way we understand gasoline and oil.
Well, I think we're seeing the effects of a carbon tax, right? Because within the United States, at least, we've got California that does some cap and trade and does some carbon taxing, and they also have like the fastest like expansion of EV adoption in the United States. Like they're pretty much at European levels in California. And so I think and not coincidentally, like gas is more expensive in California than anywhere else in the country. I do disagree with just one part of what Sent is talking about, and that's on the inflation. I think it does make things more expensive, like when fuel is more expensive, because of the demand side, not because of the money supply thing. But I think it might be worth it. I mean, I think we have to look at sort of the time-shifted benefits of this. So California has been feeling the pain for the last 10 years because their gas prices are higher, because that is what's been happening there. But at the same time, you're starting to get EV adoption to the rate where smog levels are starting to drop, and you're starting to see Now, none of this gives us the benefits of like public transportation and mass transit. I wish we had more of that. But it does eliminate one big problem, which is emissions. And right now, we're in an emergency situation where our top priority has got to be mitigating those emissions and getting the Keeling curve down.
I wanted to address something you also said Lactoid, and then I kind of want to try to expand this to other parts of the prompt. But you brought up insurance, right? And said that people who are living in these areas have to pay like that price of insurance and not expect the government to bail them out. The problem is that they literally can't, and that insurance companies are pulling out of those areas. Like national insurance companies are pulling out of the state of Florida.
You know
One
why?
after
16
another.
so far, and another 18 on a watch list.
Yes.
Yeah.
The reason is because the commissioner of insurance in every state, sorry, because this is how insurance is one of the most regulated industries, dictates what premiums they can charge. So of course they're going to leave a state if they cannot charge enough to be profitable. So that's the problem. Remove the commissioner of insurance, allow the insurance companies to compete for business in Florida for the premiums that accurately reflect the risk of living in Florida.
Okay, so
but Florida can't recognize that risk without acknowledging climate change, which they refuse to do. So like that's one of the reasons they won't acknowledge it, because you have to have a model that says that acknowledges that rates are going to increase and that what are the reasons for those rate increases. And Florida absolutely will not acknowledge that.
On that note, it's a
So make
broader
'em
problem
pay.
with Republicans, because Republicans have this idea that oil is just this infinite resource, drill baby drill, right? And nobody wants to hear this inevitable fact that gasoline is going to get more expensive whether you like it or not. Oil is going to get more expensive whether you like it or not, and pollution is going to get more expensive whether you like it or not. We need to be proactive and realistic about how we handle this as a problem. And Republicans just have their heads in the sand with this idiot idea that we can just drill baby drill and we won't face any repercussions for it. And in fact, if gasoline's expensive, it's because Joe Biden's failed you. We have to grow up.
I like that meme that's asking with like showing what people think the president does and then what the president actually does, right? Where like what the president actually does is like read books, like look at policy papers and stuff like that. And then the other one is him like with levers with the economy and gas prices, and just like this is what he does. But so. Lactoid, and this kind of goes on to the next stage where I want to take this. You said that Florida needs to allow for the natural price of insurance, right?
Every terrain should, right? If you live in Kansas, I think you should pay the insurance premiums for if you get hit by a tornado, or a winter storm in the northern Midwest, or a hurricane in the South. I don't understand why basically you're punishing people who decided to build a house in the safest place by making them pay money to reimburse people who had their homes destroyed.
So this is going exactly in the direction I want to take it. So I can jump on board with that. Except for the fact that one, not everyone has chosen to be there, right? You're maybe born there, and then you don't have a lot of resources. You can't necessarily move so easily, right? So there's that. But raising that price basically would encourage people to not go to Florida in the first place. Fair enough. But there's still going to be people left behind, right? And then people who are just not going to be able to afford the price of insurance. I'm there, and I just can't adjust, right, to those market forces. And so I lack basic services. Insurance, being a basic service, and other things, right, I'll be priced out of. So you'll have an increasing population who is deprived, right, and cannot live life to its fullest, and a lot of them will want to move but not have the resources. So why not have planned relocation, in which you're giving people the option, right? And I would say this on a tax per dime, you're giving people the option to move, right, to clear out those areas. But we're not no jackbooted thugs are coming in, pointing guns and saying you have to move, right? But clearing people out, because they in the world that you have illustrated, there's some people who are going to be priced out and still can't do anything about it.
What about the people who could afford to move? Are you just referring to like deeply impoverished people who can't buy the U-Haul or the moving costs associated with going to a safer area?
Uh, as a socialist,
I mean, if you can't afford to move, fuck them.
Give them that super yacht.
You
Just
kind
like
of
I
eat the
said.
bullet there, don't you?
Yeah, I guess I'll say the P. Well, okay, here's my problem. Okay, no, here's my problem. Here's my problem. It's because with any governmental program, once you start putting barriers up, there are gonna be people who should be able to access those services who won't be able to, even if they qualify. Or they actually really need it. So like if you say that there is some sort of income test, right? Well, what if I'm just above the income level, but I still really can't afford to move for a whole list of reasons, right? If you're just looking at income, that might be just one indicator, but there could be other indicators that could say that this person is not prepared to do that. So I'm fine with absorbing the price of other people who can afford to move, if I can make sure that the people below that line can. Or can access those services, can access.
We're talking. Here's the problem. We're talking about Florida, right? Like, if you would want to base it off of net worth, I mean, the homes down there, comparably, I mean, you can look this up. Just the comparable home price from in Florida compared to almost like, besides maybe California or New York, like the other places in the country, is just so much more, right? If you sell, like, I guess if you're being evacuated, you can't really sell your house. So yeah, for discounting the home value,
Sell to Aquaman.
sell to Aquaman. I know the Ben Shapiro meme.
This is why I think
but if you
eminent
have like
domain's a really good idea.
but if you have like
I was just waiting for that
100,000,
to come up.
if you have like 100,000 in save or like 200,000 in savings prime, and you can afford to move, like I don't know, there's that aspect. But here's the other. I'm not. This is like not even my actual. I'm just trying to press on like your limitations here. I hear you when you're saying like there's this conception of, well, what if you can't move? And the truth is, when you look through American history, we're more sedentary now than we've ever been. People moved way more. Like if you go back 40 years, and even more if you go back 80 years. Like the more you go back, the more people moved for opportunity, left stuff behind, and moved. I'll be honest with you. Again, it's not my responsibility. It's not my responsibility. I mean, that was forced to the point of a gun, which I'm against here. It's not my responsibility to pay for somebody else's relocation into a different area for any reason.
To pay, right? Like no, but we're over and over again. We're not saying to put the prices on the average person. We're saying put the prices on the people who cause these externalities and have them charged for the harms they cause.
Hold on. Pause on that, because I'm saying that like the taxpayers might have to pick some of up, because like I don't know, I honestly don't know if we instituted some sort of even punitive carbon tax that wouldn't necessarily cover everything. So like there might be a portion of it that would fall on. And I'm fine with a punitive carbon tax, but that would be a portion of that will fall on the taxpayer. And I'm saying the taxpayer should be able to do that. But like Lactoid, I think your point is ridiculous. Yes, the farther back in time people did move, indeed, right? But look, this is not the same as the Oregon Trail. Right? Like we have like a different economy and different things that are attaching people to those places. So like, yeah, if you're in a settler mood, right? Settler economy, and there's no like real industrialization, and like you can like find a plot of land and start a farm there, and that's good enough, right? Like you can actually, that's a
even between cities, like even between cities, people moved for work a lot more than they do now. Again, why is it why? Hold on, let me ask you this: like, why should I have to pay the cost? Like, if let's say I decided to
because it'll be more expensive.
Because right, a lot of people are moving to Florida right now, right? A lot of people have been moving to Florida. So Florida's massive population boom is not just the people that were there; it's people who are moving there. My question for you is, why are we rewarding the people who took the gamble to move to paradise when a lot of people didn't? And they're living in places that they don't get to wake up to a tropical beach every day, but like they don't have to pay as high insurance premiums. They don't have to like deal with their house getting hit by a hurricane. And I mean, and hurricanes, I understand they're getting more frequent, but they also existed before, and FEMA was handling them before as well.
I would suggest the reason you want to pay is because it's more expensive if you don't down the road, right? Because inevitably you're going to have some sort of a climate change induced disaster that forces people to leave. I think a more apt comparison instead of the Oregon Trail here would be the Dust Bowl. You don't want a Dust Bowl type situation to happen, right? You want to have the resources in place to relocate people before a Dust Bowl type situation happens. Because if you have a Dust Bowl type situation happens, refugees are expensive. They're more expensive than what they would be if you just help them move in the first place, help them relocate in the first place.
And you can make the corrupt incentives
I'd have to
argument.
see like evidence on that.
Well, you can make the corrupt incentive argument, right, like to Lactoid, but like the incentive structure here isn't corrupt. It'd be like saying that, I mean, on your view, you think if somebody like robs your house, they should have to pay you back what they stole from you. The same should be true. The large corporation makes money off of destroying your house with a hurricane. There's no reason why, on your view, there should be any problem with that.
It's not like a large corporation destroying my house. It's everybody who bought gas from that corporation and then burned it in their car.
The people who bought gas from that corporation, hold on. The people who bought gas from that corporation.
You just said you were against punishing the consumer end, though. You said people shouldn't be punished for having a gas range. Yeah, so if you're saying that it's the consumer's fault rather than the supplier's fault, when the suppliers are in charge of the narrative that goes around the product that they're selling, it makes more sense to me to blame the suppliers to a greater degree than you do the consumers.
I'm not saying so. Ultimately, consumption is going to be what's responsible. The problem is like finding the percent liability that somebody is, especially people who maybe don't use so much carbon, finding the percent responsibility they are for these harms, for like the hurricanes or any of this stuff is almost immeasurable.
We don't have to do anything. We don't have to do anything like that. Literally like, just put a tax on the carbon. It'll sort itself out. Like it'll be distributed based on who buys the most carbon. Like, there's no reason not to support this. It's like this will match who is emitting the most carbon. The people who emit the most carbon will pay the most in carbon tax.
Would you do it like in a cap and trade kind of like
scenario? No, I don't support cap and trade. I support a carbon tax.
You don't support cap and why don't you?
No, I support a carbon tax.
Why don't you support cap and trade?
So I don't support cap and trade because I don't think that I think one thing is like there are a bunch of bureaucracies you need for cap and trade that you don't need for a carbon tax. Carbon taxes are relatively simple. You just see who's emitting how much, or how much any particular good emits on average even. And either of those would be sufficient to give you some kind of like carbon taxation. Cap and trade's far more complicated, far more likely to have skews and how that impacts the market. Carbon taxes are relatively simple and have been tried. They're tried and true. They've been tested. We've seen that they work. There's no reason not to support carbon taxes. Cap and trade it's more wishy-washy. It's a little bit more hard to parse out.
I don't know. I've seen evidence. You can find studies that demonstrate that carbon taxes are not all that harmful. There are studies that demonstrate that it is. According to the Brookings Institute, it is. Like there are issues.
Go ahead.
Oh yes, yeah. Thank you. Yeah. I think it's just like not only would I point to the Brookings Institute, but I'd also point out the idea of it seems like you're just thinking this won't have a negative impact, right? We're going to make this thing more expensive to produce. We're going to make it more expensive to buy and consume, the thing that people use to burn to get around. And it's not going to cause any issues down the road. It just doesn't intuitively it doesn't make any sense, right? Intuitively doesn't make any sense. And there's evidence that seems to demonstrate that it very well might not make empirical sense. And I mean, if you could demonstrate to me that this is not going to have any impact on people whatsoever, then I mean, where's the money coming from? Is it just like you're just generating it out of thin air? It's just like we're carving it off the top of what?
So the money is not generated from thin air, right? The money is taken from money that's put towards things like carbon emissions. You're causing a harm, and now instead of that harm being passed on to society as a whole, now it's passed on to the people who are causing the harm. You're
internalizing an externality.
Exactly. That's what I said in the intro, right? Like you're taking this thing that harms a lot of people and you're putting it right back on the person who causes the harm and the person who gets the gains from this product, right? The person who gets the gains from the product, which is both the people who are selling the product and the people who are buying it, they're the ones who have to pay this extra money that can be put towards society as a whole. It's not coming out of nowhere, right? It's coming out of the pockets of these mega corporations who would have otherwise made profits off of these things, who are now making less of a profit or have to charge more if they want to make any profit at all.
And what percent of these U.S. suppliers are responsible for climate change?
So so what was the question?
What percentage of climate change is what percentage of climate change is the responsibility of U.S. oil manufacturers that we would be
not even
placing
necessary
this
to parse
tax
that
on.
out. Look, it's not even close to necessary to parse that out, because the people who purchase carbon are the people who will have to, or the people who purchase things that emit carbon will have to pay proportionally to this. So it doesn't matter what the specifics are, who's the most responsible. We don't have to figure that out. It's a simple free market policy that even Milton Friedman supported, right? This is like incredibly simple. It sorts itself out. We don't have to figure that out.
Right.
We don't have to regulate that.
My understanding is Milton Friedman somewhat supported cap and trade, and if I was going to support a policy, that'd be the closest.
No, he didn't support cap and trade, right? He supported a carbon tax. He called it an eco tax.
I'll research more into what Milton Friedman specifically said. I always believed that it was a cap and trade policy. You might be right. Maybe he didn't actually support cap and trade. Maybe he specifically supported a carbon tax. This is difficult because my position on this is not like 100% in line with the oil and gas companies, and I'm sympathetic to the idea that climate change is a problem, and I'm sympathetic that I would like to see it fixed, right? I think the environment's a good thing to preserve, and America is doing that, and a lot of capitalism is heading that way through green technology and all that good stuff.
Your issue is just you don't want to pay for it.
No, my issue is that fundamentally, so tax is just stealing. That's all it is, and so whenever you're going to commit any kind of moral wrong, you have to independently justify that by showing precisely why you're doing it. And not only that, but like demonstrating okay, I've got to steal this to remedy this specific situation. And climate change, or like all the quote unquote tack on effects, I think one of the things we had before Prime, I mean, there's people in what state was it, Nebraska or something, that were suing because they couldn't play soccer anymore because it was too hot.
Oh yeah.
What kind of value are you putting on there? Does that make you a proper litigant? Which party is truly responsible for that?
But this is this is going to be theft, Lactoid. This is even
it is theft.
Hold on.
The
reason why it's not theft is because even under your view, these people are taking value from others. What they're doing is they're stealing, and now they're being charged for their theft. What they're doing is having a negative impact on a bunch of other people by putting shit in the atmosphere that they shouldn't be doing, and now they have to pay the money back in association with the kind of cost it's going to have on the average person, which according to Stanford ends up being $200. According to the EPA, it's $190 per ton of carbon. That's the SEC for these different from these different sources. And if you just put a tax on this, you're just putting a price on the impact they're having on other people. You're not stealing any money from them. Even under your view, there's no theft going on. You're just charging people money for the damages that they cause others.
And is that money going to be put in the form of a reimbursement to what people can prove they were harmed by in terms of climate change?
So we could either put it towards that, right? And that can be a solution that we have after we have the carbon tax that takes it back out. We can put it towards the specific people who you want to put it towards. I support putting it towards just a UBI. Just giving it equally in portions to everyone in society, because it's really, really hard to parse out who is being the most negatively affected by it. But as long as you're on board with the carbon tax, we can talk about where the money goes as a side issue. Like once we agree that carbon tax is something we should do, where we put the carbon tax afterwards is something that's like a conversation worth having.
Let's go. I gotta let some other people in, so let's go to Corey, then Michael. Or sorry, Eichel. There's also Michael.
Well, this is probably just going to continue along the same vein. Where it's only Lacto to hopefully understand your position better. There's like a little bit of a loose analogy, or at least not directly one to one, because obviously like tobacco is different than gasoline and petroleum products, etc., etc. But as a fellow Canadian, as you might know, like here in Quebec, we tax tobacco products heavily because we have a public healthcare system, and so as a result of that, there are a lot of negative health outcomes associated with tobacco products. So there's a pretty fairly steep tobacco tax, or rather, we tax tobacco products fairly heavily. I say we should do more, but as of now, it's somewhat reasonable. So, like, are you more in line with that? Are you basically just more concerned with, like, given the fact that obviously petroleum products are different than tobacco, like there might be some unintended consequences, where you probably presumably more on board, let's say, tobacco tax in that framework?
No, tobacco is like so much easier than this to say to be against any taxation, because you simply say, no, we're not going to pay for your health care if you decide to take an action that harms yourself. The reason why this is more difficult for me is it's not about harming yourself, it's about harming others, which generally under civil liability, there would be some kind of like compensation that you have to give them. So, I almost wonder if what I'm trying to think over is instead of calling it a tax, if you just called it like a liability payment, Like it sounds more appealing, to be frank with you, but like I still I don't know. I don't know. Like yeah, I understand the logic behind it, and I also understand now, I suppose, under that framework. Did Friedman call it a tax, or did he call it more along the
He
lines
called
of
it an
liability?
eco-tax.
An
Is the phrase he
eco-tax,
used.
okay.
Yeah.
Let's go to unless Corey, do you have more to it? Then we'll go to Michael.
Well, I just want to like you can maybe understand, given a publicly funded healthcare system, why a tobacco tax at least makes some sense, or like on that principle.
Sure. Look, once you get universal healthcare, I mean, you can play complete dictator over people's
Yeah,
health.
no,
right?
I understand.
Like,
You're
if I had to pay for people's healthcare, I'm not letting them leave the house.
Yeah, I know you're
Right?
probably
They
for
go-
other people's healthcare. Yes.
Yeah. They don't get to eat raw. They don't get to eat
I
raw.
understand. Like
no
I'm just
more raw fish. They
Yes,
get like
yes,
their
yeah.
daily stipend of
yes.
Nutriloaf.
I,
Like
That
Soylent
trampoline
Green.
is gone.
I,
No
I,
pool,
no trampoline,
nothing.
no
I will
pools,
recognize. I will recognize.
cars,
I am.
No
I am
walking
laying,
dogs. You're out of here.
Yes, I recognize. I'm laying down a faulty foundation for you because I know you would not. I'm just saying, like, given under that assumption that the Canada does exist as you recognize. So, given that framework, let's say you can understand a tobacco tax in that framework, right?
I understand the logic behind it. Like I said, I think the whole system is like fucked from the beginning. So I guess specifically with the environmental thing, like given that the U.S. is on the right trajectory, and if we do all the things that I suggested first, like get rid of the liability protections, cut all subsidies, just stop all that bullshit, and we see like an even greater decline. I mean, I don't know at what point's enough. Like at what point? I mean, there's going to be instability caused by a rapid transition.
I just want to clarify because like you keep and I understand why you're saying it. Like the U.S. is, let's say, projected to meet its whatever climate obligations, or rather its treaty obligations. I just want to point out like
a lot more than China is.
Yeah, sure. But as far as I know, in terms of like treaty, like more or less like it's to mitigate the damage. As in, we're committed to like some warming's going to happen. It's just 1.5 as opposed to like the extreme disaster. As in, there's going to be disastrous effects, but we're just trying to. It's not going to be, the whole world on fire, maybe just half of the world. So, like, yes, I would agree with you that the U.S. is projected maybe to meet
the good half or the bad half?
I'm not going to answer that question.
Well,
Let's go to we'll go to Aiko, and then after that, I do want to like present another question to you all. But I was just thinking, if our friend Lacto was in charge of Socialist Canada, like he would redesign the showers so it's like physically impossible to fall. They're like shower cubicles, right? And so there's no no slip and fall accidents happen there. And you're just like these water just drips down on you.
You'd all be in bubble wraps.
Like you say shower cubicle like it's a bad.
Yeah, shower cubicle. Let's go to our friend Aiko.
I just want to answer like Lactoid's question about in terms of when do you know whether it's enough. And I think a very simple measure would be if we get to the point where the Keeling curve is falling rather than rising, which is the parts per million in the atmosphere. And that doesn't require net zero. That just requires that we emit less than the planet sequesters on a yearly basis. So if we get to the point where the planet is like sucking in more CO2 than what we're emitting, I think that would be like a very good indication that we're going in the right direction. But really what I want to address is Lactoid's point that the United States was already like going in the right direction as far as total emissions goes.
It is.
And yeah, that's true, but there's a reason for that. So there was a very, very specific point in time when that started happening, and it was 2009. And you can imagine what it was that happened in 2009. So we had a new
Steelers
president.
won the Super Bowl.
Yep, and also like we introduced several things, two things that are very important. One is the Clean Power Plan, which is when we started transitioning from coal to natural gas, because natural gas, like doesn't emit as many of the toxins that coal does, and so it's good for everybody's health. But also, it emits about like half the carbon as coal. And the Clean Power Plan is responsible for that massive transition from coal to natural gas that we saw in those years. And the second thing we saw was the ITC and PTCs, like so those are both tax credits, production tax credit, and the I forgot what the I is in ITC, but like infrastructure tax credit or something like that. And what that did is it put a 30% tax credit on wind and solar. And then the third thing that we're seeing now, which just to continue that trend, is in the infrastructure bill, we saw the ITC PTC extended for a whole decade, and now we've seen it through the Inflation Reduction Act applied to things like smart grids and EVs. And well, EVs has its own subsidy, but that's also new. My point is all of this progress that we've made that that Lactoid is praising has all come from sort of artificial mitigations that were put in by the government. This wasn't like some sort of sort of free market, like solving its own problems thing. So if what you're saying is we need to do more of those interventions, like what has gotten us all of the gains that we've gotten so far, like I agree with that. We should continue like adding more interventions that will get us to a point where the Keeling curve can drop instead of rise.
You can respond to that if you want, Lactoid. If not, I'll ask a question.
I guess the one thing I'll say, I mean, I'm looking at some graphs are putting it starting to drop in 2000 as opposed to 2000. I mean, as opposed to 2009. You know, we can parse that. I know,
Yeah,
and
just send me
and
a
there,
link to that.
yeah. Well, I mean, just U.S. carbon emissions right off the World Bank information website.
World Bank. Okay.
Yeah. Now, there are free market elements that have absolutely lowered emissions, and one of them is emails, right? So the carbon cost of printing out on a piece of paper and then mailing, especially for bureaucracy or some kind of major company who's mailing out thousands of letters per day for all sorts of reasons, or internal memos or internal communications, we're talking about a tremendous amount of paper usage. And when you can send communications via email, that cuts down on the need for paper, right? That's simply one example
Okay.
of
Okay.
a good technology that has reduced the need for carbon in this specific industry.
But
So
that was an inadvertent side effect towards email, right?
likely, I don't think they were specifically trying to cut down on like the environmental impact, but they were trying to cut
Okay.
down on the cost of like producing paper and printing paper, and also the convenience of being able to send it immediately. There's all sorts of reasons for that.
That's why Dunder Mifflin is suffering.
So that's why Dunder Mifflin is suffering, absolutely. So I'm not going to deny that there's obviously some government intervention as well that's caused the drop. And like I said, this is environmentalism has always been the most difficult issue for me, because there is an argument of it impacting others as opposed to it impacting yourself. And I've always been in favor of removing liability caps for resource gathering companies or distribution companies, which I think could do a lot and could do more, right? If you had BP paying the full cost for their cleanup instead of getting some of the money from the government. If you had, the risks of pipeline explosions, that's paid entirely by the company instead of like the local government. I think that creates an incentive for companies to make their products safer, because they realize in order to do it, they're gonna, like, if something bad happens, they're not gonna get bailed out. And to me, that's a lot more satisfying of an answer than like directly like just taxing carbon. It's flat out. Even though I understand the arguments for it, and I'm not even saying they're bad arguments, they're good arguments. I'm not sure how comfortable I am on going to that stage yet.
I wanted to ask, so the panel, of like going back, trying to get us back to plan relocation. Like, what if the government took a more heavy hand? And as I was saying at the very beginning, there's like the Jersey Shore that was devastated by that hurricane a few years ago. What if the government said, like, okay, we can plan out, we can see that this is going to happen again, and we will not allow people to buy homes here, right? Like, okay, we're not tossing people out, but you can't buy homes here. So once a home goes on market, they offer a some sort of minimum to it to people selling, and then like the government owns that property, right? And that way there is no, like, the population is decreasing as people are moving out. The government takes properties, and then like it just becomes federal land, and it's like to avoid um, intervention in the future and all the prices that come with it. Like, this will just eventually become government land, and that'll be that, right? And we can do that for other places as well, right? We could do that for places like Phoenix, where it's just going to be too hot. So, and I'll start with that, but there are other interventions I have in mind as well. So, what do you think? B, let's start with you. What do you think of something like that?
Think of some forced relocation. So do you mean, so I'm going to talk about the US territories like Guam. So do you mean forcing the people of Guam to move to here, or opening up our borders to anyone escaping a climate crisis?
Neither of those, as what I said.
Yeah, I think he
Okay.
said basically like a plot of land is like basically condemned or like owned by the government, and it's like you can't, at least from my understanding, you pretty much can't build here.
Oh, yeah. No, I think the best way to do that is we either make all of that, like, if we go around the US, make that land national wild parks so we can monitor it. We can start trying to put up some effects, get people off of it unless they pay for a park tag, and do some eminent domain. Absolutely. Then you will get at least the value of the land back. Maybe not the value of the house, but yeah, move inland.
Can I just ask point blank for your position, Prime? Like, do you just think people shouldn't, like, should there just be no beachfront property?
I think it depends. I think like California seems to be fine with beachfront, but for places that are we know are going to be destroyed, yeah,
That's,
maybe.
I mean, that could be like the entire East Coast, right? Like,
Yeah,
hurricane can
like
strike
that.
any
Yeah.
of these areas.
I was gonna say, yeah, like maybe.
I mean, with places like New Orleans, we need to get as much, like, I don't want to say culture, but that we need to stop. Like, that place will never be rebuilt after Katrina. It'll never be the same. And I don't know if its historical value outweighs like the loss of human life that will come when another massive hurricane hits.
Yeah, I'm wondering if this is your answer, Prime. Like, we just evacuate the Ninth Ward and say, hey, I know Katrina took a number on y'all. Sorry, eat a dick. Like, too hurricane prone, go away. Like, is this how we handle this?
It might be the case that like on the opposite. I don't want to. It's gonna sound terrible. It's gonna sound really bad. On the opportunity of a disaster, that that FEMA intervention that Lactoid hates so much, right? Like, part of it's like, well, this is gonna happen again. We know it's gonna happen, and so we'll give you money to go somewhere else, right? Like, we're gonna give you money, we'll give you support, so that you can move somewhere else, but like we won't pay for you to rebuild here. Like, imagine another Hurricane Katrina hitting New Orleans, right? Let's just say it happened again. Should the government or anyone else, right? The insurance companies aren't going to pay for this, but we know that they didn't do it last time, right? Should the government like help rebuild there again? Should it?
Well, yeah, I think it's probably its obligation to help its people, but you can't just evacuate hurricane-prone areas. People live there because they have jobs related to fishing, shipping. Like, there's whole industries in this area. You can't just like say, "Well, get fucked in this area," and nobody can live there. It's just not realistic.
I mean, it's
What? Okay.
it's really strange to say that like these areas shouldn't be lived in because of the fact that like the hurricanes come about, right? Like, the hurricanes come about and they do a lot of damage, but the amount of damage that the hurricanes do is not outweighing the entire GDP of these states. So obviously, the like people living here and people being able to reuse what does still exist after these like really large scale natural disasters. It doesn't make any sense to like create some kind of like incentive to move away from that. There's already a disincentive of staying there, which is like the risk of hurricanes. The reason people stay there is because of the fact there are reasons to stay there. There are reasons that compel them to stay there as opposed to moving somewhere else. There is still a lot of financial opportunity in these places, even after a natural disaster. It makes a lot of sense to rebuild as opposed to abandoning places like Louisiana.
What about places that are wildfire prone? Would you say the same thing there?
Yeah, I'd say the same thing there. As long as it's the case that like there's a net positive associated with like rebuilding these places, and we gain more from these places than we lose from them, then yeah, it makes sense for people to still live there. There's
Like-
reasons to live in these areas.
The entire state of Texas is like wildfire prone. Like I don't know. Like what's
Well,
what's
I'm
not
okay
like-
with
it's not like
I'm okay with
California.
condemning
okay.
Texas.
Yeah, I'm okay with condemning that. That's fine.
If the,
no,
if
but,
the
uh,
property owners are willing to like hurricane-proof their homes or make their homes more
Fireproof
resilient,
their
different
homes.
fireproof.
I don't think that's a
fireproof
thing you
or-
can really
or
prove.
winterize. I mean, it's possible, right? I
Big
mean,
metal box.
They're spending,
You could
yeah,
try
I mean,
your
they're,
best,
they're
but-
spending a lot of money to like, I mean, this entire country, the Netherlands, which basically built their country up out of the water, right? They built seawalls and dikes and pumps to move water away from areas in order to create arable land that people live on now. Florida can't.
And California has made itself earthquake proof, right? They've built all these buildings that have like sort of unique code restrictions that allow it to like the buildings like to persist through a variety of
Earthquake
like major
resistant, we should probably say. But yeah.
sure.
Yeah, but no. I was being a bit more hyperbolic when LSP asked me that question. Because there are areas, depending on what the area is and how valuable that area is, like there are different options, right? Like we aren't thinking of abandoning Manhattan. We're thinking of like putting seawalls up. Or thinking of like different ways to keep the sea back when it comes to New York, and that might be worth it. But different areas not so much. So the reason why I asked Synth about the wildfires is because what we see is that it's a lot of small towns are just being wiped out, right? Like small towns that don't provide us much in terms of GDP, don't provide us like in terms of like cultural value. I'm sure it's valuable to the people who live there, fair enough, but like overall, right?
Do you really want the government picking which cultures are valuable and not valuable like this?
But I'm
because
saying,
Indian reservations are fucking next.
already.
I mean, yeah, they do it all the time. But like, but no, so okay, fine. We can get rid of. Don't talk about the cultural. We can talk about the economic impact, right? Like, what are we getting back from these places? In that case, it seems like, well, maybe it might be fair for these towns to literally not be rebuilt. It's like, say, like, all right, this is reclaimed by the wilderness.
Well, so just to, I guess, clarify, like, I'm potentially open to that idea, but when you say like close, like, could hypothetically, if like a person wants to live there, can they just like set up like literal camp there? Like, hey, I'm just gonna live in a tent from now on. Here.
I mean, yeah,
live where they want.
What if somebody insists? What if they're like, I want to live in Florida, I might get hit by a hurricane?
No. What I said previously was that they wouldn't get any money, right? It's like they wouldn't get any support. So yeah, you can go there, be there. That's fine, right? Even when I was talking about the Jersey Shore, like it becoming federal land, yeah, sure, you can't buy a property there, but you can go there. You know, and stay there.
No, what I'm saying is like, why if you have somebody who wants to live there, like, but like build a property there, like build a house, like you're just opposed to them being able to come in and like set up a plot and build a
yeah,
house
in the same way I would be opposed to you living in a national park.
No, but the argument is being put forward is for my own well-being.
I think the government has a duty to be stewards of not just land, but its citizens at times. People are be dumb.
I mean, that there is another solution. You can create new national parks, and Obama did a lot of that, especially in his last year in office. That was like one of his big things that he, did was like create a new sort of national parkland, like to protect like more areas. Maybe we need maybe the Everglades, needs
Just
to
turn
be.
all of Florida into a national
Yeah,
park.
now you're like now we're so totally losing like everything here. Now,
New
this
Jersey's
is-
become the
this
national
is
No,
park.
I
No
so-
one
really think that
visits.
this is an
so
excellent
ridiculous.
idea.
This
I
is
think
so
that this is
ridiculous.
an excellent idea.
Because we know, especially right now, that one of the reasons why Florida is having the problems that it's having, it's not just because the storms are more intense and frequent, although they are, but it's also because they have less and less wetlands, because a lot of the wetlands in the past have been sort of cleared away and developed over and things like that, and barrier islands that pretty much like are sinking under the sea, where that used to like provide some sort of like cushion. The same thing in New Orleans is they didn't have the sort of barrier areas that they had in times past, and so now there's really nothing from this isn't Katrina particularly, because Katrina was more about it just raining and raining and raining, but other hurricanes in the past that have hit New Orleans would have been less severe when they hit had the wetlands and the barrier islands and things like that like continued to exist, that are just
I
gone
think
now because
Hurricane
of what we
Katrina's
developed.
issue was that the levees were like dilapidated as shit, and they knew
Well,
it.
the
and
levees,
fixed it.
but the levees were pushed to their breaking point because of like the severity of it was just like Harvey, where it just like sat there and just continued to rain, and the storms just didn't move. And so like that's not something the wetlands would have solved. But other problems with big hurricanes hitting New Orleans would have been mitigated by those sorts of things. And so if we're preserving more land that we know is going to have a beneficial effect in terms of like absorbing water and like reducing like wind strength and things like that, then I think we should consider setting aside some land for that purpose.
How much? Like Florida already has the Everglades, which is one of the largest parks in the country, right? Like it's a massive piece of protected land.
Yeah, I mean, I would let like the park services or the federal engineers like decide that, but certainly the kind of overdeveloped. Let's take Harvey for example, because I live in Texas.
Sure.
One of the reasons why Harvey happened is because it was a uniquely bad storm, but also because so much of Houston is concrete, that there weren't enough like spots that could absorb water, and so that also facilitates like it makes the flooding point like happen earlier in the process than it otherwise
You
would.
get less flooding whenever you have drought resistant plants and native plants. So I would start offering tax subsidies to every company or local government that plants as many drought resistant and native plants, because their roots go impossibly deep. That's actually why the Dust Bowl happened. We'll fix that BITCH real quick.
I mean, pretty much all of Texas plants are drought resistant. They kind of have to be. Ika, where in Texas do you live?
I'm in the North Texas, in the Dallas area.
Harvey kind of killed like Rockport. Like, there's no Rockport anymore. It's really sad.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Harvey was. I had a lot of friends who were in Houston at that time, and other friends who actually went down to Houston to help out. And I was kind of obsessed with watching like all the live videos coming out from that. It was incredible.
It seems strange to this policy seems really strange. It seems like probably a bad idea for people who already are having trouble moving away from their houses, to have the government step in and snatch their houses away from them. It doesn't seem like that's the kind of thing that would make people's lives any better. And it seems like if you want to reimburse these people, so it's just such a huge sum of money you need to reimburse these people for the actual value of the homes that they're in, or for giving them.
No, we don't. Not if it's eminent domain. We only have to reimburse them for the value of the land.
That's not what I mean. I'm not talking about
No,
what you
the
have
market
to do.
price. The market price of the house.
Look, I'm not even talking about what you have to do, legally. I'm talking what you have to do morally, right? Like if you want to take these houses from people, you have to give them someplace they can go, and that's expensive. Okay, and taking people's houses away seems pretty drastic and pretty unfair.
No, this isn't taking people's houses away. Your house is gone, right? It's burnt down. It's a pile of ash over there. That's what that is, right? And then saying that we aren't going to help you rebuild that. We
the
will
eminent domain
help
thing
you.
that B talked about does seem like the kind of thing where like it's eminent domain. You're taking away people's property. They have like
Okay, well then, sorry. If that's what you're addressing, then never mind.
And you got to you got to pay the fair market price for the property, which includes the house. So we're talking like $500,000 houses in Florida. This massive amount of money.
Just wait like 3 centuries. That market price is going to go down.
Less than that.
Well, the issue is,
Yeah, you can do it
the issue is
slowly over
it's
time
not.
for that
The
reason.
issue is that paying people
Then
just
they
the market
can
price isn't the
move.
value they care about. It's not how much they're willing to sell you their house for. You're paying the market price. These people don't want to give you their house, otherwise you wouldn't have to use them in a domain. You could just pay for it, you could just buy it. But they have attachments to their home that aren't just captured the market price. They have things like sentimental value. They have reasons they want to stay in these areas. They have like connections to other people around them. They have connections to places like their job. It's really, really difficult to move. And the market value of your house is not going to be enough to supplement that travel. It's not going to be enough to supplement kicking you out.
Also, the weather in
What
Florida
if
is
they
awesome.
also judge the market value based upon
You
what
got
it
a
would
camera?
be if it was flooded?
Your camera?
No, I'm so sorry. My dog is sick and I'm trying to like help her right now. Sorry about that. Yeah, it's nasty. But I can try give you 1 second and get cleaned up, but yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, if you drop the price down to the value of the house, if it was flooded, that's even worse. These people now have even less money that they can use to move. The issue is that they don't have enough money to move. You can't kick them out of their houses. The reason they're there is because of the fact that it's, from their perspective, that's the option they have. They don't have the option to just move somewhere else. If you want to give them that option, approaches to this aren't going to be things like eminent domain. They're going to be wildly different.
Yeah, you need more
I think the
carrot and
only
less
option
stick,
would
I
be
think.
we can either pay
Yeah.
now or we will commit eminent domain by, let's say, like 2028 or something with that land. So you have the option to either move, sell that land to the government for that price, or eminent domain is not going to be any more enjoyable. But again, people are dumb, and sometimes the government needs to be a good steward and protect people from themselves.
I don't think a government being a good steward means you spend I don't know how much money to take people's property, beachside property from them in like 4 years. It's going to be a
Do you think the
calamity.
government's running out of cash?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, we're like $25 trillion in debt. Yeah, like this is going to
I think that's
explode the debt.
naive. I think they can afford almost anything.
Okay.
Okay. I don't know.
So
I don't know how to
eminent domain
contend
would
with
at
this.
least eminent domain would at least reimburse the property owners. You know what wouldn't? Creating and making all that land a national park. So that way you are now trespassing on that land.
But I want to clarify. You said almost
Just
anything.
take all
Because
their,
what-
just take
just
all
like
their
a-
houses.
what's out of
Jesus.
reach for you?
Yeah,
I'm
like
sorry.
Just declare their homes national parks.
Yeah.
But you have to keep in mind these
Okay.
are human beings in these houses, or these are
Well,
disproportionately poor people too. They
You also
left out
can't do
people in the
that. You can't seize private land without eminent domaining it, and you got to pay the fair market price for the houses. It's we're talking of like a fuck ton of money.
Fair
They would be
market
wide
price.
open.
No, I've
This
been
is
looking at
why-
stuff. Fair market price is really difficult to determine. They don't know how exactly that's done. A just compensation is based upon that, but that fair market value doesn't necessarily have to include the price of the house.
It does have to
This
include
is
the house, the
why-
price of the house.
just worth mentioning. This is going to be like wildly unpopular, but what if somebody doesn't move, Bay?
After I've declared eminent domain,
Yeah.
What if
yeah,
they
they're
stay
going to
there?
get lifted up and removed.
So you're going to send the police over there, arrest their happy
No,
ass?
that's what my Army and National Guard is for.
And I'm
Okay.
I'm the bad guy for
And
telling
if
them to move.
this results in like people fighting the National Guard because you're trying to take away their property.
Because I'm trying to save them
Florida?
from a hurricane. I mean, if you want to try and fight them, that would be silly, but okay.
Well, this is why
Okay.
a prime solution to this seems to be more sensible, which is you just don't let new people come in and set up stakes.
Hey, I
And then you
resemble
let natural attrition sort of pull people out of that area over time. Maybe that's like over 50 years, over 80 years, something like that. But that's going to be the kind of time that it takes. Or maybe storms will do the job for you at some point. And so at least you can prevent the situation from getting worse by stopping these sensitive areas from being developed further.
It's
But
not
you
natural.
could do
if
that
you're
without
stopping
kicking
them.
people out of their homes.
It's not natural if you're stopping them from moving in. Again, like if somebody's willing to accept the risk of it's going to storm, but I get to enjoy Florida weather. I think about it every other fucking day in the state that I live in. Like when, there's 8 feet of snow outside. Yeah, I kind of wish I might put up with a little bit of storm, right? I might put up with the risk of a hurricane every 2 years, right? I mean, I might have to pay more in insurance premiums, but again, that's if people want to pay
Well,
the
this is
cost to
where-
do that.
This is where the free rider problem comes in, because people are always willing to accept the risk, right? Until it happens, and then all of a sudden they want help. And
That's what
that
insurance
whole
is
idea
for.
of accepting but you can't be insured in Florida. And I mean, pretty soon you won't be able to be insured.
If
in
you
Florida.
remove the
Like-
caps on premiums, you will be able to. They will.
Oh, I agree
They'll
with
have to
that.
pay
I
the
agree with
cost.
that.
Yeah.
But I agree with that. But yeah. And so now you're letting the sort of the rising cost of being able to live in that area do the
Yes.
job for you.
Yes.
Which is yet another reason why right. Which is, I agree with that. I think we should absolutely leverage market forces in that area. But what that, of course, Florida is like, again, like what I said before, Florida's not willing to let that happen because in order to like do that analysis, they would have to admit that climate change is having this effect on the state.
It seems like the only difference between me and you than Lactoid, right? Because I think Aiko did a really good job of pointing this out, right? The difference between me and you, we're both for allowing attrition to do the job, but you simply want like wealthy people to be able to theoretically move there because they'll have the resources to absorb those costs, right? Like,
yes, Prime. I want wealthy people to move there, and you want no one to move there. Okay.
yeah, but I mean, no, but
Yeah,
that's
that's the idea of a national park.
Right, and if wealthy
I mean,
people
that's
are
effectively
willing
like
to pay the
kill
cost,
rich, right?
yeah, if wealthy people are willing to
Like
pay
Teddy
the
Roosevelt
cost,
didn't say, you know, nobody can live there except for the rich. Like, you know, you
Again,
can live
I'm
in
just gonna
Yellowstone
suggest,
if you're
like,
a millionaire.
more carrot, less stick. You probably just need to work on investing in less hurricane-prone areas, and people will probably naturally gravitate there. They're going to go where the economy's good, and I think if you try to use force to force them out, it's just going to. I mean, it seems transparent. It's going to be bad.
yeah, there's obviously reasons why, despite the weather, people are moving to Florida in record numbers. There's reasons, right? There's benefits that come with moving to Florida, and I'm okay with people making that individual decision if they want to, especially with all the people that are moving into Florida. This idea that we have to stop them because we know better for them. I think first of all, it takes away their autonomy, right? It's sort of like it's very paternalistic, and to be honest with you, like the market forces will react in line with whatever the environmental effects actually are. Meanwhile, you are doing way more predicting, right? If you're off, if you move out a whole neighborhood and it turns out that neighborhood doesn't go underwater, well, now you just destroyed a whole community.
But if it's a Florida community, is that so bad?
yeah, I mean,
Florida's fine, okay? Florida seems like
Florida
a great
is not
fine.
fine.
It is not
Florida
fine.
It is fine. It's fine. It's a
Notoriously
fantastic
not
state.
fine.
It's
No.
it's
in
perfect.
in Miami,
Besides the
the streets
hurricanes.
flood and it hasn't rained, right? Like because it's the,
I was just talking about the people of Florida.
Okay, fair
Yeah.
enough.
Oh, okay. I get it.
But
Yes.
that too, yeah.
There's flooding. There's bugs. There's roaches. There's all sorts of shit in Florida that's gonna suck. Right. There's alligators.
Florida man.
No.
That comes with living in Florida.
No. Yes, no. Look. I hear you. A person who moves to Florida, they make bad decisions in the first place, right? So like, there's only so much we can do for them. But I'm saying what I was trying to say about that Miami thing is that it's actually quite straightforward to figure out like where these areas are. We have geological surveys. We have an understanding of the topography of their like of the waterways, right? And we know, like we in Florida, and I think this is outside of Miami, right? There's a neighborhood built with actually Haitian immigrants, and it's like outside of Miami. And these people, black people, were forced there because of racism and housing discrimination. They were forced into this area, and the land was deemed like unvaluable, like or like not very valuable, until it turned out, oh yeah, Miami is sinking. Because it's built on a porous rock, and that neighborhood, that Haitian neighborhood, hey, that's built on non-porous rock, right? In a certain area where it just simply won't flood. So now you have all these people moving there, right? And the housing prices are going up, like gentrification happening on full bore into this neighborhood. Because these are predictable, right? So like one, it's an example of your market forces, fair enough, right? And I'm saying that I'd allow those market forces as well. I'm not stopping those things from happening, but like first of all, in areas that have disasters, we just say we're not going to assist you in rebuilding, right?
But wouldn't they move? Wouldn't they move to like the non-porous area then in higher numbers if you're not going to let them live in the porous area?
Sorry, say that again.
You just said was like there's a problem of like gentrification because people are moving from like the porous area to the non-porous area. But if I get you correctly, you're advocating for not letting people move into the porous area.
Porous.
So
Porous.
porous, like in terms of like
Porous.
sediment. Yeah.
Yes.
So if
Yes.
so, if you're advocating for not letting people move into those areas, aren't they going to move into the non-porous, more rocky area just by default? Because where else are they going to move?
Well, I'm saying that these forces that I'm talking about, like, are already happening. That you've been talking about, already happening. That people are moving one way or other, and like I understand that one way or other there's going to be displacement, right? Like from people who are living in a bad area or to people who are living in a good area, and now there's an influx of individuals. So like I understand all of that. What I'm saying is that I'm trying to break this down into two pieces and to see if you agree with either one of them. In terms of a disaster area, right, a recent disaster area, would you agree that maybe the government, and one that we can predict that will happen again in the future, that the government should not assist them in like rebuilding?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. I've been ranting about FEMA for this whole fucking time.
Of
Yeah,
course,
the whole thing should be privately funded. If you're going to move into an area where there's like, it storms or we get snow. Yeah, we're not going like Corey was like joking about buying everyone air conditioners, but like the comparison logic to this kind of is like, oh, you live in a cold area, I guess we're paying for your furnace fees. No, like you can expect it. It's cold in the northern Midwest, so you pay for your furnace. You can expect there's a hurricane, so you pay for your insurance. That makes the most sense, right? I don't see why there needs to be any kind of government intervention here at all. It just seems like the problem is going to be self-correcting. There's no reason to tell people, no, you like people who have the money who want to move into this quote unquote risky area, right? If they don't believe you, if they're like, look, I want to live here because I love beachfront and I'm willing to risk on, I'm willing to risk out on a storm. I got like $100,000 per premium per month insurance policy. That's on them. Like, I'm not going to tell them what they can do.
Sorry, it's not going to be it's not going to be self-correcting, right? Like we see this in areas, and this is not a natural disaster, but Michigan, the town with the poison water, I always forget the name. Flint, Michigan. Yes, Flint, Michigan. That there is a disaster that happened, again, man-made, but a disaster happens and then people can't move out. They're stuck there. They really like to leave, but they just don't have the ability to do so. So like this is not a self-correcting thing. There are going to be individuals who are stranded, right? And I would want to help those individuals. I'd want to give them money to relocate. Flint, I'm not.
That's different though than your plan about just not letting people move in, right? If you have somebody who's rich,
that's why I said hold on. That's why I said I was going to break this down into two pieces.
Okay,
I was asking, yeah. So you understand that people do get stranded and might need assistance.
I understand that people can that unfortunate events can befall people, right? So if you live in an area,
just hit the area.
Disasters take on all sorts of different forms. Like, you bring up lead in the water. You could also bring up, let's say you have a disaster such as the auto industry moves out of Detroit. Are you going to pay to relocate everybody that lives there because there's an economic downturn?
No,
it's basically a disaster, isn't it?
No. Okay, so I only
more devastating.
I only brought Flint as an example of like this happening, a disaster happening, and then people not being able to leave immediately, because that's just the one that came to mind. But like this policy is just aimed at the climate crisis. That's it.
No, I know. The example I brought up of like the economic downturn is like in the case of Detroit or other like any other economic area that experienced an economic downturn. I think some of you might disagree. I think most people would think it'd be ridiculous of like, oh, like this plant's closing, so now we're going to pay to move you to a place that has a new plant, as opposed to, whenever you live in an area, whenever economic activities dry up, whenever there's some kind of disaster, whenever anything bad happens, like you have, like, this is part of like having savings. This is part of like planning for this. At some point, like, you are responsible for taking care of yourself. I don't want other people to step in. And if you can pay for the insurance policy, then you can move in.
Right, like the issue is, and the reason this is analogous is because in the case of economic downturn, they're not tied to the location. They're not happening because of where you are. They're happening because of other aspects. If they were happening just because of where you were, then people would be okay with saying something like, Here is some money that you can use to move somewhere else. In the case of things like natural disaster, they are tied to location. In the case
Wait,
of
wait,
economic downturns,
Detroit?
we're okay with using other means. We're okay with using other means. We're okay with using other means to make sure that we mitigate these economic downturns. It just turns out those means are cheaper than paying everyone to move out.
Hold on. Detroit was a very localized like economic disaster.
Yeah, it's a localized economic disaster. It's not a localized natural disaster. The reason why it's an economic disaster is not because of the location they're at. The reason why it's an economic disaster is because of other factors, which can be targeted directly. In the case of natural disasters, that is just because of your location. You are in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah, I don't really see the distinction, because if you're in Detroit at the collapse of the auto industry because they're moving to Mexico because they can pay workers less, like, you are in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Do you think that the reason why Detroit had an economic disaster is because of Detroit dirt, or because of Detroit air, or because of Detroit coastline? What do you think the reason is?
I don't think that matters when we're talking about the people that are experiencing the disaster. That's what
It
we're
does.
talking about.
It matters if the cause of the disaster is caused by the
Why?
location, if that's the proximate cause, or if it's something else, because then it matters how we address the problem. So if we can move the problem away, that's very easy. That's much easier to do than moving all the people away. If the problem is not caused by the dirt of Detroit, like because of the fact that they've got like bad soil they're on or something, then there's no reason to move people away from that. We can fix the problem through other means. If it's the case that because of the area you're in, you are more prone to be negatively impacted by things like natural disaster, then it makes sense to move people away from those locations.
I can see how there could be a difference, but I don't think the distinction is going to be between like an economic downturn or like a natural disaster. I can imagine like natural disasters that are so, I guess, inconsequential um, compared to like an economic downturn, that the economic downturn is actually more devastating and more difficult to solve for. So one
But
example
we're
could
not going
be
to have ecological disasters that
one
are going to
example.
be minor anymore, unfortunately.
No, we can, right? One example that was brought up before by ICO is the fact that in California, they are building earthquake-resistant homes, and they decided that was more cost-effective than just picking up all the industry and moving somewhere else, right? When if the industry all picked up and moved somewhere else, that would be far more devastating to San Francisco than the earthquake problem they have.
I totally agree, but even in the case of this example, we can still point out the fact that the reason why California has this issue is because of the location. The reason why California has this issue is not because of...
Yes.
I'm not trying to be smug, right? But the point is because of the fact that California is where it is, not because California is
I
what it is.
I understand your distinction, but in my mind, I don't see why the distinction is relevant to the topic that we're discussing. Like, if you get hit by a red car, if you get hit by a blue car, I get it. A red car is not a blue car. But the point is, well, no, when the car hits you, what happens? So if you're a worker or a person living in like a Detroit, and during your entire life, like the economy is blighted because the auto industry moves out, this could be far more devastating to you and affect your life far more than earthquakes in San Francisco.
An economic disaster has warnings. There are predictors. There's a way with which to predict and look up to that pattern. Whatever the fuck, whatever. If you really don't think so, okay, all right, mate, whatever.
Look,
that may be incorrect. I don't know.
Look, Lactoid, the issue and the reason why the difference is relevant here is because the solution we're talking about is moving people away, right? And if the solution is caused by location, then it makes sense to move people away. If it's not, then it makes a lot less sense. Now, I agree there are cases where we can imagine, because of some reason, right, the economic disaster is so insanely bad and so for some reason or another, just in the realm of hypotheticals, tied to the location somehow. In those cases, it would make total sense to move people away, right? The difference, though, is in the real world, it tends to be the case that natural disasters correlate with location, whereas economic disasters will happen in a location, but they're not intrinsic to any aspect of that locale, that area, right? So we can do different things to solve the issue than just move people away. We don't have to give up on the territory because of the fact that there are frequent disasters there. We can mitigate those and stop those disasters.
And again, though,
in some cases we can with natural as well.
Right, yeah, well, and that last part's the critical importance, right? What you just snuck in there at the end, because that's been my objection the whole time, which is that sometimes like controlling and paying to mitigate the natural disasters can be cheaper than just like picking up an entire economic base and moving it. This is why.
I totally agree.
This is right. Well, exactly. But this is why the two are comparable when we're like discerning impact. So again, like,
but that's not what we're discerning.
What do you think is more like at the end of the day, like, what do you think has impacted like San Francisco? Or what do you think has had a greater impact on which city? Right, the auto industry moving out of Detroit for that area or San Francisco's earthquakes.
No, I think it's totally the Detroit one, right? I think it's totally the Detroit one. But
Sure.
But the point is, right? The point is the reason why this is a solution which is even proposed for one, but will never be proposed for the other, is because one of these is tied to location and one isn't. I totally agree that one of these is more significant. I totally agree that for some natural disasters, it doesn't make any sense to move people out. And I even think for these particular natural disasters, I'm not on board with moving people out, but I'm telling you there's a clear reason why there's a difference between these two things. There's a clear reason why one of these has some people proposing move people out, and one of them is never going to have that because it doesn't make any sense to move people away because it's an economic disaster. People will naturally move away, that's true. But the solution to economic disasters is not, there's nothing tied to the land that causes the economic disaster.
Right, but wouldn't people naturally move away from areas prone to natural disasters if the natural disasters were sufficient enough to outweigh the economic benefit? Yeah, it depends on the severity. It depends on the frequency, which is why people like San Francisco, people are leaving not for the earthquakes, but for a whole bunch of other reasons, like political and economic reasons. That's what's causing the people.
It's a political disaster, indeed.
Absolutely.
No, in Korea, I see your hand. But like, so for Detroit, I wouldn't advocate for picking up and moving people. I'd advocate for mass governmental intervention.
I know you do.
So like, I would say, hey, let's get some industry started here. Let's get these people jobs. We can have a jobs program for this economy. We can build it back up. There's all kinds of things we can do. But you wouldn't be in favor for those either.
No, because all roads with you lead to communism. Well, actually, it's a fucking problem. And this is the reason I'm
a socialist. I don't know.
I know, and this is the reason why I'm most skeptical of all this shit, because like this tends to fucking get carried away. Like so quickly, like, oh, we're gonna stop you from buying there. Oh, now we're gonna fucking move you into these places, and now we're gonna give you a number.
No. I wanted to be clear. All right, so when I proposed that the government buying the plots of land, right? That wasn't necessarily because I believe in it. I just want a conversation starter. Like I wanted to let's get us on that. I am more in favor of like identifying areas that are like extremely high risk. And honestly, like the thing that gets in my head more is the wildfires, right? The California wildfires. They're just areas that are just going to be extremely fire risk and that are going to burn down again, right? Like I think we can like figure that out. And so for those areas, like should we be paying people to like rebuild into that area? Some of those communities should really just be abandoned. And so like I am in favor in all cases the government helping people who are afflicted by a disaster, but we can say that, hey, this aid is contingent on you going somewhere else and not telling them where to go, right? They can go where they want, they can go wherever, just not here. But okay, so Corey, I'll give you that and then we'll move on to our next topic.
Yeah, so like I'm a little bit on the fence because like I think I see your point, Prime, and I also see your point, Lactoid, and I might be helping you out here, Lactoid, of like, so what would you do now of like, with the wildfires burning in Canada, and now like let's say somewhere down the road, just like the air in an entire state is now just like not fit for human consumption. You just can't breathe, whatever, in the state of Texas. Are you going to like relocate all those people, or do you like put a dome over Texas and now it's just like all air purified Texas?
This is literally happening. You Canadians are poisoning us with all the smog coming from your wildfires.
Yeah, like I don't like
God.
So like would you want to like relocate like this massive amount of people, especially like now where like it's just like there might just be a cloud over the entire United States at some point where you just like can't breathe. So it's like I don't know.
Are you going to pay to relocate me, Prime? Like,
I would.
You're already in Canada, Lactoid. It's solved.
I would. I would relocate you to San Francisco, obviously.
I would rather go to Canada. Fuck that.
But yeah, like I don't know, like I think that at some point there's going to be a lot of options on the table. Right, so like to sum this all up before I go to our next topic, I think there can be a lot of options at the table. I think there are going to be areas, like I said, that are inhospitable to humans, and we are going to have some level of intervention. And I think it's going to sneak up on us. I mean, from like what I'm hearing climate scientists say, like over the past week, like the alarm that they're having, because like it's not that they were wrong, it's that like wrong about the results. they were wrong about the timeline, and that it's just like this happening a lot faster than they thought. So like I think the point where some areas become just inhospitable, like in certain months, is gonna sneak up on us very quickly. I think it might happen in our lifetimes. That just certain places. I mean, you're dead. I was watching an interview today, and he talked about like what happens when your body reaches a temperature of 107 degrees Fahrenheit, and yeah, the proteins in your cells like start to unravel, like your cellular walls break down, and you start bleeding internally. But don't worry, that usually doesn't happen. You usually just pass out beforehand and die that way, like from dehydration before you even get to that. Like you get cooked, and there's some areas it's just gonna happen. So I think this is gonna sneak up on us, and we need to be able to be prepared with a whole list of options. And plan relocation, I think, is going to be on that list. Okay.
Shouldn't have bought that house.
Can I ask one last question? Synth, would you trade a carbon tax for abolishing Social Security?
Trade a carbon tax for abolishing? I don't think so. Abolishing, I'd be okay with like if you want to do some major transformations to Social Security that move it from like a the existing kind of regressive system that we have for SSN to like or Social Security to something that maybe is like less regressive, at least like flat, or like exchanging it for like if you do carbon tax plus UBI, I'd be okay with it. I'd be down with something like that.
We're so close.
Almost. You should support UBI.
No.
You can get away with flat taxes if you have a UBI.
You can get away with flat taxes without a UBI too.
Not for the average person. The flat taxes are like wildly unsupported, but UBI is something that like you can sort of get like this middle ground on.
All right, so let's move on. It might have been 117 degrees Fahrenheit, or I forget one of those numbers. But anyway, you at some point you're gonna cook. But anyway, let's move on to our next topic. Before then, guys, if you've been enjoying the content, be so kind as to follow the channel. If you're on Twitch, hit the follow button. We'd love to have you. If you're on YouTube, hit the subscribe button. Thanks to all of you who are here, and consider supporting the channel by subs to the channel, or gifting bits or gifting subs here on Twitch, or super chats on YouTube if you want to ask a question to any of these people. Yeah, there you go. All right, so we'll move on. Sorry, did someone say something? Okay. Moving on to our next topic. Talking about Arizona. I had Arizona on the brain today. Acting as a microcosm for the national housing market, the suburb of Surprise, Arizona, is in the middle of and it's called Surprise, that's the name of the town, is in the middle of a battle to keep affordable apartments out of their neighborhoods. Homeowners say that the character of the town, in quotes, will change with the new developments. They are worried about crime and traffic. City officials are trying to press on. Are the concerns of residents valid? Should a city official scrap these plans and consider other options to address the housing crisis? And beyond the housing crisis, should the concerns of homeowners supersede other safety net policies such as residential drug treatment centers? So yeah, is a specific article. I was talking about this specific town, but this is again happening all over the country. Like they want to put some affordable housing complexes there, and all of a sudden we got to worry about crime, and the neighborhood just won't be the same anymore.
The vibe's gonna be off.
Something's gonna be off about this neighborhood now.
It's gonna be black all of a sudden.
Exactly. So like like this is but like we have residents and they are citizens, they're taxpayers, they're being engaged with their government, and they're saying no, like you can't put this here. So like what is the balance like when it comes to municipalities and like figuring these things out? Like should the residents, homeowners, and their needs supersede everything else, or should we like press one for the greater good? All right, so let's start with our friend Lactoid.
Yeah, I think the concerns of the residents are completely valid. Urban high-density housing is associated with a very different lifestyle than suburban or rural living. I live in a suburban house, and it's fucking sick. It is fantastic to have my own yard where I can play music very loud and not bother any neighbors. In fact, I just got a new subwoofer, and it's got a really nice thump to it. And I would hate the idea of not being able to play it because I happen to live around people that like in a kind of multi-unit housing. There's pros and cons to all of them, and the residents there are concerned that their way of life that they've lived is being challenged. In my opinion, there's two competing interests here, right? You have a group of people who have this way of life and they want to preserve it. And then you have people who want to come in and, if they're using eminent domain, I'm against that entirely. But if they've bought property consensually and they just want to build a building on it, they want to build a multi-unit housing on it, then yeah, that's, I also don't want the government to get in the way of them. So I think the best solution to this is to remove zoning, protect people from government coercion, and ensure people get to live the lives they want by simply replacing it all with homeowners associations. Instead of having zones, you would have entire towns in which everybody just simply to live there would have to contractually agree to not sell their house for the purpose of building multi-unit housing. That way, everybody is in consensual agreement, and you don't have the government involved. And it's just the perfect solution. So that's what we should do for everything.
Oh, wow. Wonderful. Sorrow, thank you for the 100 bits. Much appreciated. Thank you for supporting the channel. But
I mean, isn't by other means.
BC, this is why you're this is why you're here, right? Like, you got to regulate lactoid. And do it in legal terms, right? That I
You
can't
call
do.
me a regulator, please. That should be my fight song. So okay. Homeowners associations are implementations of racism that have been perpetuated in order to keep Black people, Mexican people, and other unwanteds out of nice, neat, white neighborhoods. They are never something that should ever be supported or desirable, ever. Anyone complaining about not my backyard, it's pretty fucking rich for any of us to have that attitude, since this is technically the backyard of a lot of people that owned it way before us after we took it. It's very typical for people to want to scramble in and then shut the door behind them. And that is no longer something that is the most anti-American thing I can possibly think of doing. Again, this is a government that wants to build affordable housing apartments in a nice neighborhood in order to further integrate. And now they're demanding that you don't do it because it might, what's your complaint? It sounds like this is Sheriff Joe Arpaio's neighborhood. This is outrageous. Stupid. The arguments against NIMBYism are like many. It's not in favor of development, which I'm shocked that capitalists and libertarians alike don't like, because you're asking for the status quo to always be supported. It's against any social mores or any local sovereignty as well. Like, it's just, ugh.
Thank you so much in the passion of saying that lactoid is wrong. Let's go to our
Also, I'm so sorry. I really want to be clear. There is such a significant difference from a solar farm, a wind farm, something that would actually be detracting or cause noise pollution or something else like that. That is an understandable thing to be hesitant about. New affordable housing. Just say you don't like poor people, lactoid. Like, just say that at that point in time. Just say that. You don't want
Can I on
housing.
Twitch?
This
They have
isn't a
new
solar
guidelines, I think. I don't
farm.
know if I can
This
say
isn't
it.
a fucking waste farm. This isn't, God, it's not even a fucking puppy mill. It's affordable housing.
I think I'd prefer a puppy mill farm.
I mean, do they allow you to pet the puppies? I mean, before they're sold off?
You don't get to pet the puppies, not until you support affordable housing. No dogs for you. No dogs for you. 1 second, excuse me.
No problem, Corey. That was great.
Yeah. Wait till she hears about Lactoid's position on, sex with dogs. But Lactoid doesn't have the perfect solution. I do, 100%. Just as I had earlier with the other one. Well, yeah, just given what we just talked about, it's pretty clear. Like, the entire state should be seized by the government and just like condemned, and everyone just like forced to relook. Given the fact that, from what I understand, there's like a record heat wave in like large portions of like the state of like also Phoenix, and the proximity to the Colorado River and that drying up. So I have concerns about further development of this area, but at the end of the day, like if they want to build, I'm like, yeah, like the NIMBY argument, definitely not in favor of. Where it's like, yeah, affordable housing, I'm in favor of. Do I think this is a great long-term solution of having more people there? Probably not, but I guess we'll deal with that and have a banning solution when that comes up.
Thank you so much. Let's go to our friend Synth.
Sure. So Lactoid has a two-step solution. Step one is to erode away zoning laws, and step two is to establish homeowners associations as a de facto zoning laws. But hopefully, me and Lactoid can work together on part one of that plan, and then we'll see about part two. And by we'll see about it, I mean we'll never have that. Any attempt we can to smash the NIMBY scum flat and establish a YIMBY empire in the United States is vital to our success. Now the idea that by virtue of buying out one little house, one little property in an area, that now you get to tell other residents they're not allowed to be there is insane. You have not bought the entire city because you bought one house. If you're the guy who's leading this NIMBY movement in this particular case, he moved there in 2018. He's not a resident, or not a long-time resident, I should say. And this echoes the fact that like most NIMBY movements are not led by the residents of the area. They're unpopular by residents in the area. Residents in the area, lots of those need affordable housing. Lots of those have to pay for their housing, and they don't like it very much if housing is wildly expensive. It's clearly a weird market skew. Landlords are big fans of NIMBYism. People who own a house are very big fans of NIMBYism. People who have to rent their houses, not so much. And a lot of people have to rent. If you want to make sure that you have a society where people are like well off and have like good living conditions, making sure that people are able to build housing in the area without ridiculous barriers like over the top zoning laws is important for doing that.
Okay. Let's go to LSP.
I used to be Team YIMBY, but as you can see, I've recently purchased a house, and now I have a very real vested interest in keeping the poors out. So I guess I'm... No, fuck that. I really hate my HOA, actually. So I don't know. I guess I'm embracing NIMBYism again.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Let's go to Aiko.
So there's an important element of this that probably should be included in the conversation that might not otherwise, and that is schools. Because typically, if you're a family, one of the reasons you're going to want to be in one neighborhood versus another is going to be the quality of the schools. And quality of the schools typically is attached to the value of homes. So here in Texas, it's really weird that we have this, but we do have this, and it's one thing that about Texas that's really based is that we have something called the Robin Hood Law, where areas that have really high like residential home values take some of that money that would go to their local schools and sends it to the state, which then redistributes it to states that have like lower priced home values. So I don't, it's weird that we have this in Texas, but we do. And I can go into why, but it would be irrelevant to this conversation. But the fact is, when you have people that are protecting their neighborhoods from people coming in, not only are they stopping other people from like having access to the normal neighborhood things that you'd think of that they're protecting, but the biggest impact, in my opinion, is that they're making sure that the people that their kids go to school with are going to other people that are similarly advantaged. And I can't think of a better way to get around Brown v. Board than that, because it has all of the hallmarks of looking as if it's voluntary. But I've actually watched a school district get more and more segregated as a result of what appeared to be like natural evolution over time. And there's actually literally one part of the city where all of the Mexicans are, and another part of the city where all of the whites and Asians are, and a lot of it had to do with the way like neighborhoods were policing themselves in both of those areas. And if you want to see like a collection of faces that look different from one area of town to another, that's the most drastic. Just go to the schools. That's where you'll see the biggest contrast.
Okay, up to the panel.
Just to quickly, Aiko, I mean, school choice would just like
Makes it
nullify
worse.
that. Well, if you could just if you go anywhere in the city, that makes it worse.
Yeah, it makes it work. Well, first of all, you wouldn't be able to if you're talking about school choice within a district, because it's actually that Mexican part of the town is a different district than the one where all the whites and Asians are. And in
Okay,
fact,
well then mega school choice, where it's the whole city. Like you just pick which school, like you like it's a lottery system. You enroll in like any public school you want, and then it's a lottery system of who gets in.
yeah, that doesn't work either, because I actually lived in a very famous town that had a school choice like Supreme Court case in the 1980s, and I went to a school that had the Confederate flag as its flag, so you can imagine what choices people made. And the school that I was at, which was the south part of the city, as opposed to the main part of the city. If when you allowed school choice, what ended up happening is all of the black people wanted to go to the school where more black people were, and the white people wanted to go to the school where white people were. So school choice actually ended up making us more segregated, not less. And that kind of self-sorting has been going on like ever since Brown v. Ward. We're just as segregated now as we were like before that decision.
Wait, you think that so if you have a situation in which you have school choice and like the black students want to go to the same school together, so they all like
Yes.
put in the lottery for one school. Do you think that's
Well,
a problem?
that's not lottery. They're choosing a school.
Yeah. Do you think that's a problem?
Yeah, I do think that that's a problem, because the difference in the quality of education that you're getting in the schools ends up not following. Like it's not as if once that association is made, even though it's voluntary, that you're still getting the exact same education like in both of those schools. It's not the case. It's just that there are a variety of socioeconomic reasons why they would like make choices like that. I think what you have to do instead is you have to make sure that neighborhoods are set up in a way where people aren't self-selecting like to be with their own kind, which is very difficult to do because you're fighting against you're almost fighting against nature in some ways in order to make these sorts of things happen. And that's one of the reasons why I think like segregation by one means sort of gave way to segregation by another means, but you're still seeing this like for instance, in the town that I'm talking about, like the school district where I worked for many years, there was a big difference in college acceptance rates, SAT scores, and AP test scores, and along the lines that you can predict.
We might just have like a value disagreement then, because like it seems you brought up the school issue in terms of yes, there's like a major problem because when people are locked into the schools into their district, and so they have to go to these areas. But when I bring up the solution, we'll let people choose. If you have a scenario where people can choose what school they want to go to, and it just so happens that like black students pick the same school, I'm not going to tell them what to do. I'm not going to tell them, no, you actually have to go to this school because I know better.
Well, I mean, we can, and in a lot of districts we do. Like, just
I don't think we should. I don't think
we allow we allow self-sorting in the South because it fits our purposes in the South, but it's not that way everywhere. And I think what happened, what I worked for a long time in a lottery school, in a school that was actually a really good school that everybody wanted to get into, and the self-sorting process was such that the people like who are aware that they had that opportunity and also wanted to have that opportunity like made like certain students like sort of pick that school. But we were a lottery school because we thought giving everybody an equal opportunity to get into the school would allow them to do it. But a second problem that we had that a lot of people didn't foresee was that you don't have that community school where everybody walks to school, where everybody rides their bike to school. Like instead, they're getting on a bus and going across town. And as a result, after school programs like collapse because people are going to schools that are going like further away from their home. And so you get less of a sense of community. And that's okay. So to tie this back into NIMBYism, like the reason we want like those, not just the schools to be more diverse, but the neighborhoods that feed into those schools to be more diverse, is so that you don't have to go across town in order for a school to be more diverse. That you can keep that sort of sense of community by going to school. Like your best friend at school is also somebody who lives on your street, that sort of thing. That's the sort of kind of community that I'm talking about, which doesn't happen when you're like going across town to go to a school.
So I want to, yeah. Thank you for bringing it back. There, I have to step in there. Though the school choice is actually super interesting.
Ooh.
But so this is what I wanted to, have a larger conversation about. It's not just on housing prices, but for anything about NIMBYism, because like surely for those on the other side of lactoid, like surely there are concerns that must be valid that homeowners are making, right? So like in terms of a drug treatment center, like, well, that's going to raise the amount of homeless people who are in our neighborhood. And hey, I might be a well-meaning liberal who would want to house these individuals, but we're not going to, and that's going to increase the crime. That's going to make our neighborhoods more dangerous if we have this drug treatment center in our backyard. Is that not a valid concern?
No, I think this concern's not valid, and I think the concern's not valid because what you've just done is you've just moved the problem. The problem is closer to you, and now the problem is less significant, and you think because of that, the problem is worse. The problem does not get like better or worse based on proximity to you. It gets better or worse based on the actual impacts it has on these people. These drug treatment centers are going to lead to decreases overall in crime rates.
But if like the other option was, well, it's not in our residential area, but like wherever our major hospital is in some other area of town that's slightly that has a light amount of residents, and it would be safer if that major hospital handled it rather than this separate outpatient treatment center. Like, wouldn't that be
Well, the issue is the reason why the treatment centers aren't near that hospital is because it's very expensive to build near the hospital. So it makes it kind of just economically unviable. Otherwise, they'd be doing it there and not near your house. So one of the issues is like if you think that there's going to be externalities, we tying back into the other conversation. If you think there's externalities from building it near you that wouldn't exist if they were near the hospital, then it's kind of easy to just say like, okay, create some kind of Pigovian tax for that as well. And that'll disincentivize building in areas where it's actually going to be harmful on other people. But chances are, even with some kind of externality tax, the impacts on you are not going to be outweighing the impacts that would just be somewhere else. And it's just kind of like it's just a self-centered policy to say you don't want it near you.
I'll address that in a second, but LSP wanted to go in.
Yeah, I might suggest that the proximity is actually a pretty big deal. That if you have people with drug addiction issues in locations where you have other people living, you might end up having knock-on effects related to crime, property crime or violent crime as a result of that. That if you moved your drug treatment centers elsewhere, right? Yeah, what you might end up, you're distancing people who are probably the biggest threat to. Trying to think of how I want to put this. The people who are probably the biggest threat to a stable home society, you're removing them from that proximity, which is important because you can have knock-on problems with even more drug addictions if you have these people in proximity too.
You're wrong. Finland proves all of this incorrect. Yes.
You want to go ahead?
Wait,
The
what?
Finns have housing shelters and housing groups all throughout all their cities, fully integrated in both their rich, poor, middle class, and other incomes. They have halved homelessness. They've gotten it down to less than 3,000 homeless Finnish
Wait,
people.
who? What?
Who will eradicate the Finnish.
The Finnish did this? I might propose they might have a different relationship to crime and drug abuse than we have here in not in Texas, in America. That might.
Do they have access to drugs in Finland?
Yeah, but access to drugs is not the only variable involved, right?
Also, probably less so.
But even if we take a look specifically at the ways that homeless shelters have impacts on communities here in the U.S., we still see that there are overall decreases in violent crime, overall decreases in nonviolent crime and petty crime as well. So long as you're seeing a net, Yeah, exactly. So long as you're seeing like a net decrease in crime overall, I don't think who the crime is happening to is wholly morally relevant. I think that if it's people in poor communities and the crime's happening there, I think if anything, that's worse than people in these rich communities because obviously a poor person losing $1 and a rich person losing $1, it's much worse for the poor person. The poor person is going to be using that dollar to eat, whereas the rich person is using it on something like
Well, you
like
don't want
Netflix.
crime happening to kids, right? Like there's
course
some expectation that the neighborhoods people
Affordable
are
housing
like.
doesn't automatically mean drug junkie serial killers who are going to be moving in. You do understand that, right? Affordable housing just
No,
means
this is my
giving
first time
single
doing
moms
this. Go ahead,
with
explain it
kids
to me like I'm slow.
an okay, I do expect that. So I'm going to. So again,
Okay.
affordable housing does mean something where it's just a single mom able to actually provide her kids with more than a 1-bedroom apartment. I don't understand this reluctance to allow others.
I don't have an issue with affordable housing.
We were LSP was talking about the drug treatment centers. Yeah.
Yeah. So thanks for that. I don't know where you came in with that, but thanks.
Did this
Thanks for
article
that.
not discuss affordable housing?
No, it did.
It did, but yeah, we were
I said
conversations.
in the
You
topic
just came
that
for a totally different conversation than the one we were just having. But
Okay,
thanks.
fine, whatever.
Sure. No, it's fine. It's just that I said that like I brought up the drug treatment center when I asked the current question. But
Yeah,
They
it's in the
barely
prompt as
want
well.
other people to break bread with them. Why would they ever allow a drug center? I think affordable housing is obviously something that's barely achievable now. Why are you making it much more difficult?
Making what much more difficult?
The argument for against not my backyard.
Well, the reason why is because it was part of the prompt, right? Like we just have to.
Okay,
Sometimes
all right.
this conversation you have
go
to
for
have,
it.
right?
Okie dokie.
And honestly, in the case of things like a drug treatment center, I think it's totally fair to bring something like that up. And obviously, it'd be the case that if it wasn't in the prompt, I think that somebody like Lactoid probably would want to bring that up because it'd be like I think a good thing for the position, right? But obviously, in the case of a drug treatment center, it's still the case these have an overall net positive, and so it's not the case that we want these things to like not exist in the area.
you're talking about an overall net positive, but like
Yeah, exactly.
I'm a homeowner, right, in Surprise, Arizona, and I don't care about like overall. I'm being asked like, should this be in my neighborhood? Well, like this could increase crime in my neighborhood. Overall in the city, maybe it decreases crime, but it might increase crime in my neighborhood. It might make my neighborhood more dangerous. So on the question whether it should be in my neighborhood, like it seems perfectly rational to say no, not in my neighborhood.
But you don't own that. You don't own the entire city, right? Like you're a homeowner. You own your home. You own the property your home is on. You don't own the entire city, and you can't make rules that stop other people. You can't make rules that stop other people. If the majority support this, then it's something that is something that I think we should have a larger YIMBY movement is willing to go to these city council meetings and put up as much of a fuss as homeowners do. And it's one of the issues is that we just don't have as much of the political forces like these homeowners do, despite the fact they're a much smaller group. Not being able to. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I mean, I can see that the argument that like you shouldn't be able to tell other people what to do with their property. I'm totally like game with that. But this is more of a question of like oughts and shoulds. Like, should a drug treatment center go up in in a neighborhood where there's kids, where there's schools? Like, is this a wise place to place this sort of an institution?
On the oughts and shoulds, if what you're doing is you're putting it in a place where like you're going to have richer people on average, as opposed to a place where you're going to have poor people on average. These drug treatment centers are going somewhere anyways because you want to reduce the overall rates of drug abuse. Otherwise, if you don't have this drug treatment center, what you have is a bunch of people who are untreated drug abusers who are going around in poor communities harming poor kids. I know, yeah. We have to put it somewhere, right? And when we're choosing where to put it, putting it in a poor community where it's easier to put it out there, where people aren't homeowners and instead they're renters, doesn't seem to me like an ought. That seems like an ought not.
I mean, wouldn't this be the demographic that would be most likely to have drug abuse issues?
It is the demographic who's most likely to have drug abuse issues. Yeah, I agree. But
you would
putting
place it in places of population density where the biggest problem is. That would make the most sense to me.
It doesn't if there's already things built there. So it's expensive to build things there, right? So it's cheaper to build things in areas where there's less stuff built. So that's the reason why the drug treatment centers aren't just naturally propping up in these areas where it's closer to these, where it's closer to people in these like poorer communities.
Seth, I promise I'm going somewhere with this. Do you think it'd be an overall net benefit if these people in Surprise, Arizona, like if, at least for some of them, we like forcibly converted their McMansions into like duplexes and then allowed like one side of the house to be like low income living. And so then we could get rid of the homeless population and we could lower the overall rent prices considerably.
I'm not a big fan of doing it forcibly. I'm not a big fan of kicking people out of the houses that they live in so that we can build. I think seems really politically unviable. I'm not a huge fan of that. I don't think it'd be all too positive. I think it'd have some bad social precedents. I think it's kind of like it's probably. I'm not entirely sure, but it might very well be unconstitutional. I'm not going to make that argument very strongly. Seems like an issue. I wouldn't support
Well,
that.
that can be potentially solved. Of like, well, you can just provide like
eminent domain.
well, no, just like a huge incentive of like, hey, we're gonna subsidize you converting your home to like this split.
I'd be on board with that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, so if you're okay, if you're not in favor of like, let's say you got a big McMansion of like making somebody like convert half of it for a purpose that they don't want, why are you against homeowners associations where like someone has like a giant plot where like everybody builds a house on and they all agree to like certain terms? Like, why would you how would you stop that?
So the reason why, I'm not saying B, you're not able to be heard. I saw you're muted. Oh, okay, you got that. So yeah, the reason why I'm not in favor of homeowners association is not because I want like SWAT teams to come in and like take over the homeowners association with guns. I'm in favor of advocating against them, right? I think that you ought not do the job.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I think
they should be legal though. They should be legal at the very least.
They should be legal. I don't want the SWAT teams to come in and like gun down the homeowners associations. I just think they're bad. I think they're just bad. Morally.
I mean, that's fair. Look, that's totally fair. I think a lot of the regulations of them are stupid, and the idea that like, oh, you left a potted plant in the wrong place, there's a $50 fine. Yeah, that probably rubs a lot of people the wrong way, for sure. But I could absolutely see a situation in which, like, let's say, like a very scenic area, and like a very someone's like, okay, I'm gonna build a fucking town here, and I have a vision for this town, and this town's gonna be like, a gated, beautiful, big houses, single family houses, golf course in the background, like blah blah blah, all that good stuff. Yeah, as long as everyone like they're like the person who makes it's like, okay, I'm going to subdivide all the houses that I built here. You can buy them, but if you buy it, you have to agree to certain terms, and one of them is to not put a drug treatment center next to the kindergarten. Right, that's the terms. Right, one of the terms is you can't build an apartment complex. Like you have to there are limits on what you can do. I think this solves the problem in my mind because you're not having. I agree with what you said before when you said when you buy one house you don't own the whole city. You're right. Like that's like the conflict here. Like you can't just buy a house and be like, okay, now you can't do this over there. Like, do you own that place? Like what are you doing? Telling me what I can or can't build on my own fucking land? Well, a contract does that, and it does it consensually, and I think that's why this is like the perfect solution.
I mean, I think it's solving for an issue that's not really there. But I mean, as long as the HOAs are willing to pay their LVTs, then I'm fine with it, right?
LVTs.
Yeah, as long as they're willing to pay their land value tax.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
There's all sorts of fucking taxes with you. We're talking carbon taxes.
I love taxes.
LVTs are good taxes, dude. They're base taxes. You
So-
gotta look into this shit. It's
So
decentralized.
I
Associations
look into it.
reflect
There's certain
systemic
taxes that are less
racism.
bad than others, but they're all legal.
So
B, go ahead.
homeowners associations almost always reflect systemic racism because whenever they found out that it was illegal to redline and actually prevent young Black people from moving into their neighborhoods, they found much more clever and creative ways to do that by stating you can't have music playing at a certain amount. You can only have so many people living in your house. You can't have any things going on in your front yard. So all these things that they associate with dirty, dirty Black people, they route into their HOA agreements in order to try and keep them out. I don't know how you don't see that.
I have it on good authority that racism has been illegal since the Civil Rights Act.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm about, okay.
We had a Black
All
president.
right.
I don't know why you're still on this.
B. Like I didn't get to bring this up previously, but like I mean you are aware that our friend Lactoid is in favor of racial covenants, right? Like he's
I'm sorry?
okay. Racial covenants.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, racial covenants.
Like from Halo.
Covenants.
I don't know what that is.
So yeah. So when for these suburbs, they said like, well, you literally can't sell to a Black person. Like a white family's moving out, like you can't sell to a Black person. This was a thing that they used to do. Now it's illegal now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
Wait, really?
He wants to bring back
lactoid's
racial
important.
covenants.
Yeah, lactoid's in,
That's like
he said it's
super
fine.
anti-capitalist. Why would you be okay with that?
I just said I'm okay. Like if before with Aiko's example of like the Black students want to go to the same school, I'm not going to step in and be like, I'm actually going to dictate what you get to do because you're not around the people that I want you to be around. No, people should be allowed to like have preferences. And while I personally don't share those preferences, I'm not going to dictate to somebody what friends they can have or what marriage they should have to get into.
But a racial covenant does dictate.
No, it doesn't, because again, it's a consensual contract, right? You agreed as part of buying the house that you were only going to sell it to XYZ person.
White people.
So the problem with
That's why
HOA
it's-
stuff is that
Or
they're also
black people, or black
Is that
people,
a
problem with
euphemism?
or if you want a Catholic or Mormon community, you could do that too. I'm not in
the
the
problem with
business of
HOAs is
dictating
that
your
they're also
communities.
inappropriately and disconcertingly not applied correctly or the same way. We see that with Flushing, New York. We see that it is, I mean, okay, all right. We're either going to deny that it's an implementation of systemic racism or we're not. So I don't.
I know sometimes it takes me a moment to absorb lactose stupidity too.
I would live in the integrated HOA personally.
She looks like she's
because
gonna
that's
kill
so
lactose
aggressive of
brainwaves.
you, Lactoid. I'm really glad to hear that.
I'm like, yeah, personally, like I don't, I don't see color personally. Like, to me, everybody's
He's
Someone's gonna
willing
see
to
color
live next
whenever
door
they
to
look
the
at
You
you.
told him a black guy? I don't even know what black is. There's no such thing as color.
Everybody's like
I
a-
violated this contract.
everyone's a beige to me. I just don't. It is what it is, right? I don't care.
What color
But
is
like,
crime?
if you have
Curious.
people like who do care, like if they want to set up a Mormon community where they're like, look, we're gonna go out in the middle of the fucking Utah desert and like form our own shit. I'm not in the like. Who am I to go? No, you can't. You don't have the proper,
Just find the
specific
individual-
proper
They can
proportions. You
avoid
don't have
the
the
mark of Cain.
you don't have the proportions of the right
Is that just
Catholics. It's
because
like
the Fair Housing Act has blocked the actual overt use of racism or against your ethnicity, religion, or anything else like that, that does not stop them from doing something on the lines of, you are, for example, whenever there have been Jewish people within an HOA being fined disproportionately for having a menorah out for during the Christmas or Hanukkah season, or if you're black, even they find someone for leaving the Christmas lights out till December 26th, when every other white house has their Christmas lights out until January. They find that person $10,000. They will slowly escalate those fines for the purpose of getting you the fuck out of Dodge.
was that in the contract?
I don't.
Stunned.
I'm curious if Lactoid, if there was a contract that said, like, if you want to buy this house, you have to like suck dick in order to do it. It's like Coconut Island, but with
It's
like
legal,
housing.
yeah. It
Would
would
you
be
be totally
legal.
cool with
Yes.
that?
Yeah, he would.
Because I support sex workers and I think sex work is real work. Of course, I would support that. Right now,
Have you heard his business plan?
Ace.
What racist dick are you sucking, Lactoid, to have these opinions?
I'm not sucking dick. I'm not sucking any dick. I'm
You're
not
doing
opposed to
some what
people. I'm not
racist
opposed
pussy
to
are you
people.
eating?
Maximizing consent.
Look,
Also,
it's not my business.
Lactoid-
If people wanted to make a community where all they did was suck dick, they can do it under my system. Okay,
Lactoid
If
Hold
you-
on, can
doesn't
your
like
employer
blowjobs,
say?
so I can assure you, he doesn't.
Yes,
that's
yes.
like-
Every employer.
Can your employer say you have to fuck me or you're fired?
Yeah, that's literally
You're
sex
cool with
work.
that?
Of course, that's sex work.
You're okay. with that?
Are you a swerf?
Well, look, I think the sex work is very complicated, and I'm not as pro-sex work
You're a
as other lefties.
swerf. You're
I
a
swear,
swerf.
I'm not any of the parts of that acronym. Okay, so the
Sex worker, exclusionary radical feminist here. You're
not
advocating that
not
sex
any of
work
those
isn't real
things.
work.
Not any of those
Okay,
things.
all right.
Like, I think that your employer saying that like you get hired on to do some job that's totally unrelated to sex, and then your employer is like, hey, this week I need a fucking blowjob or you're fired. That to me
Sex
seems
work is
kind of
real
fucked
work.
up.
Sex work is real work.
I don't think surprise sex work is real
Sex
work.
work, sex work.
I don't think
sex work is real
surprise
work.
fucking
Sex work is
Yu-Gi-Oh
real work.
trap card sex work is real work. I don't think
It's not Yu-Gi-Oh trap card. You don't have a right to employment, right? It's a consensual agreement. If you
You're like,
don't- if
hey,
you don't want the
I'll
job,
work for you. I'll work for you. But I have no idea that you're gonna make me suck your dick. Like,
if
3
you
weeks
sign
down
a
the line.
contract, if you
can
sign a
do that.
contract with somebody, like an employment contract, in which you said you will not make me suck dick for the next 3 years, then I agree.
So I have to have it in the contract. I can't just assume.
Yes.
I can't just
Lactoid, like,
assume.
what if, like, so I need money to pay my bills, right? What if every business requires me to suck dick in order to get a job?
Sex
What
work
do I
is real
do?
work. I don't know how many. I don't know how much.
I mean, isn't it kind of rape? Like, I'm being
I'm not
forced
gonna-
to
no,
like
I'm not
do
gonna
this in
let
order.
Lactoid-
to,
is all
No.
labor exploitation,
No,
LSP?
It is in
You
that
can nobody
situation.
consent
Yeah,
to their
it
work.
is.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay,
being
all
forced
right.
to do like
Yeah,
a
this
certain
is-
kind of work
this
I
is
don't
why
want
this
to
is
do
a
in order to
communist
live. Yeah,
argument,
that's pretty
right? Because
fucking
you start off by
exploited,
just this fucking thought process of it's all exploitative. Well, all
I think
labor then is.
communism
You think the
requires a
coal
little more
miner?
steps
You think
than
the
that.
coal
I don't-
miner has like a harder
Let's
life
go-
than the local like brothel fucking prostitute?
Okay,
Come on.
hold on. Okay, all right. Lactoid.
What are your thoughts on child labor, Lactoid?
Let's go to B. Want to jump in?
Only certain
I
kinds,
did
not
want
sex
to.
Not sex work.
Oh my god.
So unlike the Cheshire Cat, we
To
don't
make
need to
that
follow
crystal clear.
we don't need to follow Lactoid down these little rabbit holes in order to detract from the idea that he does support racist policies and the use of racist HOAs to keep blackies and other unwanteds out of your neighborhoods. It's
You
fucking
keep coming up with words like
unsexual as
racial.
fuck. That's because I'm using the language you fucking won't. You might as well just call them undesirable.
I won't use that language because I don't think that language. I just said
You
I don't
do
see
think
color.
that way, Lactoid.
Prime
Your
Kai is
first
beige.
self-declaration would be a
There's no-
black man
there's no
lynched in your
thing.
front tree. You shouldn't lie about that, Lactoid.
Who wants to put like
Jesus
a? Can we
Christ.
create like a futures market for how long until Pete says the N word?
Yeah.
Never said the N-word, and I would never say the N-word. So I don't know why you would ever think that. But okay.
If you were like
It's
reading
getting
Huckleberry
progressively
Finn or
worse,
something,
like-
you know,
I would never
Lactoid
say
guy,
the
you want
N-word.
stuff.
I've never said
That's
the
true
N-word. I would
progressivism
never
right
do
there.
that. No, that's very odd. If you really truly do, I don't.
The correct phrase is XYZ, people, all right?
Well, that's right.
That's the best. No, it's the best one because it encompasses. Because like, look, you know, I'm also, you know, there is discrimination that happens constantly, and a huge part of discrimination that happens constantly is like attractiveness, right? Like people who are like considered to be unattractive by like the most people.
That's a distraction. That does not at all apply to this matter.
It's not a
There's
distraction.
rabbit hole. These are so fun.
No, this not. So the reason why it's not a distraction is because I'd be okay with an HOA saying like you have to pass our like attraction officer test or you know some bullshit like that because and then you might say well that's not like not fair. But like if you wanted to live in a community where there was like nothing but beautiful people around you, like who am I to stop you? That sounds like a wonderful place.
I think the issue
What's
is
their skin
Lactoid is
color?
if you present this like infinite power to people who have power over you, you find ways to carve people out of society, right? That they just don't have a place because not everybody has like capital. They can just start a business. Some people have to work for employers, and not everybody wants to spend their lives giving blowjobs. And yes, I understand sex work is real work, but that's voluntary. That's kind of the big
This
deal.
is voluntary. All employment is voluntary.
No,
that's not
suck
true.
my dick
Yes,
or
it is.
or die is not
Okay,
voluntary.
Mining coal or die. Fucking work on an assembly
You're
line or
giving
die.
other examples
were
of bad
forced-
jobs.
yes.
No. I'm explaining to LSP, the
If you-
so-called
if you are-
liberal,
if
the
you are
so-called liberal, how
segregated-
his argument leads
If
to
you are
real
communism.
segregated
liberalism.
out of
It's
every possible job but coal mining, you are being forced to be a coal miner against your will.
See, what I'm trying to show to you is you said, oh, you're a reasonable liberal. You like capitalism, right? But your argument here is
It's
like
not this brand of capitalism.
Okay, well, here, what about this? Let me make a slight amendment. Even though I'm not in
Capitalism is
favor,
fabulous.
even though I'm not in favor of this.
Okay,
If
go for it.
you had food stamps, so
Mhm.
people are not going to die, then would you be okay with this policy?
With food stamps for sucking dick?
No.
No.
There's food stamps if you can't get employment because all the employers in your neighborhood require you to suck dick, and for moral reasons, you are not interested.
For the
So
sake
now
of the
you go food-
hypothetical, you're just saying food stamps, but you also mean like all the other stuff you need to survive, right?
You get like a tent, and there's like a big public piece of land,
And you can get your
like,
insulin.
camp out on.
You don't have to. It's not like suck dick for insulin.
I mean, we're going so far, dude.
Oh,
Like,
Fine, it's
now-
literally communism. Don't have to suck dick for insulin. Basically,
This
communism.
is what Karl Marx had in mind.
True.
So okay, let's go.
You
to,
draw an arbitrary line when it comes to sex work because
United
because it makes you
Socialist
uncomfortable.
Republic.
I drew that line at coal mining.
No. So it's okay.
Anytime,
So
like,
coal
you're being
mining. What
forced
about
into
commercial?
a-
What about commercial fishermen? What about lumberjacks? What about
Literally any
retail
industry
workers?
where you are being segregated out, right? Where you are being forced only into one option. Yeah, that's not capitalism, right? That's not. It's coercion. It's exploitative. Like I am Marx and Engels. If that's your idea of capitalism.
Oh my God! So you're saying that if you live like all the people that live in a coal mining town,
Free
like,
enterprise means people have a right to work the jobs they want. Not that they should be forced to work jobs they don't want.
everybody has the right to work the jobs they want. You think that's free enterprise? I can just walk into fucking Google. Hey, I work here now.
No.
Have Have you
No.
tried that yet? 'Cause it
No.
might work.
Quite the
It might
retarded way I
work,
was going to put
actually.
it.
Like the balls on that, actually. The balls on the person to do that. It might actually work.
Then they'll have to like get a blowjob like up front.
So
is the problem.
Google wouldn't hire me because I don't fulfill the requirements set by Google. In
No,
the same way that if you have an HOA that has requirements of you have to take the lights down on this day of the year, they can
No.
set that rule.
Lactoid.
But we're
Lactoid.
only
Google
going
has
to
a.
unjudiciously enforce that against our black residents, but not our white ones.
If it's against the contract, then that's a problem. But if
You're
like
out
that's
of
in the
pocket.
contract,
You're out of pocket.
Lactoid
I
Google
just agree with
does
consent.
have a legal
Right.
department, so like you should actually give it a try. So I gotta see what happens.
I
right?
Lactoid, if you own like
And
property or
report
anything,
back.
I would severely suggest not trying to force people to give blowjobs to rent or anything. Like,
No,
you'll get
I don't even. You know my opinion on blowjobs.
He doesn't
Brian.
like
I-
blowjobs. I'm
This
telling
is
you.
they're just ridiculous. Like it's a waste of time.
you don't like
Oh,
blowjobs?
I would
What are you,
never. I would never. I would
He
never.
doesn't like
involve-
foreplay, period.
Yeah, I've got a whole like moral argument for that. But
when I fuck people, I want to fuck them in the ass.
I'm like, I'm,
No blowjobs, no pussy eating, nothing.
It's inefficient in Lactoid's framework. You want to just get right to the chase.
Jesus.
so.
Dexter
Good panel,
Sheets
Brian.
Show
What am I? What am, okay.
2023.
What I'm trying to say here is like, you have when it comes to like any kind of consensual relationship. If I own a piece of property, I'm not going to set these rules because I'm not that kind of person, right? I'm not going to set those rules. I'm not going to have any kind of racial discrimination in terms of business if I run it. I'm not going to have any racial discrimination
But you are
in terms of
permitting
friendship,
others to do
in terms
the
of
same.
relationships. I would have no
You
problem
are permitting
marrying
others
somebody
to
of a different
utilize
race.
your rules
Very
to
progressive.
do that very
Yes,
same
but I'm not
thing.
going to force somebody to marry a racial group they don't want to marry because I'm not that kind of person to force people to engage with somebody they don't want to.
But you're going to watch injustices happen and just be glad it's not in your backyard.
Is marriage an economic relationship?
Yes.
Obviously. Should we force interracial marriage?
What?
Yes.
Weird segue that
White
George
genocide
Floyd-
now,
I am
bitches.
for it. You know I'm for
Coast
it.
to Coast AM.
Wrong crowd to ask
These
that question.
non-sequiturs is so odd.
You say white genocide like it's a bad thing.
For consideration, I don't know. Is getting a dog a good decision? Yeah, trying to percent people. What?
Okay, look, I'm gonna try to pull this topic back. I
Good
mean,
luck.
I enjoy a topic on blowjobs like anyone else would, but I wanted to get us back. Drug treatment centers, NIMBYism. All
To be
right?
clear, I never brought up blowjobs or sex work or anything like that first. To be very clear, none of those words came out of my mouth at all.
Okay, for the record.
Okay.
All right, buddy. Before, when we were talking about the drug treatment centers, you said that it would be wrong of a homeowner to impose themselves on like property that isn't theirs. But as was described in an article about Surprise, Arizona, what those homeowners are doing, they're going to town halls, they're talking to their city officials, right? This is democracy at work. There might be a larger YIMBY movement, right? Large people who feel that way, but this is not politically salient enough for them to show up. So, is this not democracy in action, saying that within our neighborhood there are people who are passionate about a certain topic, in this case, not having a drug treatment center, or the other thing, and if the city officials should respond to that, right? Should like follow the will of the people.
So if you're following the will of the people and following your actual constituents, I totally agree. That's probably a good precedent to set. But in the case of this, they're not following the will of the people as a whole. They're following the will of a small group of people who are just a very, very, very loud, very vocal group. Obviously I understand where it's like kind of easy to be like, well, it is their vote, right? Like it is the case that like they're going to the city council and they're petitioning. And like this just seems like it's the natural democratic process, and I agree. But sometimes the natural democratic process kind of fucking sucks. And the way that we fight back against that is within the natural democratic process of the system that currently exists. The way we do that is we have to call for like more aggressive YIMBYism. Like I totally agree that they're the ones going to the city council meetings currently. But the way that we fix that problem is by calling for people who are on our side of the issue to go to those same city council meetings and put up just as much of a fuss in the opposite direction.
I want to see Lactoid at one of those meetings.
Look, the difficult thing, like leaving aside the HOA, which is my true position, so just all you can put that in the back burner for a second. Like, even when it comes to zoning, I understand their concern. I get it, right? I'm not saying that they're 100% justified, but like, this is their community, and you're have the potential of obliterating it, right? You the potential of obliterating an entire community, an entire way of life that they have set up here. And it's easy for us who are not there to say, well, it's for the greater good. You just have to deal with it. Like, just in the same way, if we split their houses and moved in people, like, well, it's not my place. I'm not living there. I don't have to deal with that. But like, the people that are living there that are like quite literally under the threat of this, of course they're going to be reacting like aggressively. Of course they're going to be maybe overreacting a little bit. They're what they believe their lifestyle and their future is at stake, and their investment, right? Their investment as well. You know how much I put so much fucking work into this house, and so much of my time and like sweat and blood, quite literally, like drilling through like fingers and shit, like just like fixing up stuff and putting money into it. And like, if tomorrow the whole neighborhood went to shit, yeah, that would be awful.
Wait, do you think it's a threat? Even though nobody's NAP is violated, you think it's a threat?
So fair enough. I'm not using a threat in terms of like the aggression way. I'm talking in terms of like it is very well about to cease to exist, right? And would I be upset? Would I think I have the right to stop someone from building like a drug treatment center across the street? I don't know. Probably not. But I'd be very, very upset because now I have to move.
Look, it seems strange. It seems strange that we're saying we're like really, really empathetic in these scenarios when rich people are like mad that poor people are coming to the area. But in the case where it's like poor people are in the area and a hurricane is being sent there by rich people, the empathy is like out the window. It's like, yeah, don't be fucking stupid. Move, pack your shit and move. In this case, if you have an issue with the fact that you don't own the entire fucking city, the one that you moved into in 2018 in this guy's case, then clearly it's the case that what you should do is pack your fucking shit up and move. And if everywhere in the U.S. has affordable homes nearby with poor families in it, then you should pack your fucking bags and move to a different fucking country. Because like if you hate poor people that fucking much, clearly there's nowhere for you here. I think we should be representing the interest of the people as a whole and not like a small group of rich elites.
I have empathy for the people who lose their homes to natural disasters. I do. And in fact, I even said like, if you said like I'm the group of people like I'm least sympathetic towards would be like rich people who move into a high disaster area, or rich people who move into an economically blighted area and they lose their investment, right? Like, this is the group of people, they know what they're doing. I feel the least sorry. I still feel sorry for anybody who loses money and has to move, but I feel the least sorry for these groups of people. But in this case, like whenever you have somebody who is like, whether it be from like a hurricane or whether it be for anything, again, like I said multiple times, I'm not saying that they should have the right to stop them or they shouldn't just move, right? Like at some point they probably should. I don't deny that. But I do have a lot of empathy for them because in this case, to be frank with you, like this is the storm, right? This is the storm moving in. Like the risk here is that it's going to obliterate the area.
Poor people are a natural disaster.
Hurricane Katrina, not that sympathetic. Poor people, that's a problem. That's a real issue. Like, I mean, like, be realistic here. Like, even if we're talking just about rich people with poor people moving in versus rich people with a natural disaster striking through and destroying their homes. One of these seems a lot easier to empathize with than the other one would be. Somebody who's like moving into an area, well, that they know they don't own the entirety of. And like people who they don't like, who they think are stinky moving in near them. That to me doesn't seem like the kind of thing that I think is all too empathetic. You could just fucking stay there. You don't have to leave. The people who like, even rich people who with fucking beachfront property, they have to leave when a hurricane strikes. They don't have another option. They can't fucking stay there. People who are living in these areas, and then poor people have like affordable housing nearby, you don't have to fucking move. You could just stay exactly where you are. You could stop treating poor people like they're weird, stinky freaks, and you could just be normal. Just like don't be an asshole. I don't know. One of those is easier to empathize with.
I think that people, like I said, I feel sorry for anybody who's having their way of life disrupted in terms of crime, property values, destruction, rain, flooding, lightning, volcanoes, like whatever the fuck it happens to be. Yeah, it sucks if you no longer feel home, right? If you walk outside and there's like just you don't feel safe walking on outside anymore. Yeah, that sucks, and it sucks that happens to people. I'm sorry.
But doesn't it also suck like when because the natural end result of all of this is ghettos, right? This is how ghettos are created, is that a certain class of people can't live anywhere else because they're being pushed out of all these other areas where they don't belong, and then these people end up having to live in a part of a town where they don't feel safe, because everybody in like lower economic conditions get clumped together. There's blight. It becomes close to impossible to find good transportation, good jobs, any of that. And the moment somebody gets a certain amount of economic status, the first thing they do is move out, which means that places like this like remain ghettos like on an indefinite basis. Like these people also deserve like to feel safe and to be able to like safely walk down the street like near their homes and all of that, right?
Yeah. So the data that I've seen indicates that when you put affordable housing in low income neighborhoods, you actually see like way more beneficial effects. And if you put affordable housing in high income neighborhoods, you actually see negative effects just empirically. So
But
if we're talking about where we're going to put the affordable housing, if we're like interested in the most utilitarian answer, we should just put it in the poor areas.
can you elaborate? Can you elaborate on that? Like, what do you think is the cause of that?
Well, because when you introduce like poor people into a wealthy neighborhood, you're introducing a population that is more predisposed to crime. And when you put affordable housing in a poor neighborhood, you're pulling people like the poor people are already there and they're having trouble affording housing. So they have access now to more affordable housing, so they have more money, so they're less likely to be poor.
Wait,
right?
so
And
you're saying that
They're just gonna, look. They're going to commit
a
crimes the
predisposition
same.
to crime is good in poor areas, but a predisposition to crime is bad in rich
Exactly,
areas. That doesn't make sense to me.
No,
Like,
it's no,
I don't think you
it's about
want-
introducing. It's about like it depends on like what are the actual empirical effects, right? So when you introduce affordable housing to an area where people need it, like there's other countervailing effects that can lower it, like certain issues. Like you're still gonna have some issues, but like there is research that indicates there are some just empirical benefits. But when you put it in wealthy neighborhoods, those benefits disappear. They just do, because now you're introducing a population that is more predisposed to crime in a neighborhood where like it's full of rich people who don't. There's not people there who have trouble affording housing because they're rich.
Wait, so you're saying that the rich people around them are tempting them to steal when they otherwise wouldn't? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
But yeah, what you see is that people who are in, what you see is the poor people are more likely to steal from other poor people, even if you control for the areas they live in, just because like rich people live in like gated communities and so on. So it's not the case that there's as much of a risk associated with if you have a bunch of people in affordable housing in a rich area versus in a poor area, you don't see increases in overall crime. What you actually see is that the poor people are impacted the worst. Poor people are impacted the worst if their affordable housing is being built in areas that are already impoverished. You integrating people into these communities where there's already a lot of economic activity in an area makes people as a whole better off. There's not empirics to support the idea that building the poor housing in poor areas is going to be better for people.
It's also like
an empirical disagreement, and I'll
there's another thing here, and I hate to bring it back to schools because I don't want to distract, but I think that this is kind of relevant. So if your neighbor is somebody of more economic means than you are, like if these sorts of populations are sort of mixed more, and as a result, like children are more likely to have friends of different economic classes. As you get older, a big part of the likelihood of having economic success in the future or job success or career success in the future has to do with connections that you make all the way back in school, whether it be like from grade school all the way up like through college. And so if you have those sort of, for a variety of reasons, because you're maybe exposed to sort of an intellectual environment that you might not have access to in a different neighborhood, or that because your best friend's father owns a company and they gave you an internship because of you always like spent summers at their house or whatever. That gives you a sort of salutary effect compared to if you're grouping together all the rich people so that all their connections can make them even more rich, and you create this sort of polarization of outcomes as a result. Like it seems to me that, especially at the school level, because people go to school where they live, like even when they're school choice, it seems to me that anytime that you can bring these people together instead of further apart, you can ameliorate a lot of those disparate outcomes.
Yeah, I mean, I just not only disagree empirically, but then again, like I also am like I don't think it's wrong to empathize with people who are concerned about their community being destroyed or injured, and ultimately this should be solved.
Yeah, I'm just saying the empathy
private
should go all the way around to everyone.
Yeah, it
not
is.
just
Yeah,
with the rich people.
I feel bad, I guess, for everybody whenever anything bad happens to them.
I feel bad for the poors.
Yeah.
I just feel like there's the reason the reason I'm emphasizing this is because I feel like maybe I'm wrong, but I think a lot of you probably don't feel bad for this community. And in fact, I'm assuming that maybe
Well,
not. Maybe
I'm
not,
a homeowner now.
Yeah,
I feel
maybe
very
not the
bad.
people here, but I assume a lot of the people in your audience probably dislike these homeowners for even being upset at the fact that this might happen.
I do. I dislike the homeowners for this, right? I think it's totally the case. Yeah, no, but it's totally the case that I do dislike people who have an issue with poor people moving to their neighborhoods. Like I dislike that. If they had an issue with black people moving into their neighborhoods, which they kind of do, I have an issue with that as well, right? Like, and it's saying like I feel bad for these people because they're made uncomfortable by the poors around them. Like I don't feel bad for them for that. I don't think I should. I don't think that you should. I think it's really strange to feel bad for somebody because of their own negative dispositions towards poor people. That seems really strange to me. I don't understand why they deserve some kind of like extra sympathy for that.
The trick is to just move into a neighborhood that the poor people can't afford.
That's what they did. That's what they did. And now you guys are ruining that for them. They worked hard. They worked hard to fucking buy this shit.
Be away from
and
the poor.
now the fucking bums. They're just rolling in and they're taking over the whole thing.
The bums, yeah.
But like
I'm not sure they work hard.
LSP like put something in chat, and I'm actually curious what your answer. He says, let's hypothetically say you have nature way for pretty people and everyone agrees, but then somebody who is pretty gets in an awful car accident and becomes fuck ugly. Should they get kicked out of their house? So they went to a voluntary contract, right? But they paid for that property, and now they aren't so pretty, right? So
yeah, if it's explicit, like in order to remain in this community, you have to maintain a certain degree of aesthetic beauty, not only for your yard but also your face. That's the part of the agreement, right? You agree to that.
I mean, you don't agree to get into a fucking car accident, right?
No, but you knew that there's a risk. Like we all know, there's risks that can happen that can cause deformations.
And just say it's not a coincidence. I don't think that pretty is a synonym for fair. Right, so skin tone.
I'm just curious, like
bringing everything back to race.
Wait, let's say like, yeah, somebody's like a mega hottie, now they're fuck ugly, right? They got in that horrible car accident. They're fuck ugly. Nobody likes them anymore.
It looks like Mickey Rourke now.
Does Mickey Rourke is hot? You take that back. Does the HOA
He's got a pretty puffy face.
Like, how do they take their property from them? Like, that's their property. They bought it, right? Like, how are you getting it back?
I mean, clearly there would be like in the contract, you'd be like an explanation of like if you fail to abide by these terms, here are the consequences. Like either you get a fine, like or
what if you get fat?
Okay, what if they don't pay the fine?
Wait. That's like what if you get fat? That'd be like a perfect example.
Yeah,
like,
fat people are ugly.
Right? If you
car accident, like
right. Car accident is like the most empathetic one because like they didn't like control it. I understand that. Yeah. But again, like when they signed the contract, they like were agreeing like if something happens, then XYZ is going to happen. And at that point, they should buy insurance, right? Just like if a natural disaster hits, they get an insurance payout. If they get a facial disaster, they should get pretty insurance. Yes, the homeowners associations can offer that.
I'm trying to understand.
This is a brilliant solution.
I'm trying to understand like where the limits of this are. Like, so let's say the HOA says like there are no limits. So if the HOA says we're taking your property back, we're not compensating you. It's ours now. You signed an agreement. Get fucked.
If that's the agreement, sure.
And what if the person refuses to leave? What do you do then?
They get evicted, just like when renters refuse to leave.
Violently, you go in, you send people with guns to drag them out, kicking and screaming out of their wheelchair because they can't walk anymore because of the fucking accident.
We enforce, just like if somebody can't afford rent, right? Like when you have a contract to abide by certain terms, and when you like agree to pay rent, like that is the terms. And if you don't pay rent, you get evicted, right? They have the right to remove you from their property, just like the homeowners association has the right to remove you from the neighborhood.
And for the record, if they're in a wheelchair, they're not going to be kicking and screaming.
Fair point.
Uh,
I would feel bad for them. I want to make
You
that
would
crystal clear.
you would feel bad
Oh well,
for them.
I mean, that's
But
what
that
matters.
feeling would not translate into action of any kind.
No, I don't.
No,
I
you
would
agreed to get
like
kicked out
I
if you
don't
felt that
violate.
way, so
Yeah,
you
I don't
know.
violate rights just because like I feel bad for someone.
Can I
I don't
also
do
ask
that.
you? You said you feel bad when like in the cases of these people who move to an area expecting the poor people wouldn't be around them, and then the poor people move in and they're like upset about it. You feel bad for those people.
Fucking poor people.
Would you also feel bad if instead of it being the case that they're like upset that poor people are moving in near them, it was like black people? They were just like really fucking racist. They all moved away because they like didn't like black people being around them. Would you feel bad for them if they were like upset about black people
In a
moving
way, yeah, like in a way, if they were like if like they were racist, again, a preference I don't share, and like they specifically like tried to like move away to have their own little thing, and like that purpose was frustrated, like I would feel bad for them in that sense. Personally, again, I don't see color, so I don't get that like that. I don't get that feeling of animosity nearly as much. But what
You gotta hand it to him. Lactoid knows how to bite a bullet.
But what I do get though is like I do get the sensation of like here let's remove like
of
poor
rage
person.
when a dark person's near you. No, go ahead.
No, let's remove poor person.
Lactoid sprinting across the street.
Synth. Do you
An
feel
XYZ person, please.
do you feel bad? Do you feel bad for somebody if like a gang of criminals takes over the neighborhood and like criminals are like moving into the neighborhood?
Well, I don't know I don't know how we got to gangs and thugs, but look, I would feel bad. I would feel bad about that person.
Listen, I don't know.
Wait, you would feel bad.
I would feel bad for that person.
No,
Like,
Why
yeah,
would you
yeah.
feel? Why would you feel bad?
Take over their neighborhood. It sounds like they deserve it. Maybe they should have kept better and gotten that gang out of their neighborhood.
If they would have had an
No,
HOA, there wouldn't be gangs.
Yeah, well, that's
Idiot.
true. By the way, that's true. If they had an HOA, there wouldn't be gangs. But my
I
question
think
for
that
Synth
somebody
is-
being substantially scared of their life is something that I do feel bad if people are substantially
Sure.
scared for their life for good reason. If they're substantially scared for their life
No.
for stupid reasons, like black people being around them, that is to me not something that I think is very justified. I would feel
I'm-
very bad for the person.
Sure. I mean, fair enough. But when we're talking about it from like a rights perspective, I don't feel comfortable setting like the lines of where somebody must feel comfortable.
From a
So
rights perspective,
yeah. So the sense of like you have somebody
but no
who
rights are violated.
you have. Well, let me explain real quick. So like if I think you would agree it'd be like ridiculous if the city was like instead of moving in this low income housing, we're gonna move in a bunch of criminals, right? Like you would like that's ridiculous. Like this should not be the case. But like the same kind of maybe not to the same degree, but like the people there are uncomfortable with both, right? Ultimately. And so the question comes like, what gives someone the right to refuse access to somebody to something they either they have or in their vicinity?
In this case, you agree they have no right to refuse access, right? That's what you believe, right? I think the thing that makes it justified
Right.
is if you actually think it's going to be a negative impact on utility or not. If you think it's the case that it's just kind of like annoying to you, but it's better for people as a whole, then you're kind of like a piece of shit if you have an issue with that. Like I don't feel that bad for you if you're a piece of shit.
Well, did you see the study I linked you that says that if you put in affordable housing in a high income area, it is a net negative, but if you put it in low income area, it's a net positive.
No,
Be careful with your wording. It doesn't say overall net negative.
It says property value loss.
Yeah, but
with
okay,
no-
does it say net negative?
Doesn't
It only describes one negative,
Okay.
and then it describes the positives of when you put it in a poor neighborhood.
I would concede of the variables that it analyzed. Yes,
Oh
it's
my
found in
fucking
like no. You
God.
want to
I don't think
extrapolate.
it's found a net negative even with that one. It's just property value loss, right? Which is not a net negative. It's just like the markets are
It's
adjusting.
people's money that they fucking spent on this
No,
shit.
it's you're not your money. You have a house. You don't have money anymore.
like Corey.
You traded the money for the house. Now you have a house, right? If you don't like the fact that your property value goes down, you made a bad investment, right? You could say that. You
Sure,
you made a bad
sure, yeah.
investment. But the reason why your investment is bad is not because it's been a net negative for people overall.
right, you're
Those
right.
people have houses now. People
No,
who
you're
live
right.
in
You're right. And I
California
could put
have
an
a house.
oil rig, and I could put an oil rig on the fucking lot next to you and pump fucking oil up out of the ground next to your house, so you hear every
long as
night
you pay the
ding,
carbon
ding,
tax.
ding,
As long as you
ding
pay the
as the
carbon
fucking
tax.
giant thing.
Look,
spins.
obviously we can have
hey,
taxes
man,
for we can have
you
taxes
didn't-
for noise pollution.
Your house is literally worth like $5 now,
The-
but I mean,
Look, we
you
can
bought
have
a house.
taxes for
Hold
noise
on.
pollution.
The
that are paid to
natural
the people who
disaster-
live around
Taxes
the
for
noise house.
noise
The
pollution.
natural
course.
disaster of black people moving in happened, right? And
I
so
can-
your house fell. I mean, it's the thing that happens.
I would
Just
let
move.
the black people move in.
I know you would. I know you would.
But
Fred.
but he'd feel very bad if somebody else didn't want to.
Corey,
Okay, I have a hypothetical for you, Lactoid.
Are you
I want to
sure
see
you want to do this?
how
no.
sympathetic and empathetic you are. Let's say
I
you
can
know.
use
feels very
context.
bad.
I'm
Yeah.
multicultural. I can use
Yeah.
context.
He feels very bad. He's established this.
Let's say me and my communist comrades unite, and we set up some housing development. And we're all together, living in harmony. And then some anti-communism person moves in and really kind of like destroys our way of life, or like calls into question. Would you sympathize with the communists?
Yes, I
Okay.
would. And in
Good.
fact, the fucking communes that people were forming, especially in the 70s and shit, I love that shit, right? I want all the hippies to go and make their own little community. That's awesome. And I want them to ban me from it. I don't want to be allowed anywhere near there. And they could smoke their weed and accomplish literally nothing all day.
That's so Lactoid knows where to bomb.
I like how he associates communism with weed. I do not partake in that.
Okay, have you met these people? I mean, come on.
I don't drink.
All
fair
of
to
it.
Lactoid, there's a
Universally.
correlation.
There's a correlation.
Oh my God.
Also libertarians, but that's different.
A B?
It's different when Lactoid does it.
I don't do it, okay? Because I'm
Just
focused on
all of your
productivity.
come on, just all of your political allies, all of your friends. Like, be realistic at Lactoid.
Listen, I want a dare medal. I want to make that crystal clear.
First of all, when you just overheard me and Prime's conversation, you immediately thought drugs. So I don't know how much this dare medal
No,
is,
I thought left winger, and then I thought drugs. Okay, it's like
same thing, right?
Yeah. So I think I think that there are valid reasons why a municipality may not want something to happen within their borders. And sometimes those reasons are unsavory, but selfish. I'll use the term selfish. Or selfish, but like that municipality like can be selfish, right? Like unless there's an overriding reason why we don't allow them to be selfish, like that's a thing that can happen, right? Like you can just have these valid reasons, and then so this thing just doesn't get built here. Like it seems to be politics, right? Overall, I'm very much NB. I want all these things to happen, but it seems like to ignore the will of the residents is a bit of a problem.
Well, I would agree, yeah, but then it's not the consensus of the residents. It's like a small subsection of the residents, and as long as you can motivate the other people in the area who don't have these same kind of views, who did lean towards already the existing view that people like me or that like you have, all you have to do is like politically motivate them, and the way to do that is by expressing the view.
Yeah,
that's kind of like the only way
and
there.
but that's politics, right? Like,
No, I agree. No.
Yeah,
So-
yeah.
Well, so I agree in that, like, the will of or whatever, taking the interests of this community into account, like that is a good thing. But at least from what I can gather from the article and like let's say the testimony of the people that are quoting the article, like they are concerned with, let's say, potential things, but nothing that bears out, let's say, in reality, or rather until like it actually happens, where like if you're citing increase in crime or drug rates, like until you actually like run that experiment, like this is all just a hypothetical of like, well, is this an actual legitimate concern? You can say it all you want, but until it actually like, plays out, and even then, if that actually plays out, you can address those things. There are other ways to do that, as opposed to just like, well, you just can't move here on principle, as a result of an unfounded concern. I totally take.
What do you think of Lactoid's proposal though, of like building an oil rig, and like you don't know it's going to be noisy and like toxic and destructive until you actually build it, right? Like you can make projections of things, right?
Yeah, you can make projections, for sure. Well, I think you can make a little bit. I don't know for sure, but I think you make a little bit more empirically backed projections about the effects of an oil rig in the ground versus an entire, an upsurge in population from various socioeconomic backgrounds and let's say cultural backgrounds as well. Where it's like I don't know the demographics of these people. I'm pretty sure like It's just they're making an assumption that since this is affordable housing, it's going to be composed of a certain demographic, and I don't know if that actually holds true.
Let's say none of them are making that assumption. That like they're colorblind like our friend Lactoid.
With chopsticks as well.
Yeah. They're colorblind, and so they're not making that assumption. They're just going on socioeconomic background, and it is the case that if you are more, I mean, the reason why the ghetto is more dangerous because when you're more likely to be poor, you're more likely to commit a crime, and like of course, concentrated poverty just makes it all worse. But so like if you're saying we're gonna bring in these people who are more likely, right, then complete baseline, they're more likely to commit a crime, right? Then what's wrong with making that projection and saying no?
Even then, I think that can potentially, like, I might be willing, I can, let's say, open the door of like, would Lacto be more on board, or like would these people be more on board? Like, hey, none of these people they've all passed a criminal background check, and they have no history.
They've all passed a purity check.
I'm
God
not saying
bless
I'm
you.
not advocating for that. I'm just curious. I'm trying to tease out where their beliefs actually lie. Of like, is it actually rooted in a concern for crime, or are they using it as an excuse for something else? Of like, well, if it's rooted in a concern for crime, and you can actually somehow make an argument, or like you're willing to compromise of like, hey, they all passed a criminal background check, they have no history of crime, then they should be swayed by that, right?
I mean, maybe. I mean, that's up to them.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's up to them. That's why, I'm, let's say, a little bit skeptical. Like, yeah, I think it can go either way. Like, if they have a legitimate
background checks are great, right? Like the reason why concealed carry license holders are like overwhelmingly less likely to commit crime than the general population, and why they're safe and generally good people overall, is because like you're controlling for a group that's like background checked, right? People who don't commit crime tend to not commit crime. It's like a very easy like thing that's real. So if you like background checked everybody going into an apartment, I would assume the crime rate would be much lower than if you didn't.
I got a question for you then. Completely different. Are you against the ban the box movement?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'd be against stopping employers from asking any question they want. So by ban the box, I know employers will sometimes put like a box. Have you ever been convicted of a felony? Yeah, I think if employers want to know,
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, if the employers want to know, like whether or not a potential candidate like committed a felony, right, or like depending on what the felony is, they should be able to know. And my state is actually pretty fucking cool because like it's all public access. You can just get on the internet and just like look up like people's criminal records.
That might be another discussion for us to have, another topic.
It's hold on, the group, and this might change your mind. The group that is like most in favor of it in my state and has found the most benefit are single women going on dates with men.
What?
And in Europe, they have something called the right to be forgotten, which is a similar concept, which is basically that like if you've done something, it shouldn't follow you like for the rest of your life.
No, if you fucking shoot up a city block, it should follow you for the rest of your life.
Come on, that's like not the only crime in the world, right? There are other crimes that are like far less severe that shouldn't follow you for the rest of your life.
Okay,
like,
but anything. So here,
there can be a sliding scale, right?
I'll build a bridge. Anything that is a felony, anything that should be a felony in my mind, should follow you for the rest of your life. If it doesn't, then I don't think it should be a felony.
What should be a felony?
Everything that should be a felony in Lactoid's mind.
Yes,
that should be the law.
Where's
in Lactoid's
murder, rape, child abuse. Like
they just go ask Lactoid.
What's the least significant thing that should be a felony?
Can I spank my child?
Have an idea where the bar is?
I wouldn't consider spanking to be a felony. It seems kind of excessive.
What if I cane my child?
Depends on how hard. Yeah, if you like hit your kid upside the head with a cane, potentially.
Oh, whack him on the butt with a cane.
I guess
that's a felony.
150 times.
Then okay, yeah, it's going to be a case-by-case basis to determine whether or not something is gross abuse or whether or not something is not. Okay, and that's the line between the misdemeanor and a felony. Okay, one cane hit, maybe not. 150
discipline and abuse here.
Oh my god! Yeah,
cane is okay.
You're gonna. Yeah, there's gonna be a line that's gonna be a case-by-case basis. Okay, and I think we can all agree on like the hardcore shit. If you murder somebody, and your employer should have a right to know. Right? If you rape somebody, I don't want that person in my workplace. Sorry, I don't. I don't want to be around that person. And why are you forcing me? Again, everything that you guys advocate for seems to be about forcing people to associate with people they don't want to. Like
someone to serve their time, they have a right to be reintegrated and enter back into society. Full stop.
Don't I have a right to associate with who I want to associate with? Don't I have that right?
I have a right to associate with who I
no.
want to associate. Well, you have a right to get mocked.
But hold on, B. Oh, okay. I think,
Okay.
I think you're gonna make this a topic because we actually have a lot to talk about here, especially if we get Doobie because he's an employer. And I really like to hear his opinion on this. But B, right? Like you would agree that like you said that a person who has served their time has the right to integrate to society. Full stop. Okay. So if
how else can we not resetavise?
I hear you. But like in this case, we're talking about, and I'm going extreme. In this case, we're talking about a convicted pedophile and who's applying
God damn it, Prime!
For a daycare.
That is not. Come on.
No, I said it's an extreme
Stop it.
example.
You are
But like,
giving no, that is impossible.
They have a right to be
It's
forgotten.
not
You're picking
impossible.
the type of person that we all want to burn at the stake and make
They're
s'mores over.
reformed. They're reformed.
I think it's fucked up to want to
yeah,
burn themselves at the stake.
they serve their time though,
They serve their time. Yeah.
right?
If they've served the entirety of their full sentence,
Yeah.
Yes.
yeah, fine, whatever.
Then in charge
Fine.
of a
Working at
daycare
a
center.
daycare?
I don't want my kid going to a school run by a pedophile.
No.
Pick the right school.
Just like if you
Yeah, under school choice I could.
Holy shit. Prime, stop setting me up to sound like I fucking support pedophiles or
I
I'm
didn't
gonna
say
say the N-word. Stop it.
Hey, to be
I'm
fair,
not setting you up.
people
I
setting up
promise you, I'm not
Lactoid.
saying. I thought you would just say no. Like they couldn't. I'm not saying it. I was like, oh, okay, yeah, no. I'm like exploring the extremes here, and I'm like, it's gonna be an immediate no. And
If they have served their entire sentence, there should obviously be workplace restrictions, just like it would be unconscionable
Okay.
for someone who has committed a white-collar crime to work in a bank.
Okay,
Obviously. However,
well,
I'm
then-
not going to stop them from working in a convenience store.
No. We got that part. We got that part. But Lactoid's argument is just gonna be then like, how is like the privately run daycare center to know this person is a convicted pedophile, right?
I don't
They
know.
would
Can't
need
they just
the
smell it?
box.
What?
Sorry, what?
Sorry, nothing. I was being facetious. That's my
Okay.
mistake.
Oh, smell it maybe. But yeah, but they would need the box, right? So
I think what would
why-
make sense is just have background checks as they currently are, as they already do, right? And make sure that these background checks, given whichever industry this says, certain things would be relevant to it and certain things wouldn't. I don't think that every single industry needs to know every single fact about a person's criminal history. I think that if you if you were like speeding once, then you shouldn't be able to not be hired at like a daycare or something, or if you got like an arrest for a DUI or something, or if it's the case that you if you have like a drug abuse charge in your past, and I know Lactoid doesn't support that either, right? But like if you have a drug abuse charge in your past, I don't think it's the case you should not be able to like teach at a school or something. I think it's like insane the level of punitivity that we hold to like people who have committed some kind of crime.
So
Well, to be clear though, real quick, I'm against like arresting people for abusing drugs. But if an employer wants to say, I don't want to hire anybody who's abused drugs or does drugs or anything like that, they should of course have the right to, because again, people should be able to associate with who they want to associate with.
So let's save it. So we got it. Let's save this for next week. I want to have this conversation. It seems like there's a lot here.
Can I ask one question before we move on? It's super quick, and I won't say another thing. Lactoid, just because it's fun to get like bullet bites. If like a doctor said that they didn't treat like patients with sickle cell anemia because they didn't like black people, would that be like okay?
Yeah.
Okay,
It would be.
that's it.
You don't again, the doctor is not your slave. Okay? Forced labor is against the 13th Amendment.
Oh
You
my God.
force somebody.
It's not actually.
Yes.
It's the 13th Amendment.
Forced labor is.
No, it isn't.
Absent punishment of a crime. I can
There we
read
go.
that.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. That's the only good part. Okay. No, sorry. All of it's all of it's good. But no, it is against the 13th Amendment, in my opinion, to force somebody to work absent punishment of a crime. Being a doctor is not a crime. You should not be forced to work against your will, regardless of what it be. Even if you're growing food that some people might need to eat to survive. No, people can't put a gun to your head and make you grow their food. Ridiculous.
Yeah, I think we can leave it there. I think the doctors should have to serve black patients.
The point of a
it's
gun.
difference. Yes, yes, yes. At the point of the gun, you should have to serve black patients. I will bite that awful bullet. I look so bad doing that.
Outrageous.
Let's go to LSP. You said you wanted to say something, or we
No, I'm good.
Okay, all right. It was going to be something
Can I
ridiculous.
have one final thing on the HOA and the Not My Backyard?
Sure, go ahead.
I think the biggest problem with Not My Backyard is that it's not just conservatives, it is wealthier liberals who, again, give a lot of lip service to supporting certain certain programs, so long as it doesn't go anywhere near them.
That's good.
I think that is one of the largest issues because, again, one of the biggest things that progress requires is all of us putting in some sweat equity. Having a little bit of discomfort because affordable housing is put up right down the street is not the same thing as, well, yes, of course we should have it. Just make sure it's nowhere near me. It's in an entirely isolated place, away from any resources, away from any government resources, any aid, any public transpo. Like there is an absolute need. It is vital that we do that. Vital.
Let's hear from one of those rich liberals. LSP, did you have something to say?
I am not rich. And I just wanted to see Lactoid. I'm sorry, I can't quit you.
I'm a drug, you lefties.
Does your free association principle, would that defend affirmative action then? Because
yes.
Universities and based.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. If you had a private university that wanted to only let in black
university.
People,
not only.
No.
We're
Now you're
talking about
about
affirmative actions at universities as it exists.
Lactoid is not for public. I'm pretty sure it's not.
Yeah, not for public.
Oh, you just don't even want public to exist at all, right?
Well, no. If you're going to have public service, if you're going to have public services, I'm not in favor of allowing discrimination that's not directly relevant to the job for those things. When it comes to private industry or any kind of private service whatsoever, because again, you're talking about an individual person, with their own rights and their own property that they're dealing with. They're not my slave. I don't get to go at the point of a gun and make them work for me. I'm against slavery personally. Unlike,
I'm curious. Okay, I just want to do one more. Let's just say Prime here, there was a horrible virus that was wiping out all of the world, 100% of the world, and Prime discovered the cure for it, right? And he could cure everybody, no problem, but he doesn't want to give it up. Would you be in favor of the government taking it from him, or would you say no?
So I mean, it would violate his right, but this gets into something broader, which is the purpose of this. I don't know how much deep you want to get into this, but the purpose of morality is to build a society that is the most consensual one possible in the future. Any kind of situation which would then end society is a negation of that. So
I wouldn't say it only killed half of society. Should Prime be obligated to give up his property to save half of society?
I think the level of destruction and issues that would come from that would lead to coercive events that would outweigh forcing him to share what he invented. There is a line where you could find me. There is a line where you can say,
where is it? 50%,
I don't know.
20%. How many?
What if I said I'm gonna share it with white women, but not white men?
My man Dingo.
Look again. If we took away any of your labor against your will, this would be slavery. And so then the question is, how much do we have? What justifies us enslaving you, Prime? That's quite literally the question we have to ask ourselves here. And for me, it's a very high bar.
Okay.
To enslave anybody.
It's enslave anybody. Corey, don't worry. I would make sure I'd give you the.
Please, I'm so enough as a leftist that I qualify.
Well, because we can simply rephrase the question in which you would have problems with it too, right? Let's say we had a scenario where I'm I'm a really strong guy, and I'm the one guy that can grow food, let's say really well. I can hoe the land, all right? And without me hoeing the land, half the community is going to die. Are you putting a gun to my head and forcing me to go out and farm for you? Are you comfortable doing that?
You know where he's going to walk you, right?
No. I would say that with this particular situation, that would be ridiculous because we could have other people do that, right? Maybe I would if you had the only arable land in the county, I'd be for taking it from you if you're not going to share your
No.
food with,
I'm
like-
the only one strong enough to like farm it because all of you have like some like disease that weakens you, and so now I can farm the land and keep you alive, or I cannot, and then you all just die of natural causes.
then yeah, I think I would be okay. Like if you're the only one, and
You would
people
force me
are-
to toil.
The rest of them are gonna slaughter. I know he's gonna take it to the slavery. I already know,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, because it's identical.
It's
No, it
not identical. Holy shit, it's not identical. Chattel
It's just like
slavery
what black
is
people
not the
principle,
same.
it's in principle,
Oh
it's
yeah,
identical.
because white people all had spindly arms and a disease that kept them from being able to work the land. The fuck?
So no, that part, okay, that part's not the same. The only reason I put that in there, the only reason I put that in there. Well, the only reason I put that in there is because like what I'm trying to like
Because
establish.
the
is, like,
hypothetical is necessary for survival, but actual slavery wasn't.
right, but like if I could design a hypothetical for you where like the survival of the people like in the Confederacy, let's say, was dependent on slavery, would you then be in favor of it?
Dependent on slavery, like the
Yep.
is it the survival just of the Confederates or of like people as a whole?
The Confederacy, like, and the Confederates,
those people.
the people living
Of
there,
course.
the people like the women and children, like their survival is they're hypothetically dependent on slave labor. Would you support that?
Hypothetically, there's some mechanism such where they have to be recognized as property owners over other human beings in order for it to be the case.
It
they
does
survive.
the
Very
recognition
strange
of
hypothetical, but yes, I don't think that's just. I just think it's wildly out of like.
the
Yes,
recognition.
the conclusion is as unintuitive
Okay.
as the hypothetical itself is. Yeah.
The recognition of whether or not they're property to me is irrelevant to what was actually happening to them. If they are being forced to work against their will to give the products of their labor to another group of people that needs that work to survive, are you okay with them forcing someone to work for them?
Of course.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
Sorry,
what I'm
so,
bullied by. This is just like, everyone's okay with that.
Lacto, I'm gonna go to Corey next. And
Prime, I'm gonna go to bed.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me on. It was really nice talking to all of you.
Take
sure,
care.
thanks for being
Be
here.
well.
But
I
I'm
missed
gonna go to Corey in a second. But Lactoid, like just to reply to what you had said previously about like you're the only one strong enough to work the land, and then everyone else isn't, and they're relying on your food, but you don't want to give it up or create it for them or whatever, right? Like, wouldn't that be like what you said before in terms about survival of society? Society is about to collapse. Everyone's about to die. So wouldn't it be then acceptable to force you? I don't know who could force you because we're all too weak to to work the land. I don't know
Yeah,
how
well,
we
no,
could force you.
no, fair
But yeah.
enough. Like there is like a point where like if everyone's gonna die and they're gonna get better, so like if the illness is gonna subside and they're gonna be able to go on to form a society which is not gonna be dependent on slave labor, then I think that you could use the temporary method of slavery to save the overall society. But if this group of people is just gonna be weak for the rest of their life, to where the only way the society is gonna survive for perpetuity is just like a constant slave relationship, then it's not a consensual society.
So okay, Corey, and then Santa, I have a response, but I'll leave it.
Yeah, Lactoid. So if I understand, let's say, we have multiple conversations, but if I understand your framework, properly, when it comes to, private property, I think you advocate, like, you have a right to defend your property even through violent means, right? Is that a fair assessment?
Potentially, yeah. I mean,
okay.
you should like avoid.
You should avoid.
You should only escalate as much as is necessary.
Okay, so let's say there's this individual, they're on, unclaimed land or territory, and there's like, whatever, sitting there, lying there, and they just happen to like, fall into like a nap, or like now they're asleep, and I'm some wealthy person that has come along and like I airdrop like a fence around them. Does this person have any recourse? Can they touch that fence to get over it?
So this is really complicated, but I don't believe in like ownership of undeveloped land. So you would need to like there would need to be like a construction that you'd be on top of in order for it to be property.
What do you mean by that?
Like unless you work
Like a fence.
You have to homestead
Well-
it. Like you have to like toil the land. You have to like do something to it.
Yeah, you have to mix your labor in with it in order to generate something that's actually has a moral like right, because it's tied to your body, it's tied to your life. You can't you can't just build a fence. You can't just build like a circular fence and say everything outside of this fence, like this is actually an enclosing the world except for this little circle. You like now I own now I own the world. You can't do that, right? That's not how that works.
Okay, well, yeah, but like if it has to be mixed, I don't know what. Like I understand this is often used,
But
but
the
like
fence itself requires labor, so like you don't.
I own the
like
fence.
it's okay for you to be on the other side of the fence, right? But you can't touch the fence in escape.
Yeah, so
have
like
to leap over it or something.
easements. Yeah, easements. When we get into like easements, it gets a little bit difficult. I mean, I'm in favor of like limited easements in order to like I guess necessarily traverse otherwise blocked property. I think that's just like a pragmatic requirement. Otherwise, you're gonna have a complete collapse of society because I'm gonna build a fence again and prevent anybody from leaving anywhere.
But like, yeah, even like I could even work it in like whatever. Like before I've erected this fence, I just go in like whatever. I just mix some dirt around with my hand, and then I erect the fence. Do I now have? Does this have person have no recourse anymore?
You own the fence and you own the little area of dirt that you mixed around.
Right, but you have to touch the fence to get out. Of
Yeah.
The area.
No, I know. That's what I just said. Like easement. So easement is you can like otherwise trespass, but the easement is you can in a limited way traverse somebody else's property if like that's the only necessary. I mean, I think the actual standard is like it doesn't have to be the only necessary way. My idea would be it needs to be like a pretty strict standard of like this is the only necessary way of like getting around being trapped or like
How would
getting
you
over
prove
to
that?
your property in a court of law, just like everything else. That's how easements are currently. That's what easements are currently established, and we have a private law system, or not? Sorry, we have a legal system that like just has easements for private land.
Let's go to Synth.
I've got the greatest pair of questions of all time. Lactoid, your policies around like forced labor and consent, do these apply to farm animals? It's apply to animals.
Oh God, we're going to vegans.
You know it? No, don't worry. Just what's the answer to the first question?
I've had this conversation.
Animals
Keep
have
going.
no moral consideration. They are rocks and trees to us. We can
Cool.
use them for
Can
any
you?
purposes whatsoever.
Perfect. Second question: can you rape dogs? Is it morally okay to rape
Yes,
dogs?
we've had this conversation.
I wouldn't consider it to be rape. I'd consider it to be masturbation.
Could you fuck a dog in the ass while it cries in pain?
Brother, I've literally like had a whole panel on this.
Don't complete that sentence. I
have a grand old time with many dogs.
Look, I'll explain this very clearly. It personally disgusts me. Okay, I've said this multiple times. It's not
Anything
something that
morally
I
wrong
would.
with it?
Yeah, it's not
I
something
feel
that I would
very
like.
bad for the dog.
In fact, my HOA would have a no dog fucking rule. Okay, okay, that would make it very clear.
But to a cat.
But if you can eat farm animals, I don't see why you can't do other things with them, right? Because if you're gonna
So the answer is no.
Wait,
Nothing
so you
morally
would your
wrong.
HOA say that you can't eat animals?
well, with the contract, I can put whatever like contradictory shit in there I
Right.
wanted to, right?
I know,
I
but
personally
it's
would allow. I personally would allow eating animals, even though I wouldn't allow having sex with animals.
Even though
because
you think that's worse.
right, but it doesn't suit my preference, like my aesthetic preference. Like eating
But
meat to me,
morally,
So
You're for
you don't
doing
have any
worse
issue with
things
it.
than dog
Right,
fucking.
yeah.
He doesn't want to look over someone's fence and see them masturbating. So
What about
That's
like
a
if a
great point.
baby's born brain dead, Lactoid? If a brain dead baby is born.
I'm not gonna go into that. I don't think I can on Twitch anyway. So let's.
Okay. Is your look without going into it? Is your answer what I think would be implied?
I don't know what you think is gonna be implied, but again, I'm not gonna answer
Type
that.
it in chat.
okay. All right.
Can we type it in the pop out chat?
We finally found a bullet that Lactoid will not bite.
You motherfuckers
I
put the
think we-
fucking terms of service on this shit, okay? We can't like.
Whoa!
explore
You
this
support
topic.
you support the people to have any terms of service they want, like it's a private business, right?
I'm disgusted by it, even though I recognize their moral right to do so.
Okay.
Much like dog fucking.
or like poor people moving in. Terms of service are the poor
Or
people
like
moving into Twitch.
dog fucking poor people moving in. About the same. All right. So we'll move on from that. Move on. Oh, when lactates are out, it's always a good time. All right. We're gonna go to open walk on panels. So stick around for that. If people want to join us, we'll have a panel. Before then, I'm gonna do an outro to all these great individuals. So stick around. Content's not over, so stick around. Hit that follow button if you're on Twitch. Hit the subscribe button if you're on YouTube. And consider supporting the channel if you come here. You like you have a good time. If you made you laugh, and I know we made you laugh definitely today, right? We made you laugh. Consider supporting the channel so we can be around here longer to do just that. Either gifting subs, gifting bits, or subbing yourself, of course, or using Amazon Prime says Prime Gaming here on this channel. It's free for you, and it does a lot for us. or on YouTube, consider giving us a super chat. And that'll be great. I mean, I'll answer your question whenever it comes up because these guys are going to be gone. But yeah, consider helping out the channel so we can do more of this. All right. I'm going to give an outro, but again, stick around. Lactoid, you're great. And you held up this whole conversation, which like I knew you would be able to. I wanted more people on your side, but like the schedule just did not work out, unfortunately. But my man Lactoid always comes through. And I really, I did really like your idea of like building a tiny fence. Everything on
I've encircled the world. It's all mine now.
I've encircled the world.
Pretty much what the Spanish did, right? They landed. This is ours.
This is ours. I love that. Lactoid, thank you for being so awesome. Seriously, I do appreciate it. Like you definitely always like raise the level of my panels. So thanks for being around.
Thank you so much, Prime. I'm always so I always feel so privileged, I think, to be on your panel. So thank you for having me on, and thank you to all of you that talked to me and gave me some interesting interesting thoughts, interesting bullets. To be honest with you, I think we all had a lot of fun with the second topic, and I'm very comfortable in my positions in that one. The first topic, I'm not so comfortable in my position, and it's a very difficult one. I think it's a topic that I've always struggled with because on one hand, I can absolutely see how pollution is aggression, and on the other hand, I can also see how shit can get carried away so quickly if you define it that way. And so it's really, really, really difficult for me. So thank you all for challenging me on that. If you like what I had to say, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Thanks.
Yeah. I'll put the link in the chat. Guys, my friend Lactoid's spot, right? He will challenge you like all the time. He is never an easy opponent. A ridiculous one sometimes with the things that he suggests, but it's not easy. Even he'll defend his ridiculous claims with facts and knowledge, right? So thanks so much. Let's go to our friend Corey. Corey, thank you as well for coming through and giving us some asking us interesting questions.
Yeah, I echo pretty much some of what Lactoid said about being privileged to be here. I recognize that I am privileged to be here, and I'm always grateful to be invited. And also to address what Synth and this question. Like I've had the vegan debate with Lactoid multiple times, and I'm pretty sure Lactoid will bite just about any bullet. Because I think I asked those exact same questions of like sex with dogs. That's why I know his position about sex with dogs that I brought up earlier. But I'm still working on getting Lactoid to the vegan side. It's gonna happen.
I'm the only consistent carnivore.
I'll grant you that. But yeah, like I said, always grateful to be here with these familiar and fine faces. And you can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv, CoreyCampbell84. I'm a biochemist. I cover science, news, and research. On Twitter and Instagram, it's Corey Campbell. And Synth, iCal, LSP, and Lactoid. Always a pleasure. And love you, Prime.
Thank you. And we have LSP who hasn't been here for quite a long time. Thank you for stopping by, LSP. I hope you enjoyed your time here after so long. We had a lot of good laughs. But yeah, thanks for being around.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Insofar as like shouting my stuff out, normally at this point in all of this stuff, what I do is like shill out somebody else. But I'm actually gonna level with you guys. I was kind of in retirement because I had some serious shit going on in my life, and I had to go to the hospital for a bit, and I got hospital bills piling up. So if you want to support me coming onto this kind of a show, donate to my Patreon, donate to my PayPal, help me out. I actually want to get back in this game, and it's this or I like flip cheeseburgers. So I hope I did provide you guys some entertainment. I do hope I can bring some insight into this. I normally I wouldn't shill. I promise you, normally I would just shout somebody else out. But I'm kind of in a situation here, and I'm just really glad I could be providing something for you.
Yeah, guys, hit them up. This is the Patreon or PayPal link, spamming it in the chat. Guys, be so kind and help him out. He's
Thank you.
experiencing a lot of trouble. And we've all been there. So yeah, consider helping out LSP, and we'd love to have him again, right? And in good health.
Yes.
Thank you. And let's go to our friend Aiko. Aiko, thank you as well for coming through. And Aiko, you always like complicate things with uh with like angles that I never expect. So no, like it's really amazing you do that all the time. So thanks so much for coming through.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, anytime. Speaking of complications, there was one that I would like to have introduced, but I didn't because it just didn't quite fit the prompt. But earlier when I talked about an ounce of prevention being worth a pound of cure, like I think that these sorts of conversations about how we react to climate change still begs the question of how we prevent at least some of the worst possibilities of climate change. And on the second topic, I was really interested in asking Corey about something called the dilution effect, which maybe on another day he could tell me. But like this idea of like ghettoizing people so that like people like who are in poverty like are all concentrated in one area is going to probably give you far greater impacts than if you were to dilute that effect like over a broader population. And that's something that I think people should at least consider, even if we don't have time to explore that today.
All right, and then finally, we have our friend Synth, who just is fantastic with his questioning. Like just like like on top of it every time, and like a worthy opponent always. So thank you for being here, Synth.
I really appreciate it. It's super fun to be here. Yeah, I'm on YouTube at youtube.com/synth, spelled the way right there, SINTHE, and I usually cover like ethics and econ stuff. I don't upload as frequently as I need to, but if you want to check me out, I'm on YouTube at that location. I kind of wish Lactoid was here because there were kind of two other things I wanted to touch on
He can hear
right
you.
at the. Oh, perfect. One, that carbon tax. One of Lactoid's big struggles with understanding how do you deal with the environmental stuff is how do you figure out liability? And for things like lawsuits and just allowing lawsuits, it becomes really difficult. It's really hard to figure out who's actually liable for the damage caused by something climate related. But in the case of something like a direct CO2 emission tax, all of those problems go away, and you just have a direct connection to who's causing the issue. And the other thing on the second topic, one question that's like kind of a mouthful, but I'm just like so curious about it. I wish Blacktoad was here to answer it. But we don't have time for that anyways. It's just like, what about like a 4-year-old who's been brain damaged enough to be equivalent to dog intelligence? What about that? But I don't know. Vegan combos are super fun too. Yeah. That's it from me. I really enjoyed the panel. It was really cool talking to all of you guys. You're like really smart individuals. That's it.
All right. Okay, so we're gonna head out. We're gonna go to open walk on panel right after this. Once again, guys, hit up LSP's PayPal or Patreon. It's further up there. I'll put the link again in the chat. Please help out someone who's in need, right? Wick, our friend Wick TV also went through something similar in the past. So and it was audiences, Twitch audiences that helped them get out of it. So consider helping out LSP. You may be a little bit less familiar with him, but he is an interesting guy, and which I invite him back on. And yeah, let's all try to be a bit kind. All right. So open walk on panel where you sitting at home may participate. Anyone here can join us, but if not, that's okay. Thanks for your time, your energy, your knowledge, and your passion. My community, I know they appreciate it just as much as I do. Have a good one. Bye.
Always a pleasure.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Let's all be kind, and if you can afford it, give a bit to his PayPal, because it's rough out there. Living here in this country. This one without a proper medical system. You know, a government funded medical system that you can find yourself in some pretty disastrous situations because you got sick just because you needed some help. So we can so if you're out there and you can system just a bit, and it doesn't take much. No, it doesn't take much. Consider helping them out. How do you feel about Prime? How do I feel about sex with dogs? I'm pretty cool with it. Yeah, pretty damn cool with someone want to fuck a dog. My business. It's not my business. Your business. I don't want excessive cruelty, excessive suffering to animals. So yeah, just to get it out there, I don't want excessive suffering in animals. So if you're making animals suffer for no particular reason, I'm not particularly for that. Uh, but other people who've come on this panel don't care whatsoever. But like I'm okay with killing an animal, right? So like you can, I would, I don't want slaughterhouses because if you've seen like what they do to prepare chickens, it's pretty fucking gnarly, right? Like, um, I'd say the chicken has to die or be knocked out beforehand, rather than it being like in massive pain. Like they cut the beaks off and a whole list of things before like the chicken dies. And I'm not for that, you know? Like let's get this chicken dead and then do the things that have to be done. I can imagine there might be some reasons why they keep them alive. Like it might have something to do like, you know, the moment it dies it's boiling like the meat, and so you gotta, you know, it makes it more difficult for mass preparation. I'd say we'd have to figure out a way around that. So yeah, I'm not for like necessarily making animals suffer. And if your sex act is making animals suffer, then I don't really want that. But like, if you like having a male dog penetrate you, and the male dog is probably gonna be cool, but I don't know if it's. I don't imagine it's gonna be painful for the male dog. I mean, yeah, that's fine. I don't care. You know. So I mean, I hope you guys. I hope that's it's clear enough. I don't know. What if an under underaged? What if it's underage? um, no. If you want to fuck a puppy, you can fuck a puppy. All right, I'll just leave it at that. All right, if you want to fuck a puppy, I'm okay with you fucking a puppy. I don't know how you're gonna what you'll get out of that, but all right, cool. Um, like if your idea of sex is like slowly dismembering the dog, then I'm like not so much for that. Don't make the dog suffer. But yeah. Anyway, Exploration open in chat lets you know there's an open walk-on panel. Honest members like you, yes, you may participate. Join the Discord server and go into the robot waiting room so you can be let in. The Discord link for your account. Good to have you. I've been saying that for a long time, and I still can never get that last line down. It's a bit of a tongue twister. Any which way, let's see. Let's see. We got two people. Joining in. Let's go talk to them. All right. Hey, you two.
My N-word. What's up?
I'm glad you've learned to censor yourself since last time. Yeah, nice to have you here. And Isle of Isles, thanks for being here as well.
Hello, my beige brother.
You've been here a while, it seems. Yeah, that was an interesting conversation. Um, is there anything you guys wanted to discuss in particular?
Yeah, I need some dating advice.
Okay.
Okay, but besides that about NIMBYism, I think that NIMBYism is fine and good, but I think we have to be certain that we're taking a very targeted approach because, NIMBY is not in my backyard and it's like about people who want things to happen, but when when they have to be the ones to pay for it, that's when they get cold feet and want to push the buck off to other people. But are we sure that the people who are advocating against having the affordable housing and or drug centers in the neighborhood were people that openly supported it before it was proposed to be in the city? Or because I know like there's probably like certain conservatives or like other interest groups that probably would never have supported it and still don't support it, so I don't think we can call those people NIMBYs.
Yeah. If they never support, I don't think it matters if they would never support it in the first place. I see what I see what you're saying, that like if they would, like, if it's on a principal approach, then it really doesn't matter where it is, right? Like if it's um
Yeah,
I don't want drug treatment centers to exist for whatever reason, period.
yeah,
Then
then they wouldn't be NIMBYs, I would say, because
I
NIMBYs usually are the people who are unprincipled. They say, "Oh yeah, I want to vote for this. I think it's a great thing," up until it gets proposed to be happening near them, and they're like, "No, no, 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 no. We got to move it because of the character of my neighborhood specifically needs to be kept the way it is." But any other community, yeah, they can be enriched and diversified with and enhanced by having low income housing or a drug center like in the middle of it.
I
Like
hear
that
you.
that's what I think when I hear NIMBYism.
I hear what you're saying. Just to be clear, the topic didn't doesn't hinge on that. Like it's just like whether homeowners their concerns should outweigh um like these other concerns. But I hear you that, like, I guess you don't necessarily count as a NIMBY if like you're just against these things in the first place. If you're against affordable housing complexes, no matter where they're at, then yeah, it's like not in my country, rather not in my backyard. So I hear you on that.
Yeah, and I think on the topic of that is, to engage with that, I think that homeowners, I think, actually do have, I think, good standing in the community because they own the property of that community to have a say of what should go on in the community because it's their property taxes among and their personal income taxes, and if they also happen to be business owners, their business taxes that go to pay for the maintenance of the municipality, then I think that they should have a say in what goes on, and if they happen to be the most active members as opposed to attendance to like city council meetings, then I think that that naturally gives them power because that's just knowing how your city, how the political your local politics works and playing to that system. I think there's nothing wrong with that. I think more people should get involved. I think more people who want low income housing need to actually get active and actually go to these meetings and actually have the opposing view to these house owner associations that want to stifle them if it's that important to the people who want it.
Great. Like if these things are important, then you got to get involved. Politics is not a spectator sport. Uh, and like it, all of us are to blame for the things that happen within this country, whether we actively supported it, actively were against it, or we simply did nothing about it, or we didn't even bother to learn about it. Right? Like this is
Yes,
democracy.
yes, I
Yeah,
agree because we live in well, yeah,
relative
a
democracy.
democracy.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's a constitutional republic, but it has democratic systems, and your participation in said systems can determine radically the direction of the country. So I think that we all have to have equal ownership of that awesome power that we have as citizens to do that.
I
Um,
don't know if I would say necessarily equal, because like if a person's like, if there's a group of people who are pushing for like a genocide and they happen to win the political argument, right? I wouldn't say that the other group has equal blame, like the ones who are like anti-genocide, equal blame. But it's that you
Yeah,
do
but
have a blame
let
because you failed, So like,
yeah, well, I think that's the wonders that we're not a direct democracy, we're a constitutional republic. Even if certain full on states wanted a genocidal campaign, we have constitutions, we have norms and regulations, we have courts that I think would put the stop to that relatively quickly, I think. And so that's why, but that doesn't excuse people of having these genocidal ideations, nor does it excuse people on the sidelines from not doing their best to help others through, like, I guess, mutual aid of, trying to ferry them out of these places where they're in danger, as well as, joining the political game to actually defeat them in elections. I think those are very important when we talk about our system.
um, LSP, did you
Yeah.
actually want dating advice?
Yeah, seriously.
Oh, okay. That's an interesting conversation. Let's give it a try.
Okay, so I went caving with my dad like 2 weeks ago, and
I'm
there
Spelunking?
was
sorry,
this.
what is caving? What is caving?
Spelunking?
No, not like that caving. Like we just went to a cavern that you can walk in, have a guided tour, and all that stuff.
Okay.
Still, it was like 200 feet down. Still pretty cool.
Yeah.
Um. Anyway, cute cashier chick. So first I get a discount because I'm a teacher, and which was like cool. And she like remarks like, "Oh, I bet you're a good social studies teacher or something," before we go down, which was really nice, sweet. Anyway, in the cave there was this girl who was like an opera singer, and she was showing off like how echoey the cave was, and I recorded it. And apparently I was the only one who recorded it because somebody else wanted me to send them the video. So what this ended up being talked about when we got out of the cave, and cashier girl was like, "Hey, send me that video too." And I was like, "Yeah, sure." So then she gives me her email to do it, and then we like I'm trying to like figure out how to send it on like Google Drive through the email. It's the cheesiest fucking shit. And she's like helping me, but then she's also talking. I was like, "Oh, I could see your teacher stuff. I could see your school stuff." I was like, "Oh, do you go to school?" It's like, "Yeah, I go to school. I'm majoring in X, Y, and Z." We end up having like a full blown conversation, so it seems like really flirty to me. But I'm also like a little bitch, so I like left. And I was like, man, I wonder if that was like a hint. But since I had her email, I was like, I should ask her out. So I did. But then it didn't click to me that like if I email her, it could just go to like spam. She could never see it. And it's been like 2 weeks and she's never responded. And I don't know if that means, well, that she's not interested, or if it just means it's in spam. And I'm like stressed about it. And I'm like, also like, I really want to go back to that cave. What do I do?
Well, if it's been 2 weeks and you've gotten no response at all, I think that that line of approach has practically died. But that doesn't mean it's the end. Like you said, if you want to go caving again, maybe you can go back around the same time you did last time, and then maybe she'll be on shift again, and you can pull up that conversation. It's like, oh, remember me? I was the one who recorded the video with those such and such. Do you remember? And if she remembers, you can try and pick off where you left off, and then in that second conversation you can see, I want to keep in touch with you. How about we exchange numbers? And then you'll have her number, and then you can like do like the text
Should
thing.
be
Yeah,
really
but
awkward if I go there and it's like, hey, by the way, I sent you an email. And it's like, oh,
Well, no, it's the way you do it. You say, "Oh, do you remember me? I was the one 2 weeks ago with the opera singer in the cave. Do you remember the video?" And she'll be like, "Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah," or she'll be like, "I don't remember." If she doesn't remember, then the chance is done. It's over. You can't get
oh
that back.
yeah.
But she remembers you. But if she remembers you, then you can try and pick up where you left off. That's what I would say.
um, but I think part of the problem is that he doesn't want to like be seen as creepy, right? Maybe LSP can correct me if
Yes.
I'm wrong. Yeah,
No,
like
I don't.
yeah,
But I
exactly,
legit don't know if she even like got this email because
exactly.
it could be lingering in the spam box because the whole thing was just to send the Google Drive link to the video and to chat. The reason I didn't get the numbers because like it was a big ass file. I can't just text it.
Yeah. So like he's in this situation and it's a tough one. Where like I don't check I don't check my email, I don't check my fucking mail. I got like a ton of mail. Yeah, I just don't even fucking open it. I was like I'm weird like that. So if LSP sent me a love letter, right? Like he can't be sure that I've gotten it, and I may have gotten it, but I mean I've opened it, right? But like, so like no response doesn't necessarily mean that it's a rejection. However, it could absolutely mean that she did see it, and she decided like I don't know what to do with this or whatever, and I'm just not going to respond. Or LSP, which is like so insignificant that she doesn't feel like he's worthy of response. And then he shows up again. He's like, "Oh, hey, remember me?" And he's like, "Yeah, I do." Oh God, this guy's back again.
God, it really sucks being a guy.
Yeah, it does actually in a lot of ways. So he's trying
Jesus,
to avoid
hey,
that.
retard, college student. Jesus, she's in university.
Oh, fuck. Yeah.
What the fuck? I'm not dating a fucking high schooler.
Yeah,
Jesus, fuck.
yeah.
Can't believe I had to clarify that.
let's understand that he's not being a predator here. But still, like, he can be labeled a creep. And that's honestly such a motivating factor for men.
To not ask people out, it's actually like so fucking bitch.
Yeah, it affects a lot of the things that they do within the dating realm. Is like, oh, I don't want to be labeled a creep, and so I won't do this or I will do that, and it makes it very difficult for us because still one or the other you can be labeled a creep any which way because a creep is just whatever triggers a woman in terms of like her past experiences, and it's like completely outside of your control, right? Like you can be labeled a creep because you just happen to remind her of someone who might have victimized her in the past, and but you're like a cool person, you know.
Well, I mean, it could just be creepy to have a guy show up again.
That too.
Later, right? Like it's that guy. Yeah.
Like guys come around. Guys come around when they're unwanted, right? Like and like again and again, and they bother women, and they're like, "Oh, I thought I made it clear." Maybe in her mind, not responding to you made it clear.
God, don't you hate that shit?
Yeah.
Which one would just grow some balls and like say something?
Yeah. The crystal clear art. Clearly crystal clear. I gotta get her new name down. Says, if she is asking questions and you're getting any touching of hair or lots of smiling, she's interested. Was she's touching her hair?
Touching her hair?
Yeah,
I mean, she was like leaned in, like her elbow resting on the thing.
Yeah.
Like close to me with the phone in between us.
Huh?
We ended up like this was like actually like a kind of a long conversation. Like we were like these were like this. The reason I think it's flirting is this is not conversations you have with people you're not flirting with, right? Like she's telling me about like her animation that she makes animation videos. She's telling me about how she's going to cosplay. She wants to make a cosplay for San Japan. And then she's telling me that she also what else did she tell? Oh, we were making fun of our emails because like she had like this email she set up when she was like, you know, those cringy teenager emails. I still have those emails. Everybody still has like their first email address. Yeah, and we were like laughing about that. So it's like, okay, this is like I'm wondering if this is a thing.
So when I don't mean to make this worse, but like I would be one of those people who would have those conversations and not be intending to date the other person. So like there are a lot of women who engage in things that like seem like flirty behavior, but they're just being friendly. Which is actually quite confusing. So that's the thing that can happen as well. Is that it would actually be nice if all women are bitches because it'll make things really clear. Like if you like made it really clear that like I don't want you anywhere near me. Oh, all right. Well, that gives me a clear direction there. But I don't know. The friendly ones are the worst ones, really. So there's that. But what do I think you should do? Yeah, email is a problem. Because you definitely don't know. Delivery is not guaranteed. Or sorry, receipt really is not guaranteed. I think you would. If I were you, I would roll the dice. I've done it before in the past. I've rolled the dice.
Has it worked out?
No, it's never worked out. But I'm saying that.
Okay, thanks.
No. But no, that you should ignore my experience because that's just me, and the like that's between me and those women who very thoroughly rejected me on the second try. But like I think that if you like this person, um, like what are you losing, right? You're gonna lose a bit of dignity. It happens, right? Ego's gonna get hurt, sure. But like she's not gonna call the police on you, right?
Sure.
Yeah,
But I can also like never go back to that cave again. Which is
exactly.
another thing. I like
Exactly.
caving.
Yeah, but you go one more time, right? Like expecting this to be the last time. Get everything you can out of this particular cavern, and then dice roll it, right? Like why not?
Maybe.
Yeah, like it's you're just gonna trade in a bit of a embarrassment.
Well, I mean, I don't want to be
Worse.
like creepy or weird or like anything like
Yeah, but
that.
like
But I'm
that's kind
also
of out
like,
of your control. Go
I
ahead.
fucking binded myself in a fucking pickle with the email because it's like
Yeah.
now especially it's going to be awkward if I like go and ask and she's like yes and then she's like, oh, by the way, I sent you an email. It's like he said this 2 fucking weeks ago or something. Like she checks it and it's like shit.
Yeah. So I would, yeah, I just go, like,
Okay.
yeah, because the upside is that you could end up a wonderful date with someone and maybe even begin like a great relationship, but that could just be stifled if because you don't want an awkward moment.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sure. But I mean, I don't want to put her in an awkward moment either. Like the downside's pretty
Yeah.
significant, right? Like women feeling uncomfortable because creepy men are hitting on them is like an actual problem.
Yeah, look, okay. So here's my feeling on that. It's like, look, man, this is how it works. Like, um, there's certainly a point where like this becomes like harassment and like, obviously a problem. Like you've crossed the line and that it just needs to stop, right? But like as a man, if this is going to happen, it's going to be on you, right? It's our responsibility. It's just kind of what's been decided. We didn't agree to it. I didn't agree to it, but it's been
And it's pretty
decided.
bullshit.
Yeah. And like, that's how the dating system works. Like, women don't carry, like, or don't have like a sign on their head that says taken or not looking or anything like that. So it's up to us to go out there and figure it out. And sometimes we're going to get it wrong. And yeah, it's gonna be awkward for you. It's gonna be awkward for me. But we're just gonna have to move past that. Sorry this happens to you a bunch, but like, how else, right? Like, it's not creepy when it's the guy you actually wanted. But well, I don't know if I'm that guy yet, so I gotta roll the dice.
Okay, I think this is good advice. I guess I don't know. We'll see.
Oh, you should
Worst
not
thing
take
that happens,
advice
I get
from me. Like
embarrassed.
that's a bit terrible. The worst.
What the fuck
The
are you
best
even
advice
wasting
is
my
not to
time
give
for
me.
then? Get a woman in here. Jesus.
But like, it's just the way. That's just the way I see it. It's like if you agree, if you concur, then give it a try. Oh, but Rabbit Wombat in chat said, "Don't hit on people where they work. Easy rule of thumb." Here's the thing, though. I think most relationships, like marriages, like stem from like the workplace, like the place where you spend like the most amount of time. Is your workplace. Yeah, a lot of people. That's where they form relationships. It's really fortunate. That's how that happens. A lot of people don't go out. Like they just go to work and then they go home. Like it's rough. But I hear you. When someone is working, you don't want
I
to.
get that bind, but I mean, it's
Yeah.
like, I mean, this. I don't know. I feel like if she wasn't, well, maybe I shouldn't phrase it this way. I feel like if she wasn't reciprocating anything I was saying, right? If she was just much more cold in that conversation, wasn't asking questions, wasn't providing details, like I don't think I would have, like, my radar wouldn't have gone off, perhaps. we can't be mind readers, and I only know like what I know of her is from her place of work. That's just it. Like she's just some person I walked in on at their work. It wasn't intentional. But if she's like flirting with me, like I feel like it'd be really stupid to pass up that opportunity because well, it's work and I got some etiquette. I got to, behave. You know?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't want. Let me be very clear. I don't want to make women uncomfortable. I don't want to like want other people to do that. Like that's like definitely never my goal. But like it's like an unavoidable side effect of like being a heterosexual man who like wants to get it in. Like like at some point you're gonna make some woman feel uncomfortable. Like you really cannot avoid that. Um, like you should do your best to mitigate that, and try to recognize it as soon as it happens, so that you can maybe extract yourself from the situation. But like it's just a byproduct of like the dating world. If women were just as game to approach us, then we could avoid a lot of this. But
Life would be so much easier if they were.
yeah,
Bumble definitely doesn't solve this issue.
I've never gone on Bumble. Have you?
I've gotten like 0 messages from women on Bumble. It's actually like really, really sad. I hate it.
No.
All dating sites are just a commodification of male loneliness.
Yeah.
Or monetization, yeah.
Actually, yeah. I mean, I've talked about my well, you see how it's just fine. I've talked about like my struggles on dating sites, and it's tough. I'll just repeat it. Like, I went on a bunch of those things. I did the whole Tinder thing, and I made that shit my job. Like at my actual at the actual place that was paying me, I would just be on Tinder, like, and I would like swipe until I reach the maximum, like the free version, right? And I got very few responses there, and then there was OK Cupid, which was different. I like that one, that system better. But
Before I got bought out by Match.
Oh, really? I didn't know. I haven't been on there in years. But like you would send messages to women. I mean, they could send messages to you, but usually it was one way street. You could send messages to women, and you could like read a profile, right? And there are a lot of women who have detailed profiles. And in their profiles, they'd say, "Hey, don't send me a message like hi or what's up. Like
Yeah,
send
put
me a
effort.
message. Yeah, put effort. Send me a message that shows that you bothered to read this profile that I made." And so that's what I did. Like I literally had like a system. I would have the first half would be something that's wrote, like something I had pre-prepared, which introduces me and talks about like my interests, right? And then the second half would be like, oh, and this is how we might be get together, like this is where we relate. So like in that show that I read their message, that second part was personalized. And so like I had a system for this, and I would send out these messages, and the only responses that I got from those messages were from women who would say like, "Oh wow, this is the best message I've ever received on this platform. Like no one's ever like sent me a message as detailed as this. I don't want to date you, but I just wanted to like let you know that this is really really great of you." So yeah, not much luck.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna watch some Andrew Tate to prepare.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah.
I didn't say I was going.
To prepare. Oh, okay, I see. I thought you meant like you were just gonna watch
Right now? No.
Andrew Tate. Like, okay, sure, fair enough. All right. So, I guess if we're done with the dating advice, anyone else can
Oh,
ask
yeah.
a dating question thing, then
Yeah, thanks.
answer. Yeah. I hope you found it useful, or at least some part of that useful. Um.
I don't
So
know. If it ends up being a failure, I'm going to blame you guys.
you should. You should. I've already given you this disclaimer to never listen to me, but yeah, you should. But anyway, so LSP, I know that you um are interested in foreign policy.
Yeah.
And we haven't talked about foreign policy in a long time. So what's happening in foreign policy that is interesting that you've been following?
Probably the big thing is still the Russo-Ukrainian war. I think that's what's on everybody's mind still.
Okay.
There's the Bakhmut counteroffensive, with some mixed success, although it seems like Ukraine is recently gaining more and more momentum. Then there was the attempted coup d'état by Prigozhin, which was, I don't even know how to describe it. That was a weird night. Yeah, I don't know. What do you want to talk about? It's a big topic.
Yeah, okay, sure. Do you think the Ukraine war should still? I think I already know your answer to this. That the U.S. should still be supporting Ukraine, and should what should be the limitations of that support? Yeah.
Um, yeah, I think our support's done some measurable good. We've taken like a major regional bully that has been a seriously destabilizing factor in the region, and we've reduced their military to dust for what, like $40 billion. Like, let's just talk about smart spending there. Without any cost to American lives, we've reduced one of our major adversaries in the world um, to an unstable shamble of what they used to be, where their own military industrial complex is trying to throw coup d'etats at them. I'd say that's a pretty good bang for your buck when it comes to the U.S. It's also just the right thing to do. They violated the sovereignty of another country. They violated international law. They've committed massacres. So the extent of our support in that for Ukraine should be when Russia is out, when they begin to adhere to international law again, when they end their illegal occupation of Crimea and their offensive in Ukraine, and when they return the, I don't know, million like children they've kidnapped from Ukraine back to Ukrainian families.
Uh, and maybe you said it and I missed it because I was doing something else. But should all the territories captured, should they be reclaimed?
Yeah, I think so.
Hmm. What do you think about that, Isle?
What do I think about what?
Isle, the other person in the room.
Oh, okay.
Oh, what do I think about the Russian invasion?
About the like how far that the U.S. should support Ukraine, like if there are any limitations to that support.
I mean, there definitely should be limits. And one of those limits is that people should know exactly what's being purchased with the money, where is this money going, how's it being spent, and by who. I think that's important. I think it's a little bit ridiculous that we're like signing off these really, really big checks to foreign nations, but we have all these like this crumbling infrastructure in our country. We have homeless crises all around. I think it's a little bit ridiculous, but I think it is for a good cause because the Ukrainians deserve their sovereignty from an invading bully, and so I think, on the whole, I think this is a positive thing to do.
I'm never convinced by that argument that like, oh, there's so many other. Well, I'm really convinced by that argument. Um, because like LSP said, it was only a few $1 billion. And also we wouldn't have used that money any which way in the homeless, right? Like it's not like we've had a policy change and we're well interested in helping out the homeless. But like now because of the Ukraine war, we don't have enough money. Except the Ukraine war didn't wasn't happening at all. We would still be ignoring the homeless, and we would use that. Most of this money would end up going uh, to the military industrial complex any which way, right? So, eh, like, I guess we can do both. We can ignore the homeless people, and we can prosecute the Ukraine war.
Yeah, I must say, I'm always tickled by this argument that, like, but for this money going to Ukraine, we wouldn't. Our homeless problem would be ameliorated. We'd be redistributing this money where we need to. Like, this just never happened.
Yeah.
Like we are not going to spend responsibly just because like we stop sending money to Ukraine. It's just not how it works. It's never worked like that in this country.
Yeah. Like we don't have the policy. We don't have the public behind that kind of policy. So it's not gonna happen. But anyway, I think I think that Crimea would be a problem. Do you not agree, LSP, that taking back Crimea might be an issue that maybe we wouldn't want to support?
Why? I don't understand why everyone thinks that. Their occupation of Crimea has been condemned since they took it in 2014. Like, what? Our position has been the same, that they must return it to Ukraine. Why would we not want to support that?
No, I agree that it was deplorable, and maybe we should have done something then, but I'm talking about the practicality. One, I have been convinced from the information I've seen that even if we did support the Ukrainians, the actual process of taking back Crimea would be so difficult and so incredibly bloody that it might not be worth it.
Well, worth it to who? Like, worth it to the United States? We're not really spending much, right? The Ukrainian people, on the other hand, like, do you want to establish this by precedent that, like, a power can just annex part of another country and hold on to it because it's just too difficult it's too bloody to take it back? Like, that we just recognize
Hasn't that always been the case? Hasn't that like literally always been the case?
That's been the case with policies called appeasement that have widely been recognized since as like bad policies, that you shouldn't appease people when they just want to take territory.
So then would you support, Native Americans in their struggle to take back the rest of the United States, no matter how bloody that would be?
I do. I actually support like serious reparations for them, and I do support like their right to self-determination. Even if that means violently
We're talking about warfare. We're talking about warfare. Like,
would I support Native Americans declaring war on the United States?
Yeah, like if China,
I would disagree.
If China would support them, would back them in their war, like would that make sense? That the Native Americans should fight and have this bloody war to take back their country or land.
I don't know. I'd actually have to think about that. I think that a primary difference in what you're describing is that what constituted as Native American lands was defined by treaties with the United States that outlined them. And those are over a century plus old, whereas Ukraine's ownership of Crimea was without question.
And most of those treaties were, that was like gunship diplomacy. Like
absolutely, yeah. Well, I'm not saying these were good. But I'm saying like there's a substantive difference between these two things. I think if you want to build a more apt comparison with the United States and the acquisition of land, I think it might be more pertinent to just say Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, California, like stuff that we took from the Mexican-American War, because it was a war of aggression launched by the United States against Mexico.
Hawaii.
So,
no, okay. I think wars are fair game because of the blood and treasure spent to purchase the lands in that way. I think are fair game for the United States to claim its own, just like the Louisiana Purchase was a literal like transactional relationship with money between France. So I think that those territories are fine, but I think the problem is.
Why?
To be clear, France didn't own the territory. We bought the imperial rights. That's what we bought the right to conquer it.
They said this is ours, right? And they did it from Paris. They just like declare like, oh, there's a map.
There were already people there who might have had an interest,
Yeah. They didn't own it to give it away.
Well, yeah, they had a right to it, and then
How?
through colonial expansion, they probably had
They
some
literally didn't
colonialists
even
go there
send
and
an
explore
army
it.
to like the
Yeah,
French
but they
didn't
probably
even.
sent some agents to go
They sent
tell
some. Okay, I can
some
send.
agents.
I can send like a few dozen people to Australia, right? Like those are my agents, right? They're working for me, and then I'm like, okay, this is mine now, right? Like I've surveyed the land, and now this is mine.
Well, in the colonial area, that was how it was. If you can
It
find a
wasn't
land,
how it
no,
was. No, but that's not
that's
how
how
it
it
was.
was.
There were. I don't know why
Yeah,
you think this is legitimate. I don't know how you think this is simply different than any other
we
like
bought the
than
land.
forcibly
Americans
removing
bought
them.
the land.
What? How does this make any sense?
The Louisiana Purchase, we bought it from France.
From the people who didn't own it, who had no territory, who didn't have troops there, who didn't they gave it to us because they're like, well,
To
we
Francis,
have
to be
no
clear.
hold. Sorry, would you say
Yeah,
LSP?
it wasn't Francis. So there
Yeah,
were
it
already
wasn't
people living
Francis.
there who owned it. We
It's
just bought
just
the right to conquer it from France.
yeah, they had exactly. They bought the exactly that. They bought the
Yeah,
imperial
they
rights.
gave up the territorial
The,
colonial rights to the
no,
land.
no, it's
Do you
hold
think
on.
imperialism's a right?
In that era of human history,
And
it
that
was. Yeah.
era. No. So
Okay,
LSP,
way to
LSP.
qualify
So
it.
like before you engage in this argument, I need you to understand, right? I've done this before with Isle. Isle thinks that like in different histories, right? Like atrocities take might be acceptable. So like in biblical times, he'll say that slavery was okay, right? Like in those times, yeah, I guess it was okay. The biblically defined slavery, sure, that made sense then. It doesn't make sense now, he'll say, but it makes sense then. So, and he'll go on this for hours. FYI, LSP.
So is this isn't a hole I want to go down, is it?
Yeah, I
Well,
don't think so.
just to cut it short, yeah, because me and Prime have already had this out. I think cultural relativism. I think you have to consider the time period, because obviously we this doesn't work now because we have the liberal world order after World War II and all the atrocities of the Nazis
Better
and
world order.
the Soviets. So we know now that just reckless expansion and trying to take over land and extinguishing the native populations is wrong. We know that now,
I'm sure we
obviously.
knew that then. I'm pretty sure we probably knew that's like it's probably
Nope.
wrong to kill all
I
these people and
don't
take
think
all
they
their
knew
stuff.
that then. I don't
You
think
think
they
they were
knew that.
confused about that?
Yeah,
Yeah,
like the
because
murder
for the
and the rape,
colonial,
they were confused
yeah,
about that.
it was the three G's. It was gold, glory, and I forgot what the third G was, but it was like like that was just what they wanted. They wanted conquest. They wanted honor for the their nation state. Just like, yes, we take this
Yeah.
territory. We're the greatest adventurers and like
All right.
navigate.
Rather than going down this rabbit hole, Prime, I've come out in favor of reparations. I am ready for a reparations debate.
Reparations. Yeah, I think reparations could be good if it managed well, but I don't know how well it'll be managed. So eventually, yeah, for reparations, yeah.
Um, I'm glad you're on our side. Reparations, love it.
I'm a
Yeah,
Um,
but
brother.
it can't be just for like any Tom, Dick, and Harry that shows up. It has to be people who are like you can literally have lineage that shows like they came from slavery.
I just wanted to give it to every Tom, Dick, and Harry. Thanks for clarifying.
yeah. And I want to go back to the Ukraine war, but like I disagree with that position. But I've made that very clear that the effects of slavery echo beyond slavery itself, and the racism that engendered upon the population, the way it shaped our culture, that we are still dealing with that, and so Black people, like fresh off the boat from Africa,
What does it have to do with the Ukraine war? Which
has nothing.
conversation are we having?
No, I said I wanted to go back to the Ukraine war. I was just responding to this, but then
Oh,
we'll go
okay.
back. Yeah.
Oh, I agree with everything you're about to say.
Okay, yeah. So people fresh off the boat, from Africa,
Yeah, it's
like
pretty stupid to give them anything.
they experience racism, that echoes from that slavery, and then they have to live under the societal rules that echo from slavery and Jim Crow and all that. So they deserve reparations as well. But
But everyone who comes off the boat gets that. Like the Italians and the Irish got that.
okay, and they can sue for their own reparations as well if that's what they want to
I'm
do.
not.
That's their
Yeah,
business.
What
I'm always
Italians
intrigued when people bring this up. Like, hey, how about all these other people that the United States fucked? Like, yeah, maybe they should get reparations too.
Yeah.
Well, we gave the Italians Columbus Day, and we gave the Irish St. Patrick's Day. They have their own parades.
And we
They're
allowed
good.
them to open pizza shops too, right?
That
What the
was-
fuck?
True. True, and we let them.
They've already got their reparations. They got Columbus Day. By Prime, the blacks get Martin Luther King Day.
There you go. All done. And a month, like the Italians only got a day. We got a month.
A whole month for you bitches.
Listen, but no, because they also got integrated into what was white too. So I mean, so it's different than just like random black people who didn't have to deal with all the racism if they just are immigrants that came over like post 80s.
Suggest pretty much every black person's probably experienced some racism in this country.
You think racism stopped in the 90s?
No, I don't think it stopped in the 90s. But I think we had less institutional racism. We had a similar amount of interpersonal racism. I think we made like lots of conscious efforts to try and stop institutional racism. There's still some left on the books that we have to eradicate. But
Just to be clear, we also made conscious efforts to reinvent institutional racism.
Yeah, I guess that is true. That is true, I guess.
Okay. All right. So we can make it back to the Ukraine war. All
Anyway,
right.
yeah, there's a whole war going on
speaking
right
of
now.
reparations, there was a point I had about Oklahoma. I was really pleased when the Supreme Court ruled in favor for the Oklahoma Native Americans on the facts that the treaty that they had signed was trampled on by the Congress at the time, and so so the Supreme Court ruled that the tribes in the area had the rights to their land. And I think that was a nice symbolic gesture. I mean, it didn't really have any actual force behind it to give them over like the territory to them to govern. But for the mark of history to say that there was a wrong done and that the country should acknowledge that wrong. I think that was a good thing that happened.
Okay. So back to the Ukraine war. So yeah, I was trying to say. We were talking about Crimea and the process of practically taking that back. So Crimea tends to be like a natural fortress, right? In the way of its topography, it's a natural fortress. It's very, very difficult to take. And now we have an enemy that's very much prepared and has modern weapons, so it'll be harder to take than it ever has been at any point in history. It seems like the blood and treasure necessary to take, it might be worth it for the Ukrainians to do it, right? Like you said previously, but that doesn't mean we have to support such a very, very foolish endeavor.
I disagree.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, it's necessary for us to support such an endeavor because we established by precedent for the future that there is a cost for other nations when they pull this kind of shit. So if not, future Russia, might not necessarily be Russia, could think China and Taiwan, that if another country tries to pull this kind of shit where they annex the territory of another sovereign state, that the world will respond and it will be costly. I think that you establish that as a precedent, you reduce the odds of this happening in the future. I think that's worth it.
No,
This is the liberal world order at work, I think, and so we should do our best to maintain it.
Agreed. And I understand that part of the liberal world order is that borders don't move, right? This is a very important part. I've been convinced of that already. But that doesn't mean that those principles don't run into practicalities. One, we actually have made it very costly for Russia, right? Russia suffered immensely from this war. And we have like funded the opposition, like both like economically, like directly, but also us funding the opposition and like massive reducing the military capability. Like you said before, $40 billion is awfully cheap for what we've done to Russia. So like the message is out there that there will be consequences, massive consequences, and I think most states won't be able to pay that, right? Like, um, uh, so I think that's already done. But also like in terms of like managing a peace, like if we're going to get a peace agreement, like I don't know if Russia ever agrees to anything that doesn't include Crimea. Um, so like I don't see an end to this war, at least a non-nuclear end to this war, that includes Ukraine getting um, uh, Crimea back.
Uh, I guess like if you hold this position, is there any point in which this ends? Like, let's say Russia launches a new offensive and they nest themselves into the Donbass region or something like that. If it ends up being too costly, would you just hold the same position? Then it's like, well, shit, it's too costly. I guess we're just gonna have to. They're not gonna surrender, right? Unless they keep this, so we might as well just like let them have it.
Okay, well, I'll throw that question right back at you. Can it ever be, can the cost ever be too high for you?
Yes, I think the cost can be too high. I do apply, issues of practicality and logistics, but I don't think the pressure should ever come off, and I don't think it should ever submit to another country annexing. Like even if like you might not be able to apply the necessary military pressure to take back Crimea from Russia, I don't think that means you do nothing, right? That you just let them have it and you submit to them to their will of taking it.
Hmm. Okay, well then what does that look like? If you can understand that the cost might be too high, and let's say the quote unquote cost is too high for Crimea, what does that look like? The application of that principle you just stated.
Uh, Sanctions, espionage, whatever we can do to squeeze Russia even more than we can. Like as much as we can feasibly squeeze Russia, we do continue to feasibly squeeze Russia.
Okay. Mm, do you think that there's ever a point when the cost is too high? We're in this realm where the cost
Mhm.
is too high. Do you think there's ever a point where there can be a peace deal?
Yes, I do think there can be a peace deal. Although I think the cost is too high for Russia as it stands now. So I think it's more likely that the ones who are going to be the ones who are most likely to uh, to take whatever deal is offered would probably be Russia. Just as the state of the war is going right now, it hasn't been working in their favor, and they faced like such insane political instability. Not to mention like an attempted coup. Like I don't think the Russian government can see this as long term feasible beyond a few more years. So like I don't think like we have to weaken our position on Crimea. Really, I think Russia's weakened themselves plenty. If they would have just held Crimea and not launched this offensive, they probably could have kept Crimea in perpetuity. But I think they've weakened themselves so much that I don't think they're in a position to negotiate anymore.
Hmm. You don't think they're in a position to negotiate? Yeah, I don't see that. Like, of course you are. I think they're. My understanding is that they're heavily dug into Crimea. They've loaded the population with their citizens. So like the demographics are completely different from what it was like it was in 2014 or yeah,
Yeah.
whatever. Yeah, right. Like the demographics are just completely different. I think they're in a perfect place to a bargain specifically over this territory.
Um, I don't know. I mean, what do you think those bargains could be? Like, what could they say? What could they offer up in exchange for keeping Crimea?
Donbass and the other one, the Luhansk, right?
I don't think they can hold Donbass and Luhansk as it stands anyway.
Well, I'm saying that like maybe like we are we won't fight you. You more of your men and women won't die. Like you can have it back, or maybe like it becomes some sort of autonomous region or whatever, right? I don't know, but uh like you can have it back. We will withdraw, and that is something. Like I would want less of my people to die if I could.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that this is feasible, but I mean, I get where you're coming from. It's we're playing armchair general here.
Yeah, of course.
Like, there's a kamikaze in chat saying Russia's holding all the L's long term. I think is pretty much like nailing the situation as it stands. I don't think long term they're going to be able to sustain their hold on Crimea, even if right now it might be costly to liberate it.
Well,
They
then
just don't have. What's that?
that's another reason then to not press the issue militarily, right?
No, I think that's the reason. That's why you press it more militarily, right? Because if you give them breathing room, they could get the resources to maintain Crimea.
Okay, then we could do that like economically. We could like rather than necessarily uh fighting them for it, like there are other pressure points that we could put on Russia so that this regime uh collapses, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Why not use those instead of like the actual invasion? Like to be clear, like I hate the idea of giving up territory. Like I hate it. And the people who use this idea, they so like uh casually say that, well, yeah, of course Ukraine should just give up those the Donbass and Luhansk. Of course they should. Like why wouldn't we push them to the negotiating table now and get them to sign some peace treaty. They don't even say what it should be, right? But just get them to sign something. Well, would that say the same thing about like the U.S. if China took the West Coast, California, Oregon, and Washington, and like that we should just push get to the peace the negotiation table as soon as possible and then hand over those territories? No way. They said, of course we have to
No,
fight for them.
well, there's a difference because I think we have to think practically in a might makes right reality, where without the liberal world order backing up Ukraine, Ukraine would have crumbled by now, even with the incompetence that is on display for the whole world to see from Russia. So I think that there might be an imperative at some point where something needs to be done with Luhansk and Donetsk about their territories because they had been like openly in like rebellion for some time after the Russian
From the
favoring
2014.
president was ousted in 2014. So I think that yeah, they've been like really unhappy and like rebellious in that eastern section of the country ever since 2014. So I think there is a certain point. It's not now because we've shown that the liberal order is strong enough to bankroll and support even Ukraine against Russia. So I don't think that we've reached the point now. But if they start losing, I think more clamors will come for them to give in and come to the table.
Um,
Okay, I'm just curious. Like, Prime, do you think there is a point anytime in the near future where Russia will come to the table?
uh, I think, hmm. So, okay, so I don't know which reports to believe. Okay, so I don't know. I have a very dim view of like the situation. Um, but there are reports that say that Russia is honestly willing to come to the table. That like they if the Ukraine would honestly participate, that they would participate, and that maybe it's the U.S. And uh, that's keeping the Ukraine from doing so, or maybe it's other issues that are stopping this, but that Russia, or by that I mean Putin, really wants to is not really wants to is willing to do so. And then there's other reports that say that they're just fucking around. That that's actually a lie. And Putin's fully willing to prosecute this war. I don't know which one of those things is true. Um, but from my very, very dim view, um, it seems like Russia doesn't want to keep this war dragging on. That this has been a complete disaster. That like I thought this war would never even I remember at the very beginning I said like, oh, Russia's not gonna invade because that'd be too stupid. That'd be too disastrous for them. Turns out I was wrong about them invading, but I was right about it being disastrous. And so it was so disastrous. And it's a complete embarrassment for Putin. I think that he'd definitely be willing to go to the negotiating table, but he needs something. He needs a victory. He needs something to show his people. And if he can't be seen as having some sort of victory that uh, helps ensure his continued um, place in power, then I don't think it's possible to make a deal. So, yeah.
What would that something? Well, what would that something be? Like, what if it's? I mean, like that something ends up being like, yeah, you get to have this Ukrainian territory. You get to have, like, don't you see this as a problem? It's like it's not their territory, right? It's not. It doesn't belong to them, and there's already people in that territory who do belong to Ukraine. Russia has kidnapped citizens of Ukraine, right? Russia has committed massacres in Ukraine. Like, why do they get to dictate the terms here?
Because they're even in their weakened state, they still have the legacy of the Soviet Union and being a superpower unto themselves. So, like I said, even in the liberal world order, might makes right most of the time. So, for them, the pressure is on as the superpower to uh, exert as much pressure as possible until they get their goals. They're one of their stated reasons for going into Ukraine. One was to liberate the people of those two breakaway rebellious sections of Ukraine that have always been more pro-Russia anyway, from the 2014 protest onwards. And then they even stated that they wanted to achieve the denazification of Ukraine. So with those like 2 points in hand, it's very hard for Putin or any other top brass in Russia to justify stopping this war unless they can prove to themselves, if not the world, that they have made at least substantial progress on those 2 points. So, I mean, but as we know, those are like false justifications for war anyway. So it's like almost nearly impossible to do. Like, there's no way you can justifiably say, "Oh yeah, we've gotten rid of all the Nazis in Ukraine. Trust me, bro. This war was worth it." And then we still have the same regime in power. We still have the Luhansk and Donetsk still upset because they're being oppressed by anti-Russian government when they're pro-Russian. You know, but on the flip side, Ukraine is easier because they're the defenders. So as long as they keep the war goal, which is those two breakaway, those two rebellious regions, as long as they can keep that done and say, listen, we're united, we're sovereign, we're strong, we're holding ourselves together against a larger superpower that wants to oppress us and take what is ours, but we're standing strong. That's a great message to send to the world. So as long as they keep fighting and the liberal world orders keeps supporting them in their fight, then they have the moral high ground to say that they win. So they have no reason to come to the uh, table for negotiations either.
Well, LSP, if you want to respond to that, I'll give you a moment.
I do not.
You asked me why should they dictate the terms? It's not that they're dictating the terms; it's that they have to agree to the terms. Like, you make peace with your enemies, not your friends. Your enemies want something. So like we're
God,
not
did you
enemies.
just steal that from Game of Thrones?
No, I didn't.
Okay, you make peace with what's left, right? There's a war right now, right? You kill your enemies in war, and you make peace with what's left. I think, like,
But we can't do that. That's why the next thing I was going to say is that like we're not in a position to make them to force an unconditional surrender, and that's when you get to dictate all the terms. But until you're in that position, then yeah, the other side gets to negotiate with you.
Is that a negotiate? Is that if let's say Russia, like your President Prime Kai, right, of Ukraine, and Vladimir Putin basically says, we'll cease all hostilities if you give us, if you allow Donetsk and Luhansk to be their own independent nations, and you cede Crimea to the Russian government. Is that a deal you would accept?
Um,
Because it's kind of what they wanted in the first place, right? That was the whole basis for every like all their military shittery operations anyway. Like, you just be giving them what they want.
yeah, I don't know as a sovereign nation whether I can accept the Crimea one. I might be forced to accept. But uh, the the
Donetsk and Luhansk?
territories, yeah, Luhansk and Luhansk. Um, I hmm. I can recognize that they are problematic regions and they seem to want to break away, and it actually might be easier and better for us if we just kind of let them. Um, but I don't know as a sovereign nation whether I could be able, or the head of a sovereign nation, whether I'd be able to accept that I might have to fight for those regions. Um, yeah, I don't know if I could accept that. And I accept. So, and again, I like I said before, I'm that makes sense to me. That the Ukrainians would want to fight for that, fight for those territories, um, and maybe ship some. Oh, actually, I shouldn't say that. um, but yeah, it makes sense for me that they would fight for those.
Okay.
Like,
I don't have anything more to add. I'm sorry.
yeah, no, it's fine. Like, do you think that it would be worth taking back those regions if the Ukrainians will be stuck in guerrilla warfare there for like decades, like a like a insurgency, not
Well, I
counterinsurgency.
mean, is it worth it to the Ukrainians? The more pertinent question is if the
Now,
Ukrainian people are
I'm
like,
asking
if you,
you LSP, you are now the prime minister, right? I've resigned. Now it's LSP. You're the prime
if I'm the
minister.
prime
Is it worth
minister,
it?
yeah, I think I would engage in guerrilla style warfare, right? If I had the United States bankrolling me and sustaining me, yeah, I think that would be worth doing. I think that that region is too vital to give up, and more than that, I don't want, since I share a border with Russia, I don't want to just allow, by historical precedent, that Russia can just come in and take something either, right? Like, I would have to fight for my territory tooth and nail because I don't want Russia to get this idea in the future that they can just come back in.
Yeah, on exactly that. 1 second. Sorrel, thank you for being so kind as to get the sub to Crimson Steel. Really kind of you. Thank you for supporting the channel. And we could use more support. So guys, subs to the channel, give bits or give subs. Usually Amazon Prime says Prime Gaming here, 1 free sub per month. It does go a long way. And we need that support to do anything really. So if you've been enjoying this content, what we're doing now, what we did previously, support us. And if you're on YouTube, of course, super chats are appreciated. You can ask a question. It's the people that are here. It's an open panel, so you guys can join in, of course. Jump to the Discord server, go into the robot waiting room, so that you can be let in. We'd love to have you. But yeah, please consider supporting the channel. And thanks, it's all for that sub. Fuck, I apologize. LSP, what's the last thing you said?
I don't even know.
Oh no, you said it's
video.
worth it to fight, for like every inch of land. So yeah, I agree with you. As a sovereign nation, that's why I said if this happens in the United States, then I'd be willing to fight for every inch as well. And not just cede that. Like, oh, I guess the Chinese just have California. But like, what if we're talking about Hawaii? And
Or Hawaii.
I mean, Hawaii is gone. If we've lost control of the West Coast, then Hawaii is gone, right?
Well, it's depending on how tenable the situation is to fight back and reclaim the territory. At a certain point, if we deem it like untenable to try and reclaim the West Coast and Hawaii, then yeah, we might have to come to the table and admit defeat to that point. But I doubt it because of America's special circumstances. I don't think that'll be a problem.
What what? What special circumstances?
I don't.
Second Amendment. There's no way that a invading force could take over the West Coast without dipshits from like the Midwest coming over with their guns and
And
take
then
and the
being
gun
slaughtered
store.
immediately by the Chinese war machine. Yeah, I agree.
I don't know. Why does
Because
everybody think like Jimbo Bob is like gonna stand up to like the Chinese military? Like
Because-
fucking Afghani people have like AK-47s. They still got rolled by us.
Yeah,
No-
they got plenty of
no,
guns
but-
there.
Well, no, no, because I think we all agree that the Afghan, campaign was not efficient. We had so much lost money, so much lost time, and we didn't actually really do much of anything long term and permanent to actually call like a real goal. Because
Killed
you
the fuck
can
load of Afghanis though.
like the war machine can destroy and level places, but you need boots on the ground to hold land. So, if we have like a bunch of rooftop Koreans sniping at people when they try and come over, and they're like, or like in Vietnam, the reason why Vietnam was so horrible was because like the Vietnamese people were so radical in the defense of their nation, they were literally strapping up bombs to babies to blow up American soldiers. So it's like one of those things where it's like, yeah, they can try to take it, but if we all have guns and we're
Yeah.
all like just
Oh, man.
like radically like going to kill them, like unless they're going to
Oh.
like literally nuke us and in glass like the West Coast, like there's no way they can hold it.
Wow.
Oh, okay.
I mean, LSP is too tired to make the argument. I'm going to do it though. Like
So tired, I'm going to bed. Good luck and good night, sir.
bye, LSP.
Bye-bye.
Have a good one.
Good night, LSP.
Yeah, so that's fucking ridiculous. Like people don't understand.
Vietnam.
Yeah, that's right. Every war is like Vietnam. We can just like put that on.
It's been a proven track record that prolonged guerrilla warfare, even in urban environments, can work to frustrate the aims of an invading force.
Yeah. Frustrate is not the a bar that we're reaching here. You're saying that they literally can't hold the territory. Yeah, they can definitely hold the territory. Like the idea that the people of these states will necessarily just because we're well armed in this country will necessarily be the ones on the front lines. So there's going to be a portion of them will have an insurgency. There'll be a West Coast insurgency. Absolutely. They'll do the guerrilla warfare. Absolutely. And it'll make a big problem for the Chinese. Sure. Great. We can establish that. But that it will be necessarily effective enough to beat a war machine that has already defeated the United States military. That was advanced enough to like take the West Coast from us and hold it from us to the point that the U.S. military cannot retake it. And then you're saying that you'll have enough people to do this. Most people will obey, right? That's just the way it is. They have things to protect. They're like I would fight, but like I'm a father and I got kids. I got to survive for my kids, especially in a world where now we're second-class citizens to the Chinese. Like I have all kinds of concerns that keeps me from being a soldier on the front lines. Each and every person's got to make that decision. So you'll have a small number of people just because they have guns doesn't mean they're competent in the use of the guns. No, it doesn't mean they're competent in a warfare situation, and that they have are able to also put up a counterintelligence operation that keeps the Chinese from infiltrating them and then taking down their whole networks. It's like there's just so much into it. It's just easy to casually say, oh yeah, like these motherfuckers that have been dicking around in the woods with their guns. Oh, they'll save us. Nazis
I mean,
mostly, but like,
to be fair, to be 100% fair, that's what everyone was saying about Ukraine in the early stages of the war until the world order decided to bankroll them into like a fighting force. We could do the same thing with our West Coast insurgency because I assume that the East Coast and the Midwest would also have interest in trying to retake the West Coast, and so we can just fund them and help them fight their insurgency until we got to a point where we could try and take back the land from where we're at.
so sorry, you keep moving the goalpost here. You keep moving the goalpost. Uh, yeah, we would be if the U.S. was in that position. We would be funding the insurgency. Sure, okay. But what you had said is that like they can't hold on to this territory specifically because of Jim Bob and these people because we have the Second Amendment that would make it impossible for them to hold. I'm saying that that alone is not the case. That just having people, an armed population, just like Afghanistan was a very well armed population, will not keep them from being rolled over.
Yeah, you know what? I think that is. I guess that is true because we did hold it. Well, we were there for like decades, so I guess that is true that it wouldn't stop them from being there. But I think that the track record of like guerrilla warfare in these situations would be enough of a chink in the armor of any invader that we could be able to, in conjunction with our own military force and with the liberal world order backing us up, I think we could stave off invasion.
Okay. I guess let's just leave it there. Since we don't have a lot of participation tonight. So thanks all for coming through.
You're
I'm
welcome.
going to send you all off to uh Joe Lewis, who's streaming. Let's head over to Joe Lewis. Thanks all for coming through. We'll be back in the future. We'll do more